Hello everyone, welcome. We are live with the Race Asylum 24 hours at the Nürburgring in aid of Mind event for this weekend. Hope you're all good. I'm good. I'm looking forward to this. And we are not far away from the start of this amazing event. Probably 2 more minutes before we see the formation lap happening. Or just a little reminder, you see, 5 minutes at max, you see. So qualifying results yesterday, a stunning 7:55.6 for NRC, and both NRC teams taking the front row position, front row lockout. Overboost Racing then sitting in P3 alongside with Medway Racing League number 1. And in the third row we have DMRE and 1010th Racing. Next up, row 4, it is Race Asylum team number 2 and Jackass Racing. Then we have Race Asylum number 1 in row number 5 alongside with Legendary Motorsport Performance. 2 more rows to go with Apex Hunter Racing and Medway Racing League number 2. And on the 7th row it is Speed Body Racing and Dream Team Racing. Let's bring up the spotters guide for you, for me, for everyone. See the cars, their numbers and the teams. So we start with the bottom, the top left and go all the way down to the bottom right. 46 is Overboost Racing team with a Porsche 911. Then the 267, it's Jackass Racing. The 666 car, Nexus Racing Concept number 1, pole position. Then 69 we have Apex Hunter Racing. With the number 80, it is Race Asylum number 1. The 777 car, it's Nexus Racing Concept number 2. Then the 14, Medway Racing League number 1. The 208 goes to Race Asylum team number 2. And 910, it is Speed Buddy Racing. And 43, the second Medway Racing League entry. 22, Dream Team Racing with us, and the 10 for 1010th Racing. 24, it is Don Maynardo Racing Endurance, and 830, Legendary Motorsport Performance. So nice looking grid of cars. A dominant car on that roster is the GTR, but pole position went to the BMW M6 for this one. Then I can give you a little bit of a teaser for the weather forecast. Mostly sunny and cloudy, no scheduled rain in the forecast, but those random slots in the middle of every stint, they can bring everything: rain, sunshine, clouds. We don't know. But yeah, most of the time we should have dry conditions. Let's put it that way. Alright, so I think it's just about time we get the cars rolling for their formation lap. And we have a look at the cars as well. So wait a second, I need to refresh something. So, all you lovely people already who have donated to the charity, look at that. So we are already at 893 pounds. That's nearly double the amount that Race Asylum was aiming for. So a big round of applause already for everyone. Great stuff, people. And yeah, we haven't even started that race, so pretty impressed by that. Let's see how much we can get towards the end of that event. But yeah, well done everyone so far. So bring up those informations from time to time to see how it evolves over the course of that event. Yeah, so we are at the famous Nürburgring, by the way. The 24-hour layout with a 24-hour race. Oh, that is a perfect setting, perfect location for such a good, great cars. And let's see. Everyone gets off the line. No, someone is stuck. Already damaged. Oh, that is unfortunate for this number 3 car. Not sure what happened. Is there some mechanical issue? What's happening? What's happening? We have like a little bit of a delay, but there's already damage on the starts. Many cars have damage already. So, not sure, maybe we will see a restart happening. Oh, that's not the start not to go. Basically, like 5-6 cars have damage, and it looks like we will get a race restart again. So, red flag. Okay, so the race will be restarted. Oh no. Hopefully, that's not a bad sign for this event. But we should have it sorted, hopefully, very soon. Go back into the spectate mode and fingers crossed that we can get this event underway without any further incidents. Was a bit weird, but yeah, unfortunately, we all know how the game works sometimes. And take 2. Camera, lights, action, and away we go, hopefully. Oh. Fingers crossed for that one. Here we go. I have a black screen. Again, let's see if everyone gets off the line in a safe way. This time we don't want to see damage on the formation lap, of course not. A bit better this time, I think. They're off. They're off. It looks like everyone got off the line. I don't see any damage so far. No, that's all good. One car is stuck. Lugi is stuck on the grid. Oh no. Why? What's happening? Can he get his GTR running? We have yellow flag situation. Oh, it could be that the lobby is bugged early. Oh, not sure. I don't see any inputs on that car. What is going on? Lugi left? No. So what's the decision now? Do we get a second restart? Lugi is not in the lobby again. So I'm a bit confused. We'll wait for the race director's notes. The announcement. A glitch for Lugi here. So will we start this one or not? It would be very unlucky for the team. It's another red flag. No. Let's hope we get all those issues out of the way now before the actual race start. So yeah, it looks like maybe the lobby is bugged. So maybe we need to shut down the lobby and start it all over again. Red flag, yeah. No, we wait for it. I can bring up some infomercials for you. Infomercials, no, for the good cause, of course. We're doing it some promo material we got from the Mind charity organization. So alrighty, and it's probably the best call to restart that lobby. Oh, please stand by. We're having technical difficulties at the moment. Pretty sure we get it sorted. Probably not helping Ray at all. She's like nervous as hell for this entire event, and she's hosting that one as well. And let's hope we have a better lobby this time. All right, I see the lobby. Try. So see if we can join it once again. Oh. The room is not available. Oh no. Please, game. Please let us do this event. I see people now in the lobby. Join, come on. Oh, that's taking forever and ever. That thing. Oh, just bring up that one, so game is not responding, fortunately for me. No inputs, no inputs. Close the game, restart it. Hopefully that solves the issue. Oh yeah, sorry for that, but it's happening from time to time with Gran Turismo, unfortunately. So I'm restarting my game. Fingers crossed. Everyone else can also then join the lobby. Oh, nearly getting there. I'm just checking my network environment. Not that I want to, but game decides I have to. Trying to join the room. Hey, I'm in. Alright, so I'm back in the lobby. So what is happening now? See some messages. We will be reducing the stint length already. We haven't even started that race, so bit confused by that, so. But at some point we will get this race started. Pretty sure about that. Our last meters of warm-up then again. We saw it in the chat. Seems to be 14 racing laps this time. One formation lap hit end of lap 15. Alright. This delay messes with my on-screen timer for the 24 hours, by the way. So, yeah, we'll figure a way. Probably. So, a third time lucky it is. Then let's go. Let's go. Lugi is in. He's on track. But still laggy. Let's hope the lag won't be that bad for the drivers. Alright, here we go. For the third time, we try to start that race. So, 1, 2, grid is still set. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Will everyone get off the line? This time we are moving, we are moving, we are moving, we are moving. Everyone seems to be moving now on, as far as I can tell. Yep, the entire grid is finally on the way. Here we go. The formation lap is happening, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to get this 24-hour event running. Let's go. Alright, so a quick look at the cars with NRC, P1 and P2, then ORT sitting in P3, this MRL in 4th, then we have DMRE, 5th, 10th Racing, P6, we have Race Asylum in P7, Chakars Racing in P8, and Race Asylum again in P9 with Legendary Motorsports in P10, AHR Apex Hunter Racing P11, MRL Team number 2 in 12th position, F Speed Body Racing P13, and DTR Dream Team Racing in P14, but they are very, very slow now. 80 kph. People are jumping over some cones. What is happening? We are missing drivers. And the game crashed. Or did the game just crash for me? Again, oh no. What is going on? Please. It crashed? The PlayStation froze for the host. Oh no, so third time we weren't lucky. Sorry for that. Sorry for that. So we bring up again the spotter's guide. And wait for the lobby to return for all of us. No. This is like a big F, like for the start. Oh no. Let's catch up with Discord if I see something. We'll see if I can get some more infos. Yeah, definitely not the start we all wanted to have for this event. Sometimes technology just doesn't work as intended. But we have all day and the rest of the day tomorrow as well. So yeah, it wasn't like it was only to be like a 2-hour race. So no, it's 24 hours. So you all have probably brought some time with you, and everything will be fine in the end. It will be. Wait for. Don't see the lobby yet. So hopefully we get a solid connection, a solid PlayStation performance. People in the background are being very busy currently to sort things. So we will have a different host for stint number 1. So that's the backup plan now in place for all of us. Hopefully, so it will be Welchie from the Wetray Racing League team that is jumping in and taking over the hosting duties. But that probably takes a couple of more minutes to grab the lobby settings and prepare the room itself. Oh, I see a room appearing with Welchie being the host, so let's try to join that lobby. I'm in. Right. People are joining. So this time, fingers crossed that we can get the race underway, hopefully. Yeah, with the enormous support already, look at that, 935 pounds in for the charity. And yeah, it's still like we haven't even started the 24 hours. So well done, people. Well done, everyone. See, the lobby is slowly filling up. I think once everyone has, I don't know, with different lobby, you need to probably send friends requests to the new host, and it, yeah, usually takes a couple of minutes then for everyone to see the lobby, to get in. But yeah, the room is getting crowded now. We should be ready to go. We have someone new in the lobby. Oh, no, I think this lobby is set to being public. Not sure. There are people in the lobby that shouldn't be in the lobby. Hopefully they leave on their own terms, or else probably they're being kicked. Yeah, us that support is crazy, yeah. And yeah, we haven't even started. Oh. We are overperforming on that charity fundraiser. Definitely. Now, Gran Turismo needs to step up his game so we can actually see some great performance on track. I think the drivers are ready. The people at home, you are ready. I am ready. But yeah. So we wait for another announcement in Discord. Okay, we do no formation lap. We will start the race immediately with a rolling start. All right. So new announcement from race control. No manual formation lap. We will go directly into the race with the rolling start once everyone has joined. We are still missing one team by the looks. Can't tell you at the moment who that team is. 13 in. It looks like DTR. Dream Team Racing is missing still. Let's bring it on. Oh, DTR having issues with not being able to see the lobby or something not going the correct way. Branch request. Come on. We need that additional driver. Yeah, no formation lap. It is for the race. And because of all that waiting, people, are you in for a treat, for an early treat? Pretty sure you are. So usually, the people that are sticking around on those endurance events, when I'm doing my night shifts, we are going for a little bit of a sing-along. This is what I'm exactly going to do. Oh, no. Looks like the driver has joined, so I'm gonna delay, postpone my singing experience for a couple of minutes once the race is underway, but still, we will go. So, okay, I can go into the spectate mode. 14 drivers are in. It's stint number 1. And hopefully we get the race underway now. Okay, we see the messages. Drivers are ready. People are huge ready in chat. Show me some love, some hearts, some thumbs up, some yays, hell yes, whatever. Let's get it going. Here we go. With a rolling start, we will start the 24 hours in probably 1 or 2 minutes time. And I can finally bring up my race timer for 24 hours. Here we go. With a little delay, 15 minutes delay, we should be ready to roll now. People are readying up. Then Mr. MRL Welchie, hit that start button. Drivers, start your engines. That's the wrong series, but hey, still. We are ready now. Have a good race. Hype level up to 1000. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Here it is. Alright, we hear engines. We see cars moving. Come on, game. Start us. Let us start. No one is moving. Now the grid is moving. Alright. So we are officially now at the green flag. And away we go. The Race Asylum 24 Hours of Nürburgring in 8 of Mind has officially started, with Iago in the lead for NRC. Vital Brutal, he also competed in qualifying yesterday for NRC P2. John D for ORT in P3. Welchie running in P4 for MRL number 1. We have RX for DMRE in P5. It's Lugi for Race Asylum number 2 in P6. Jakey in P7 for Chakars Racing. Then we have Lucas in that number 80 AMG for Race Asylum number 1 in P8, with C for 1010th Racing in P9. Oh, having already a little bit of front suspension damage, probably clipped the wall on that first chicane. Mojo for LMP in P10. Then it's Gelf for MRL team number 2 in P11. Jack, so it is for AHR in P12. Yanni Speed Buddy Racing in P13, and Hippie Head for DTR in P13. So all cars are running, are underway. Let's go, go, go. And so yeah, we have 15 laps of racing. The end of lap 15, we will see the first of the 11 driver swap sequences. Then, so if you're not familiar with how we are doing this event in Gran Turismo, so we are running 14 cars in one lobby, and then the teammates, they will join a second lobby later on, and then we go with a driver swap with a box-to-box sequence. So the end of lap 15, the drivers from this split will drive into the pits. Once they are stationary, they give a signal to their teammate, go, 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 or whatever, and then those drivers will start their race. So in the second lobby, the drivers will perform a race start and drive directly into the pits at the end of the first lap, and then wait in the pits, don't touch anything to get underway. So this is basically the concept of Gran Turismo endurance racing, to have like a continuous race. Alright, let's see. Not much separating the top 4 or 5 at the moment still. So Jago for NRC and Vital Brutal P1, P2. John D in third for ORT, and roughly a second to Welchie in P4 with RX in P5. Lugi trying to stay in touch. 7, 8 tenths that gap. Roughly had a solid exit out of our first. Shaky in P7. Lucas still has a bit of slipstream to Jakey with Z in P9 also within the slip. Mojo the same, and then we have the first little gap. Check. So it is 2.6 seconds a gap. 2 P10 gap right behind. Yanni still in touch, and Hippie had 2.4, 2.5 seconds. It is for now. There we go. We see an attack between the two drivers from the same team, but in different cars. Obviously BMW versus Porsche. Let's get some onboard footage. Heading into Bergwerk for the first time. Out of the Bergwerk, the long run up towards the Kesselchen, and then later on the carousel, Hoheacht, etc. We have a fast approaching ORT Chaundi right behind the NRC driver. A little bit of a lift happening. Now approaching Mood Kurve. You see much more tamed compared to the qualifying session yesterday. This was crazy how much speed they actually took through that turn. Oh, Jago with a little wiggle onto Stallstrecke and heading towards the carousel for the first time. Bumpy, 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 yeah, that's the nature of this turn. And good exit. Still staying in touch with the leader, also P3 right there. I think we have a little gap, and Welchie 2 seconds already. So seeing Joundy's perspective. Through Wipperman we go. What a run. Oh, braking downhill towards Brünnchen. Oh, we see some spectators already. Trackside here on campsite as well. The party area at the track. So very close at the front. The top 3 with a little gap already. Little jump here at Pflanzgarten 1. Pflanzgarten 2, we probably don't see any jumps. No. Stefan Bellopez flat out. And into Schwalbenschwanz. They're very similar driving style between the cars. Welchie gained a little bit, 1.9 seconds in this BMW, and now Galgenkopf, right, a little lift maybe, and then get onto the power early for that long straight. Don't lose that slip, half a second it is, still for the leader, and now here we go. 260, 265, 270 kph. And now that slipstream is helping. Will we see a bump draft? No, we see an overtake. We have a new race leader. Now Porsche used that toe. Where is the second Porsche? John D. not close enough to go for a move into Hohenrhein chicane for the first time, and this will be the end of the first lap of the Race Slalom 24 Hours of Nürburgring in aid of Mind charity event. So, and John D with a great run, already being side by side into the first chicane we go. Will we see an overtake? Better position for that BMW. Oh, a little contact between the two cars, but the ORT driver, I think, had the nose just in front. So we'll go back to the replay and see what happened. So into the braking zone we go, and then wasn't much room on the inside for Jago. P3 it is for now. So Vital Brutal leading John D for T in P2. The NRC Nexus Racing Concept car in P3. Welchi in 4 for MRL number 1. RX for DMR Endurance in P5. And Lugi 2.3 seconds the gap to 208. Nissan GTR for Race Asylum. J-Key in P7, so close driving in that mid-pack. Lugi J-Key for Chakas Racing with C for 1010th Racing. That little damage on the front suspension, not an issue, not a big issue at all. We can keep up with the drivers around them. It's Lucas for Race Asylum in the number 80 AMG. Then Mojo for LMP in 10th position. 6-7 seconds the gap, then to check, so it is. If I'm not mistaken, Jack opted to go for the racing medium tires. The other drivers are on racing softs. Gelb for MRL in P12. Yanni in P13. Still following Jack and Gelb. And Hippie had also using the medium tires in that GTR. So maybe having a different strategy in mind for that race. 10 seconds that gap at this stage of the race. So the leaders still the same, Porsche and BMW, the first 3 positions for now, with Vital Brutal for NRC and John D for ORT. 1-2 Porsche, then it's Jago in 3rd, followed by another BMW, make it 2 actually, with Welchi and RX. Lugi, the first of the GTRs, in P6. Jakey still running P7 with C in P8. A little gap open up to Lucas on the edge of losing that slipstream range, and Mojo gap to Lucas 2.5, 8 seconds to check, so it is already. Nope, no tire or fuel graphics, so we have covered it all with our overlays. So you can ask kindly the streamers if they can tell you something about tires and fuel, but on the official broadcast there won't be any information visible. Tires and fuel. All right. So I was promising you a little bit of a song, and I think I saw Ray's Instagram story with that race, and she had a nice little tune running. So I'm trying to give it my best now to replicate that tune. So bear with me. You know, you love it when I'm singing, and that's what I do. Living easy, loving free. Season ticket on a one-way ride. Asking nothing, leave me be. Taking everything in my stride. Don't need reason, don't need rhyme. Ain't nothing that I'd rather do. Going down, party time. My friends are gonna be there too. I'm on the highway to hell. Highway to hell. Highway to hell. I'm on the highway to hell. No stop signs, speed limit. Nobody's gonna slow me down. Like a wheel, gonna spin it. Nobody's gonna mess me around. Hey Satan, paying my dues. Playing in a rockin' band. Hey mama, look at me. I'm on my way to the promised land. I'm on the highway to hell. Highway to hell. I'm on the highway to hell. Highway to hell. Don't stop me. Yeah, yeah. Oh, guitar solo now. Imagine little Angus and Malcolm Young now shredding those lovely guitars. Do the air guitar with me. And now we're going back to the highway to hell. On the highway to hell. I'm on the highway to hell. On the highway to... Yeah, highway to hell. Highway to hell. Highway to hell. Highway to hell. And I'm going down. All the way. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh. On the highway to hell. Applause, applause, applause. So let's go. And more to come later in one of my night stints. So let's get back to the racing action, shall we? We still have NRC leading this race, and just refreshed our fundraiser. Look at that, we have reached the 1,000 pound mark, ladies and gentlemen. You are crazy. Welcome, welcome. Stuff. And we have a battle for the lead. Chaundi versus Vital Brutal. Little mistake. Not sure. It was just baffled by the support you all give us. Can we see that overtake once again? Vital, brutal, bit messy through that chicane, and then John D, he seeks that opportunity. Gets down the inside when they enter the Nordschleife, and at the end of Sabine Schmidt's curve, John D takes the lead for ORT. So NRC in P2, Jago in P3 it is. Now then Welchi still running in P4, little gap to DMR RX in another BMW M6 Lugi running in P6. Witsi still staying with the Race Asylum driver, and Jakey running in P8 in his blue Nissan GTR for Jacars Racing. And Lucas dropped out side of that slipstream range 1.7, so still within striking distance in the Race Asylum number 80 AMG Mojo 4 LMP 1.3, still hanging with Lucas at the moment. Then Galf up to P11 got past Jack, so it is for Apex Hunter Racing in P12, currently the best of the medium tire runners. Yanni for Speed Buddy Racing in P13, using soft tires again, and PP Head for DTR on mediums as well. So we have two medium tire runners with the Jack and Hippie Head. When is my next stint? I don't know, probably around midnight my time, and then it's probably one very early morning stint again, so we'll never know when I feel in the mood to do my second song of the event. But yeah, pretty sure someone will be able to clip that. Yep, that's basically ORT, just doing ORT things, leading an endurance race very early on. Also, like during the race, hitting a 7-minute 59.3. Yeah, why not? Okay, so yeah, definitely. I don't know, he's with his A game so far, but yeah, it's still a long event. So not even half an hour into this race, with so much can happen during 24 hours. But yeah, top two now with a nice little gap. The two Porsches flying away very early, and we have two BMWs, P3 and P4, Jago and Welchi, in low 8 minutes, 8:02, 8:01 respectively. RX in P5 for DMR. And Lugi under pressure. So let's get a Jakey's perspective. Chasing down with C and Lugi coming out of Brünchen YouTuber's corner. Braking for Ice Kurve. Uphill, left, right, chicane, entering Pflanzgarten section. A little jump over the first part. Right-hander on the power. Left, and then down again. straight into Stefan Belopez we go. Revving the nuts out of this GTR. Braking for Schwalbenschwanz. Fast flowing entry into that section. Left early on the power again, and then we exit Schwalbenschwanz with the Kleine Karussell. And getting ready for the big back straight. Just nailed that Galgenkopf double right-hander. 6/10 the gap now, and now let's time to breathe on that long back straight. Starting the run, touching away. Let's see, still 6/10, 7/10 the gap, and we see with C going for the move. Lugi back into the draft. On the right hand side we see the tourist ride stuff with the Devil Steiner and all that good stuff on the right hand side. Under the Bielstein Bridge we go, heading into Tiergarten. Oh, they're going side by side. This could end in tears. Oh, a little bit of contact into the Hohenrhein chicane, and they're going side by side. This is Jakey's opportunity. Both had a slow exit, and now it is Jakey goes through the middle, 3 wide, possibly into the first. There we go. With C still keeping that P6 for now has the inside line, but Jakey's round the outside. You see late on the brakes with C nails his braking point into the first chicane, and with C P6, Jakey P7 and Lugi P8. So we'll have a look at that sequence of driving once again. With also we see 2 cars not too far behind as well for this probably 5-way battle now for P6. See, but well played, good defensive driving. Oh. And we continue with C, Jakey, Lugi, Lucas, and also Mojo is back with that. So yeah, 5 cars in that fight for P6. Gelf then all by himself at the moment. 12 seconds the gap to P10. Another 4 seconds to Jack. So it is. In P12, Yanni. In P13 for Speed Buddy Racing. And Tippy Head trying to get into a rhythm. Slowly getting those lap times down on the medium tires. So John D opened up that gap. Now 1.5, 1.6 seconds, another 7:59 for the Portuguese driver. The German driver had a little mistake, probably last lap, just a 8:01. And in P3, Iago 8:02, consistency at its best. Welshi after a 1, now a 8:03 on lap 3 this, so again is just within that slipstream range. RX also had a bit of a slow lap last time round, 8:05 it is. Oh, and for 10th Racing would see, and it's a nice little run entering the Nordschleife. Could open up that gap to just over a second. Now approaching Schwedenkreuz, flat, that left-hander. Braking for Arenberg. No drama at all. Early on the power again for the run. Down towards the Foxhole, die Fuchsröhre in German. Jakey and Lugi, the GTRs in P7 and P8. And Lucas in the AM, I think it's the only AMG on the grid for this event, in P9. Mojo another second in another Porsche 4 LMP, staying with those drivers. So this is the closest group on track at the moment. Mojo in P10, Lucas in P9, Lugi 8th, Jakey E7, and with C in P6. It's lap 4. We see that I see that the fuel is coming towards the halfway. So it's 60%-ish at the moment, I'd say, for most of the drivers. So like a typical stint at Nürburgring 24 hours layout should be 7 to 8 laps. We probably could see that here as well. Soft tires still looking okay at this stage of the race. So, but could get tricky towards the end of every stint. It's a long lap. We all know that. So, ORT, driving away into the sunset early, but it looks 2 seconds now. It's way too early, of course, but yeah, to start at P3 up to P2. The 777 car started P2, still running in P2, and the 666 car started on pole position, currently running in P3. Well, she kept the position for MRL as well. And I think also we have RX in P5 running where they started that race. And we would see with a great couple of sectors opening up that gap to Jakey. Nearly 2 seconds. Or that BMW is coming to life. Gap between Jakey and Lucas. Oh, we lost Lugi. Lugi dropped it down to P10. Lugi was running P7, I think. Maybe a little off track. Yeah. So drop behind Mojo in 10th now. Mojo in 9th. Still roughly a second the gap to Lucas in P8, and Lucas 2.3 seconds out of that slipstream range once again. I need to remember to refresh our donation page link. Doesn't do it, unfortunately, automatically. But yeah, you're still donating. Very nice to see. So what's the gap between? We'd see a Jakey 2.2 seconds, 2.5 between Jakey and Lucas. Another 1.3 to Mojo and another second to Lugi. So Lugi might gain a little bit on the long straight in that slipstream range. We'll see under a second now. It's coming down a bit, but probably won't be enough to go for a move into the first turn. We'll see, just needs to have a good run through the final chicane. Roughly a second still. Good exit for Mojo though in that Porsche, and 1 second still. So those positions will stay as they are for now. Gal for the second MRL team in 11th position. Check on the mediums, not losing that much time anymore. 808s now on those mediums. 805, 807 for Gal. So yeah, Could be an interesting strategy, though, for the medium tire runners. And 14 seconds to Yanni. And Hippie Head, we'll see in the 8:18, so hovering around 8:16 to 8:19, 2-3 seconds. But now also on the medium tires. And ORT increasing their lead. Sector after sector. But no sub 8-minute lap times, by the way. Just a 8-minute flat for John D. 8:01 it is for Vital Brutal for NRC. The 777 car in a big slide. Oh, pushing. Trying to keep that gap in a bearable distance range. So 3 seconds, it's nothing on the Nordschleife for a long endurance race. But yeah, still losing a little bit of time. The same goes for P3. Yago, not nearly, over 9 seconds. That gap to P2. Welchi doing a great job staying with the NRC driver. For now, so the two BMWs chasing the two Porsches at the sharp end of the grid. Then a little bit of a gap to the DMR with RX, and we'd see another two BMWs. So 4 BMWs in the top 6. Two Porsches leading. Then we have the start of the Nissans and whatever else are running. Okay, so we have the Nissan, we have the AMG, we have another Porsche, and the second Nissan GTR in P10. This is still close between Lugi and Mocho, roughly 1 second that gap. And I can tell you that Lugi's tires are not looking that good anymore. Those, especially the front left, has taken quite a hit already. So I'm not sure. Maybe it's time to pit after this lap for Lugi and his soft tires. Mocho's tires in a better condition. Yeah, probably the same as Lucas. And Jakey being very, very gentle with the tires, so probably the best out of these 4 cars. Also Witsi, but in that BMW doing a nice job. So let's cycle through the grid. Oh, we see Galf. And for Apex Hunter Racing, Jack, so it is. Yes, he can keep up with Galf, and Jack is on medium tires, so one of 2 teams, drivers, that opted for the racing mediums instead of the racing softs. And they are picking up the pace, the car gets lighter. And unfortunately, I see Yanni is driving with some damage now. It's the front splitter and also the front right suspension. Somewhere contact with a wall. I will definitely lose some time. Depending on the pit strategy, maybe they have to stay out for another lap. We'll see about that. And for DTR, Hippie Head is like the master of the tires, the new tire whisperer. Not much wear on those medium tires. Probably also looking to go for a very, very long first stint in that GTR. Let's have a look at the gap between the top two, 3.5, 3.6. Yeah, so I think Johnny gained roughly half a second. This was a good exit though for the NRC driver. And I'm looking at the tires, can also tell you that ORT and John D, they have some good tire management going on. Better than the NRC team there. So we are driving with BOP, in-game BOP settings, so you cannot tune your suspension or whatever. So, and into the pits we go. Okay, so that is like the aggressive soft strategy. Then top two in the pits. What about P3 into the pits? They go as well. Welchie following. So probably all the soft tire runners now will be pitting. Yep, another one. Let's see, Jakey and Lucas into the pits. Mojo. John D back out on track. Lugi into the pits. Galp coming through Hohenrhein chicane. And will they pit as well or stay out for another lap? Into the pits we go. So let's see that medium tire strategy for Apex Hunter Racing. The P6 will be jumping 1010th Racing by the looks. Yeah, 1010th Racing just coming out of this with a fresh set of soft tires. So AHR up to P6 with that medium tires strategy. For now 22 seconds though that gap to the leaders already. So leaders back out on track. Not much fuel going into the car. I think roughly about 60 liters of percent for that stint, because yeah, it's like roughly 5 laps on soft, so you have to pit again. You don't need like that much fuel. And well, she gained during that pit stop, sitting right behind Iago now. Let's go on board. Nice little onboard footage here. We also see the challenge here at the Nordschleife. A tight track, not many overtaking opportunities. Into Hatzenbach we go. Still close, under half a second the gap between the two BMW drivers. Next high-speed section incoming, Quiddelbacher Höhe, and we are approaching the Flugblatt section, the fast double right-hander. Will it be flat? No, a little safety lift for Welchie at least. With that turn, maybe lost a tiny bit. There wasn't as brave as the German driver. Now the run towards Schwedenkreuz. Little lift for Welchie as well. Playing it safe. Braking for the banked Arenberg. Back on to the throttle. Accelerating. Powering the way downhill into the foxhole. You go fast flowing over the curb. In the game, it's possible in real life. There's a big new curb since 2024 where you cannot go over it. But now coming out of Adenauer Forst, we are still like just half a second separating those two drivers. Now the Rebel Tree, the Jimmy Broadbent Rebel Tree, say hello. Braking for Metzgesfeld. Out in third gear. And let's go through Spiegelkurve and now a little downshift maybe. Yeah, for Miss It Miss. And braking for Weerseifen. The slowest corner turn on the Nordschleife. We're going down towards right side on the right hand side. We see some people camping over the bridge. Right-hander ex-Mühle early on the power to get a good run. Oh, a big moment for Welchie there. That curb is nasty. So we go back to the replay. Let's see what happened. But probably also BMW thinks sideways curb and cross, and what a save, but well done. Managed to stay on track, but now lost the contact, of course, to the fellow BMW driver. But this was, yeah, a Code Brown moment definitely happening for Welchie. DMR still running in P5 with RX in that bright yellow and black liveried BMW M6 or 1010th Racing in their BMW entry in P6 with width C. Gap 2 check nearly 3 seconds in check in P7. That's what to say with the 7. And Jakey is catching a check on mediums, Jakey on softs, both in a Nissan GTR Nismo. So it should be advantage for Jakey, at least for the first 2 laps on those soft tires. Then it's Lugi. Lugi jumped Lucas. P9 for Lugi, Race Asylum, and also Lucas. So the 2 Race Asylum teams running in P9 and P10. Currently Mojo is still there in P11, not like that close to really fight for position, but still there. Like, playing the long game, definitely for LMP. Gelf in P12 and he had for DTR also on mediums, but also with some damage now. Unfortunately, I see a front splitter and right suspension damage on my display. Oh, he said hello to Barry R somewhere on that track, and Yanni on the outlap, and again with some damage on the outlap as well. So, oof. Just take a deep breath, calm down, don't push it too much. It's still a long race, obviously. So, with fresh tires, P2, NRC driver Vital Brutal can keep up with Chaundi ORT 3.2. That gap stayed the same. What happened to engine damage for Iago? Oh my god, big moment. Probably we missed that, but dropped from P3 down to P10, and yeah, engine damage. So that was a massive crash. Don't think we see what happened. Yeah, already running with that damage, coming down the back straight. So big moment for NRC, the team that got pole position yesterday. Now this looks to be like a comeback try for the team now. Massive, yeah, changing tires of course and repairing that damage now. Front and engine damage is gone, so they're out on track again, but look at the gap to the leaders now, 1 minute 9 seconds, so a big moment. Yeah, definitely for that race early on, but yeah, also like it's still early on, so plenty of racing yet to come for the 24 hours. Impressive drive once again for ORT. P2, it's NRC. The Porsche entry, pull 1.5 seconds now. Let's go. Do we see like another improvement on that fastest lap of the race so far? 7:59 in race pace conditions. Pretty good, I'd say. But probably now they're feeling warmed up, trying to attack. Probably both the same should go for all the leader as well. That gap is yeah, going up. 3.6 now. We had 3.2 at the start of the lap. So probably both drivers, P1 and P2, are on for a new purple lap time for this race. We'll wait for the next, 2 seconds nearly. What about 1.3? Yeah, so it's probably Chaundi with that run. We'll have a look at the end of that lap to see if it's a new purple lap time incoming. RX is catching Welchie bit by bit, so Welchie after that moment probably now back up to pace. You see blue sector time incoming, so personal best. RX 1.5 seconds, that gap just with C in P5, 5 seconds the gap. Jakey got past, Jack already 4 seconds. Okay, so it might be Lugi. We can see an overtake happening between two GTR drivers. Lugi on soft tires, Jack, so it is on the medium tires. And Lugi is closing that gap under a second now. Lucas and Mojo also close behind this group. And yeah, massive gain. We saw Lucas struggling on the exit here at Wehrsifen. A slow turn. Probably Jack's tires now, the medium still looking okay on the display, but probably not feeling that great anymore. And Luki with the run, coming out of Exmühle through Niki Lauda, Knick. Line of Stern it is for now, breaking for Bergwerk. And maybe that's the opportunity now coming out of Bergwerk with the slip with the toe uphill. Before Mutkurve, we'll see, it is half a second, the gap is big enough for Jack to keep that position, and Lugi is under pressure. Lucas, will we see a bump draft happening between the two Race Asylum drivers? It looks like no move happening before Mutkurve, so we go single file through that risky turn, keeping it all on the black stuff. Now we see a move in the braking zone. No, Jack keeping the position, but now side-by-side racing between Lugi and Lucas. Now again going single file into the carousel. That's a wise decision in my opinion. Exit out of carousel again. Lugi with better traction, gaining on the Jack. Approaching Hohe Acht. So this is basically also a single file section. Through Wippermann we go. Where's the gap? Where's the gap? Not opening so far into München we go. Again, Luki carrying so much more speed later on the brakes. But Jack keeping his lines. Again, Mut difficult now out of Eiskurve into Landsgarten 1, and it is still Jack. Little jump we see for Lugi. Landsgarten 2, the run, a little bit going downhill, maximum pace in those Group 3 cars through the Chefhörnerfest into Schwalbenschwanz once again. Bit of dirty air probably also not helping Lugi. Now out of Kleine Karussell, a great run for Jack, half a second, that gap still into Galgenkopf we go. Little lift inside Apex early on the power again. 250 kph, not the best exit speed, and now we should see Lugi using that slipstream, that toe early, too early maybe. Where's my camera? Here's my camera. So Lugi gets past Jack. So it is, what about Lucas? Yeah, using Lugi slipstream and also Mojo. So, like, we have a three-way situation under the Bildstein Bridge. Look at that. And in the end, it's Jack dropped down to P10. Mojo with a great run gets 2 positions, moves up into P8. Oh, what a move! What a move! So we'll wait for T1. Lugi defending the inside line, Mojo on the outside, Lucas also on the inside. Side by side they go probably into the first chicane we go. No, they're settling in for a single file formation. So Lugi keeping that position. Mojo stays in 8. Lucas around the outside. Jack fighting, has the inside line now, who is later on the brakes. I think Lucas has the better line now for that section. So I want to go back to that slipstream battle on the Dattinger Höhe and look at that. So Lucas with the slipstream from Lugi, and then suddenly Mojo pulls out of the slipstream with that speed and gets that position. So he was at the back of that group starting the Dirty away and now running in P8. So great racing on display. Most drivers, so Lugi, Mojo, Lucas and Jack. 7, 8, 9 and 10. And yeah, John D with a 756.7. Wow. That would have been P2 in qualifying. 757.0 also. Probably faster than the qualifying lap yesterday he did. P3 then 22 seconds roughly the gap between P2 and P3. Welshi in third still keeping that position, but RX is within that second range. Now two BMWs fighting for P3, and we'd see like has opened up that gap to the cars behind. Shaky 6 seconds, and all that fighting, battling, or being stuck behind Jack on the medium tires. That gap between Shaky and Lugi, 12.5 seconds. It's a big gap. They were basically like within a second after the pit stop. Mojo in 8, Lucas 9th, and Jack. So it is in P10 on the medium, still running. Gelf in P11, having some damage, unfortunately. Probably not too heavy damage, but it is damage on the front for the MIL driver. And yeah, the pole sitters dropped down to P12 after a heavy crash with engine damage. P12 it is for now, 10 seconds the gap to P11. What is possible for the team? 1 minute 18 that gap to the leaders already. And Dream Team racing with Hippie Head. Okay, that is probably just fixing the damage. So they didn't change tires, didn't refuel, but it states out lap for me, so probably repaired the damage. And Yanni also with medium tires now, they fixed their damage again and now going for a medium stint. So let's see, where is this battle group? Bit of a tense moment for AHR by the looks in party chat, with 3-4 cars being on the Nettinger Höhe. Yeah, but good racing, come on. Mojo with the run, 3/10. Is that opportunity arising? Probably not quite before Moodkope, or is it? Lugi going defensive, not wanting to present the inside line for that fast turn, and played it like very defensively. Yeah, but kept that position for now. The question is, how long can he defend that P7? I think Mojo shows a bit more pace during that stage of the race, and also Lucas. Let's hear the AMG, see the cockpit, and listen to the noises. I can clearly see that Mojo is looking for a gap left or right. Where is the opportunity? This section is so difficult to get your car alongside. Oh, Lugi touched that grass on the outside. Maybe a little bit of dirty tires, struggling for grip. Coming out of München. Braking for Ice Coffee once again. Oh, we go with Mojo. 7/10 that gap for now. But the Porsche had a good top end in slipstream, so maybe we see it once again. Getting a great run out of Planskappen. Once again, 4/10 that gap. Foot to the floor. Braking for the Schwalbe-Schwanz. Oh, third gear, fourth gear, a bit of like being aggressive with the gearing. Half a second, that gap 6/10 now. Coming out of Kleine Carousel, it is half a second. That is probably a nice little gap. Just need to nail that right-hander Galgenkopf. Lugi bit wide, not the best exit. And look at that, Mojo playing it very smart, not going directly into the slipstream. Doesn't want to give Lugi the opportunity for a comeback. Now we should see the overtake happening again on the long straight, and they're going not side by side this time into the final section of the lap. So Mojo up a position, but it was close. Lugi got that slipstream once again before the braking zone for the Hohenrhein chicane, but the exit was brilliant for Mojo. Half a second already that gap on P7 for the Porsche driver. Lugi in P8 and Lucas P9. But this is a nice battle at this stage of the race between three drivers fighting for positions 7, 8 and 9. What happened? 2.5 seconds, so NRC pushing now, bringing that gap down to under 3 seconds. Twice a 7:57 for Vital. Brutal. John D with a 56 and a 58.5. Oh, they are just on a different level, those two drivers at the moment. Welchie in third. And RX in P4. Still close driving between those two without fighting. If with C then in fifth position, a nice little gap behind to JK 7.5. And 14 seconds the gap to that battle group. Oh, Lugi with a big moment. That Rio wanted to step out, but he could manage to keep it. Also, he got past Mojo on the Grand Prix part of the track. So Lugi 7th, Mojo 8th. Probably that's also why they are losing time to Jakey while fighting. And Lucas then in P9, Jack. So it is for Apex Hunter Racing in P10, still running on those medium tires. The fuel is getting lower now for the driver. So, not sure. Probably they're in lap. Iago up to P11, got past Gelf with a 8-minute 15.4 last time around. That's quite a slow lap compared to his 8:05 personal best. And Yago with his personal best with an 8-minute flat, so pushing to see top 10. That's probably the minimum they want to get after the end of the first stint. Hippiat in P13 for Dream Team Racing. Still on mediums, same amount of fuel probably as Jack. And Yanni in P14 on mediums with damage. I hate to say it, but I just spotted it. A little bit of damage on the front again. Oh, top 2, different planet again. What is happening? 26, 27 seconds. That gap to Welchi in P3. So we'll stay with Welchi and RX. They're running close to each other for, I don't know, an hour at this stage. Very consistent, and also RX with a 7:59.3. With the 2 BMWs. See also those lovely liveries. So midway through this first stint, we are basically in that random weather slot territory. So those question marks, random, this is basically where we are at now, currently. So anything can happen as well, but it doesn't really look like much clouds on the track. Oh, Welchi with a track cut, half a second, so that will lose him. That P3 if RX keeps it clean for the rest of the lap. Also we have probably a swap between the 2 BMWs. We'll stay with those two until the start of the Dettingerhöhe, where the penalty zone is located. Yeah, DMR staying with MRL. Second, that is still okay to get that 3 pass on the back straight. .2, Welchi is pushing, Welchi is pushing. He knows he has the penalty. 1.4. Oh, this could be close indeed, so he might get back into the slipstream once again. So massive push through those final 2 sectors for Welchi. 1.4, 1.5 seconds. That could give him the chance to fight for P3 into turn 1. Let's see, so he's getting slowed down now in that penalty zone. Here comes the yellow and black BMW. Now bringing down that gap, getting a nice run. Welchi up to speed now, but a perfect slipstream for RX to pull alongside under the Bilstein Bridge and moves into 3rd position for now. But with those aggressive 2 sectors, Welchi could keep that distance to RX very close and stays within the slipstream range, and also is in a position to maybe retake P3 heading into the first zone. Has a good run, has a tow, starting to break for turn 1 now. Goes side by side, but it's the inside line for Di Maria, and then Welchi, the rear, stepping out once again. The second little boo moment for Welchi, but again, well played, managed to keep that. That's like a scare moment, not like a spin, whatever. So on the outside, but then the rear, whoops. Tires are heating up on the rear, but could catch that with ease. And look at that, with C for 10th Racing, 2.6, that gap just now, bringing that gap down a bit. Jakey in 6th, low on fuel now. This is the last lap of that stint for Jakey. Has to come in and refuel, probably also taking some fresh boots. Lucas and Lugi, they swap positions, so Lucas now running in P7 and Lugi P8, the two Race Asylum teams. Okay, Mojo with an undercut. Interesting. So goes for the undercut strategy. This means Iago for NRC, the 666 BMW, is now running in P9. Second 8-minute flat in a row for the German driver, Jack. So it is now using the soft tires. Okay, so it is a medium to soft strategy for Apex Hunter Racing. P11, Gelf in 12th, also on the outlap after fixing the damage and refueling, and some new soft tires. This, we see Hippie Head for DTR into the pits we go. Low on fuel, couldn't get another lap. Tires still in a decent shape, I'd say. And Yanni for Speed Buddy Racing in P14, and that shot, I just spotted some dark clouds. Pretty sure you also did, right? And it's still mostly sunny, maybe, but yeah, they're not rain clouds, right? They're just like, yeah, they're just clouds. I'm teasing you. It's all good. But we all know the game, so even if they're heavy rain clouds, they will just miss the track. Yeah, that's how it is. So with warm tires, it looks like ORT and John D, they can manage those tires better and extract more pace. Gap up to 3.7, nearly 4 seconds again, and also half a second penalty. You see that on that car. Also fuel is low, so this is the in lap for both of the drivers. RX in P3, Welchi in 4th position. 1.1 second a gap, still close enough to be in striking distance for that final podium spot. Witsi with a great drive so far. P5 for the number 10 BMW. 2.5 seconds, just that gap. So 3 BMWs probably fighting for position. And Welchi had a moment here coming out of Bergwerk and loses another position. So we need to go back to the replay and see what happened to Welchi coming out of Exmühle through Niki Lauda Knick. And probably just a little bit too late on the brakes. See here, scraps the barrier, but no damage for the Emerald driver. Just lost a ton of momentum and speed and another position. So Witzy up to P4, Welchi in P5. It is Jakey in P6, 11.4 seconds that gap to P5. Lucas P7 in, still running ahead of Lugi in P8. Team formation run for Race Salem. P7, P8. Iago with that needed comeback drive. Also a bit of a offsetting strategy now. So they will have like quite a short final run on soft tires. But that run through Moodkurve wasn't the greatest. Got lucky to not hit the wall or the barriers on the outside. So Moto with the undercut on fresh tires already, trusting in the tire wear in that Porsche. The check on softs on the outlap as well in P11. Galf in 12th on softs, and Hippie Head for the TR also now using soft tires to finish that first driver stint of the event. And in P14 it's still a Yanni for Speed Buddy Racing with the damage. The lap times are not that quick. You see 50s, 45s, 41s, so struggling a little bit with the conditions maybe, but as the organizers, especially Ray, stated before this event in the announcement, don't put the pressure on yourself, enjoy the racing. It's most of all enjoy, have fun, and we're doing it for that great cause here, for the Mind charity for mental health. And this reminds me, I could update the page and see. Yeah, still the same, but 1,192 pounds raised already. So the goal was set to 500, the target, and yeah, we smashed it already. And so the leaders in the pits, 4 or 5 seconds. That gap between the top two, they judged the fuel perfectly. And there, let's wait for the fuel. So the end of lap 15 is where the driver swap is going to happen. And ORT out on track again, 5 seconds that gap to P2 now. P3 is in the pits with CS12 for 1010 Racing, Welch, Ephemeral, and Jakey into the pits. Next drivers should be pitting soon as well. Will be Lucas and Lugi. And flying into the pit entry. Oh, Iago low on fuel and probably won't be doing another lap. Also, it's time to pit, I guess. Yeah, it is. P9. So let's wait for Mojo with the undercut attempt. They were running in that battle group with Lugi Lucas. So was it worth to get some clean air and a clear track? So Mojo crosses the line, gets past Lugi, but it looks just, yeah, here comes Lugi out of pits, and that undercut worked. Mojo up to P7. Again, Lugi in P8 and Lucas in P9. So nice to see. This battle will continue probably till the end of the first driver stint. Check, so it is in P10. And Iago after the pit stop. It's roughly 7 seconds to P10 for now for those 5 laps of the stint remaining. And P12 we have Gelf for the second MRL team. on softs, on maybe personal best. Hippie head in 13 on the outlap on softs. Whoa, that looked close. And Yanni in P14, still running on mediums with the damage. They probably don't want to pit anymore. We get to the end with the tires and the fuel, and that light damage on the front end of the car. So nearly 6 seconds is the gap between ORT and NRC at this stage. And yeah, what a performance, what a ride so far for ORT and John D once again, aka J Jesus. .3, so increasing his lead. Over 30 seconds to P3. RX at 3.6 to Welchie. So after the pit stop, Welchie lost a little bit of time. Not sure about that, so maybe better fuel management for the German driver, I imagine. Yeah. Witsi 8.5, that was also roughly 2.5 seconds, or under 2 seconds. I'm not so sure about before the pit stop, so also probably used up more fuel than the other drivers. You can you can short shift it a little bit, but that BMW is probably the best in the high revs. I'm not sure how the other drivers are managing to save that much more fuel. Shaky 5 seconds, that gap. To Witsi, well, we'll see. Shaky can give his car to his teammate in P5 after the driver swap. 5 seconds, it's doable, I'd say, and this is where we left. Lugi and Mojo P7, P8. It is Lucas, we see him 1.8, lost a little bit on that outlap so far. I think once those two are start fighting, Lucas might get the opportunity to close the gap again and be in that direct battle for position. Oh, what an exit for Lugi out of Bergwerk with the early run. Come through Kessichen. Mojo stayed in front for now. Driving in the middle of the road, not giving Lugi any clues where to go. Lugi staying behind through Mutkurve. Probably waiting for the back straight. Is still roughly 2 minutes until we get to that point. And we'll see if Lugi finds a way to get a move done. A nice flowing section once again, Hohe Acht, and the following fast flowing turns. Mojo with a personal best incoming. By the looks. that looked like a bit of a lag for Lugi. Understeers a little bit before we go into Brünnchen. But still there, 3-4 tenths. That's a nice little gap to have before we arrive at the back straight. Is there opportunity for Lugi? That's got to know. It's 4 tenths now. Better exit for Mojo out of Blansgarten. Half a second, so Lugi needs to close that gap probably down to 4 tenths before the start of the straight into the second part of Schwalbenschwanz. We go braking for Kleine Carousel back on the power. It is just between 4 and 5 tenths. Perfect distance in my view, so just need to nail. Galgenkopf is on the power. A little lift, Understeers had to lift. Once again loses that momentum. Half a second. That could be close. That could be close. So probably a little bit too early on the power. Now starting to gain on Mojo. Is it enough? Was it maybe the best mistake Lugi could do? 3 tenths, picking up this massive slipstream now. It's 2 tenths when they cross the Bilstein Bridge. Heading into Tiergarten once again. Mojo going defensive. Oh, there was contact between the two cars. But Lugi backing out of it. No! This damage for Lugi, no damage for Mojo, and also a bit of lag involved during that bit of the track, but it's Lugi who ended up with getting the damage, and Lucas is right back with the 2 cars. So we have to look at this once again, of course, with the replay camera. The great run for Lugi. And then Mojo going a defensive position. There was the first contact, second contact, and then the third contact, and then we saw a little bit of lag. Car were inside of each other, and at that point we had Lugi with damage on his car. Ooh, Lucas 2-3 wide into the Goodyear hairpin, and suddenly Lucas leading that pack for P7, P8, and Mojo got past Lugi again. Lugi late on the brakes, but leaves some room for the German driver. 1.2 seconds the gap now for Lucas. So I pressed a safe replay marker. Yeah, that's perfect. We see what happened. Those two had a little bit of a come together, and then just Lucas, yeah, I'll do my thing and concentrate on my lines, and boom, here we go. Up 2 positions it is for the Race Asylum driver, and this battle will continue. Hey, buddy, how are you? You're ready for your stint?
Yeah. You want me to pop my stream up?
I think there's a couple of minutes still. Yeah. So
you're only on lap 12, but they're all like getting ready to go into pits and stuff.
Yeah. If you
just let me know when you want me to lob it up.
You can start it whenever you want.
Yeah, I'll get it done out of the way, because maybe I'll forget.
Yeah, exactly. All good. I can start to prepare our little travel swap sequence. And I'll just do that. Let's stay with that battle for now, and I'll do my background magic then in a moment.
Work your wonders. I'd be useless doing this. So I couldn't do a black flag without pirate. I hadn't got a clue where to start with everything, because he always did it for me.
Guide me through it. Yeah, well, it's all good.
Alright.
As long as your stream is running, then it is all good. All good.
Running barely.
Oh. See, it's also been like 3 months till I did the last swap sequence, so I have to remember what to do. But
Real.
it will be fine. It will be fine.
Well, I've gone from like doing 1 league race a month to doing 1 stream a month. I barely touch this game anymore. There you go. Pop that in a streamers chat.
Yep. I have it. Thank you.
Nice. Not even through stint 1 yet, and we're already at 238% of the goal. That's actually like mind-boggling.
Yep.
How much do you reckon we'll end on?
Everything I say will be wrong, so I probably say
I reckon
nothing.
we'll just about break 2 grand.
I mean, the timer says 22 hours and something still remaining, so. Oof. Yeah.
22 hours, 25 minutes. Anything could happen. 4 million. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So that's why, yeah.
Might help for spectating.
I think we are already exceeded expectations for that, so that is
Yeah.
great. So now,
They're just doing their 3.5-year-long formation lap.
yeah,
70 mile an hour speed limit around Nürburgring.
yeah, that's
At least I've got a good idea to have a look at all the liveries while we're at it.
that is the most chill lap you get for the entire event. So
I'd still manage to crash somehow.
enjoy it.
Assuming it's ORT and P1 at the moment.
Yep, RT leading that one. Perfect.
Yeah.
Click it on stuff and it's weird. Okay, so we should be fine. Okay, so that should be prepared, so don't do anything stupid now.
Challenge accepted.
Oh, that worked.
Oh. Yep, that broke it. Of course it did. Why have I got a black screen?
A black screen is not a good thing.
I'm back. I tried to test the replay buttons and it broke everything.
Ah!
Story of my life. I press 1 key and it breaks everything.
So that was the wrong key then.
Nope, that's the self-destruct button. Won't touch that.
Too late. Ah. Oh, good. But wow, I just realized we have a new fastest lap of the race. A 7:55.7. A 7:55.7. I remember a 55.7 during the race for P2. What the hell is going on? Sheesh.
You're right to just go over the run order real quick there, just so I know like roughly where everyone's gonna be.
So we have the 46 leading ORT.
Yep.
Then it's the 777 NRC in P2.
Yep.
And we have the DMR BMW, that's the 24. That's the yellow car. And in P4 we have MRL team number 1, number 14 BMW.
Nice.
P5 it's another BMW. Or 1010th Racing in guess what racing number they are running. In P6 we have the first of our GTRs, 267, the number for Jacars Racing.
Nice.
Then it's the first of the Race Asylum teams in P7, the number AT AMG. In P9 it's currently LMP, the lime green Porsche number
Damn, that's a good looking
830.
one,
Yep.
All of the. So every stream I do, all I do is like draw over cars for an hour because I don't understand that.
Yep.
We got some seriously talented like livery people. I've tried it before. Well, like most things, I'm completely useless at it.
Definitely, yeah. So in P9 it's the 666 car for NRC, BMW. Then in 10th position we have the E69 AHR GTR. E11 sees the second Race Asylum team, or the Lugi. That is 208. And it's P12 for MRL team number 2, 43. The number.
Yep.
And 2 cars
I'm
left.
just getting like a notepad with the order of when people are going to come out.
Then it's P13, it's Dream Team Racing. That is the 22. And GTR, white, red, and black. And in P14 we have Speed Buddy Racing. In the last GTR on the grid.
Is that car 910?
That is the car with a 9 in it. I can't see the rest of it at the moment, but it's
Yeah, not 910 then.
it is 910. Yeah, exactly. So now the game gave me a good camera angle on that. So yeah, this is the current race situation, but yeah, still 2.5 racing laps to go. So it doesn't mean that the order will stay as it is. But we have some gaps between the cars now, so a bit of spaced out. The closest gap is actually between Jack, so it is in P10, and Lugi in P11. So AHR versus Race Asylum. So that's under 2 seconds. That's the closest gap at the moment.
That's the beauty of Enduro, because you're not really racing for position in like the first couple of stints. Like there's 22 hours ahead of these drivers.
Yeah.
You don't want to get that proper.
Tell them drivers on that on the first stint, like, yeah, I know, but it's fun. Let's go, send it. And
I know, but there's a gap there.
Yeah, I mean, on that long back straight, I mean, we had like 3-4 wide situation happening. Yeah, so why not? Why not? Why not? Yes, and yeah, we get those darker clouds, but think we are already into that fixed setting of the weather slots again, and just bring them up on stream for you, so I can yeah, so the last slots are sunny again, so we should be we shouldn't see any rain in this first stint, at least. But
It's not gonna get dark, is it?
You never know. At the Nürburgring, this is like 4 seasons within an hour. It literally can happen. So you, in real life, yeah. But with the game now being fixed to sunny conditions towards the end, there is no rain. I can guarantee you that. So famous last words, of course. But yeah.
Absolutely.
But there are 11 more stints to come, with half of those weather slots being random. So at some point there has to be rain. Trust me. And this is exactly what also Ray wants to have.
Rain just makes it interesting.
If you're not driving, yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, absolutely. I hate it when I'm driving, but commentating, just sitting on my arse watching people who are way better at playing race car than me, it's proper entertaining.
Yeah. And that's what we're here for. Come on.
Just the idiots that yell at virtual cars for 4 hours straight.
Yeah. We want some entertainment happening, definitely. In it. Is everyone running the softs at this stage? Everyone except P14 is using the soft tires for those final couple of minutes in that first travel stint. Yep, no surprises here. So I was a bit surprised to see two teams starting on mediums go for a longer medium stint to basically just do one pit stop, medium to softs. The go-to strategy seems to be soft, soft, soft for a driver stint based on the drivers of this stint, of course. So we will probably see it after the third or fourth driver stint, then what's like the best strategy to go with. I think the risk is, like always, if you want to go for a long stint on mediums and then you get some damage, that strategy is totally for the bin. So that's why being on softs is probably like, yeah, you can adjust a bit more, but yeah, those are very talented drivers, so they know what they are doing. They've practiced a bit for this, I reckon. Good. And will we see a move happening? Probably Mojo under pressure. We see Iago again pulling that trick, not going directly into the slipstream at the start of the back straight, waiting for a bit to get the run. It looks like it could be too early. We'll see. You should be alongside maybe Bilstein Bridge. Yeah, that was, I think, perfectly timed. Or Iago up to P8 for our pole sitters. So they had a massive, massive moment. Didn't catch it on the broadcast, but when we saw they dropped positions, they had engine damage. So that was a bit of a, yeah, maybe also like a race-defining moment. So starting on pole, they were probably definitely aiming for a podium finish. Now running in P8, 1 minute 35 behind the leaders.
Yeah, that's a podium if you squint hard enough. Stint to have just entered the pits, by the way.
Nice. So they are ready. They just have to be patient for, I don't know, roughly
a while.
14,
16, 17,
14 minutes, at least for the first two. Then the others have to wait a little bit longer still, yeah. But good thing.
What's the gap from P1 to P14 roughly?
Oh, P2. Oh, massive crash. But no engine damage. But what the actual... no, we have to keep it family
Can't park there, mate.
friendly. Yeah, what happened? It was Flugplatz, right? Probably just turned in too late. Missed that apex. Cross. Boom. Wow.
Oh. caught a little bit of the grass and just sent him flying.
Yeah.
So easy
Ouch.
to do around a tight track like Nürb.
So that's the gap.
P2 as well.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
massive. How far back's third place? I'm blind.
It still says 29 seconds, but probably the gap will be adjusting. No, without past that part of the track, so 28 seconds between P2 and P3, but 20 seconds between P1 and P2 now. That is probably more like
massive news.
Again, a massive
ORT
moment.
Then.
And yeah, again, another massive moment for Nexus Racing Concepts. So now both cars had incidents during that first driver stint, and they had a front row lockout in qualifying. So, oof. That was something. But hey, I'm still running, so that's the important stuff. And still running in P2. In the end, 20 seconds, it's still like nothing for a 24-hour race. Still doable. But definitely another moment of that first stint so far. Oh, the gaps between P3 and P4. 8 seconds now. Witzy again catching Welshi. 2.6, so maybe P4, P5. We will see a change. Witzy definitely with some great lap times. 8 minute 1. Welshi with a 8:05 last time around. Okay, so had one or two little moments throughout that lap. Tires looking, yeah, not much of a difference between the two drivers, and so maybe I just an off track somewhere, touched the grass or whatever. So we'll keep an eye on that, definitely. Shaky in 6 seconds, that gap. So low 8 minutes, 8:0, 8:01. Lucas in P7. And Iago for the second NRC team, the 666 it is, up to P8. So that's, I think, a damage limitation after that big crash. Now running inside of the top 10. Mojo in P9 for LMP, and Jack, so it is, in P10. Those soft tires, they are not looking too good in my opinion. It's still 1.5 laps to go, so probably the last lap might be a bit of a struggle for Jack. Lugi in P11 is running with that damage still, and looking at those lap times, 8:19, 8:13, 8:14. So he was usually running 8:06s, 8:08s, something like that. So definitely losing some time, but it's also now too late to drive into the pits and repair that damage.
They're coming in at the end of lap 15.
Yep.
For the handover, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just saw Stig Zander in the chat asking about it.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got a whole ass another lap after this one.
Yeah, so except for the last stint, it's always like you see a lap counter on the top and then subtract 1. This is where the driver swap will be happening.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. That's true. So Yanni is starting lap 14, so 2 more laps to go for Speed Buddy Racing in P14, and John D is it's on the final stretch of lap 14, coming through Hohenrhein chicane for the penultimate time for his stint, and he will be starting that final lap of his driver stint number 1 right about now with another 8-minute flat on lap 15. The gap now 30.8 seconds to P2. That's a pit stop in hand already for ORT. So P2 now coming through the final chicane and starting there. No, into the pits too early. Why are they pitting now? I'm a bit confused. So P2 is pitting.
Never diss with Ferrari strats.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah,
Box,
yeah, we are checking, but yeah, that is crazy. But he feels like probably he's losing just too much time with this damage.
Yeah.
That is P3. It is still for NRC. Oh, so Welchie in 4th position. We'd see 1.2 that gap now between Welchie and we'd see P4, P5 on that final lap of the stint. It could get interesting towards the end. Jakey on that final lap of the stint as well. Lucas now final chicane. It is for the rest of the driver, starting his final lap now. Yeah. Yago for NRC also crosses the line on that final lap. Mojo also into the pits early. What is going on, people? You have to do one more lap. Why are people pitting on the penultimate lap of the stint? I don't really get it.
They know a lot more than we do, though. So maybe
they
this
know.
is just the secret strats.
They
just confuse everyone trying to keep up with the race.
They know things we don't.
If your opponent is just as confused as you are, then nothing can go wrong.
Yeah, I think this was a genuine mistake, probably because they put on fresh tires, didn't put any fuel in it, so it was like, yeah, maybe they're short of fuel, but whatever. So they just
maybe they thought the handover was
lap
14 and realised it was lap 15. The two of them did it for some reason.
Exactly, yeah, this is probably maybe miscommunication in the team or something like that, but crazy stuff happening. So and yeah, we mentioned earlier that for a couple of teams this format is new as well. So maybe they have to then reread the rules or something like that. Yeah, but it's like if you're doing it for the first time, it can be a bit overwhelming sometimes. But this is like a massive lead now for ORT. It's like 51, 52 seconds to P2. It's definitely crazy to see two teams now on that ultimate lap after stint doing a pit stop. And also fuel looks to be very low, but I think they have judged it like that they won't be running out of fuel on that long back straight.
We're at 1,212 pounds right now, so you got to update that timetable, Jaeger boy. Time.
I cannot do it at the moment because I'm in the driver swap mode already. I don't want to mess things up now to have like weird looking stuff. But I will do it once we have completed the driver swap. I will do a refresh. Definitely.
Refresh it and the entire screen goes blank.
Or you will see things you shouldn't see, like I cannot give away all my secret, my magic, how driver swaps are working. No. It wasn't a singing, no way. Everyone loved it in the stream. I saw it.
I miss a bit of karaoke with Jaeger then.
Yeah, early. Yeah. Usually I do it just in the night times, but yeah, we had like a bit of a rough start to the lobby with the to the race with the lobby crash and Travers not getting off the line or whatever. So weird stuff happening. So, and then I thought like, well, wait, I wanted to sing, and then we started the race with a different format, like not like a complete formation lap, in-game rolling start. So and then I wanted to do it on the formation lap, so it's all was like impro stuff happening, but still. Damage? Who should have damage? Box damage, fixed damage. Someone fixed damage, yeah, but it's alright. So we stay with ORT now. It's just under 2 minutes away from that first driver swap. And got past speed buddy racing, so one team is being lapped already, and now we have the gap to P2. That's NRC. They got past DMR again, so P2, but still 51 seconds the lead for ORT of that first driver stint. It's not over yet, I know, yeah, but I have trust, I have faith in John D to bring that car back into the pits safely now.
Let Azorian come out in stint 2, do some magic.
Yep.
Azorian is rapid every race I've seen with him. He seems, all the RT does just seem to shoot off into the distance in all stints I do.
Familiar names, definitely, with ORT.
Yep.
It's true. Oh, lost 7 seconds on that lap. Wow. But still...
Washed!
Washed, yeah, exactly. Alright, so now last time the stint coming down the Dattingö, and just 2 more turns for our race leaders. And then we will see the first driver swap happening. So into the pits we go, and then we switch over to P2, and I need to find the perfect moment to get that perfect transition ready on the stream for you guys as well. Bear with me, bear with me.
Perfect transition of perfectness.
Yeah, that's at least.
Azorian is out in stint 2. We have cars on track. Well, car on track, but it's close enough. Car 46 is out. The handover has officially started. There we go. Both running simultaneously.
Get things ready for on my end, so
Try and find who's next. Nope, I'm just gonna watch P1.
oh, we are seeing drivers in the pits now, so we should see the race.
Philip is out, and so is Baba Yaga. It's only a 5-second gap between P2 and P3 coming out of that handover. Yeah, they're all coming out now. Car 10, car 5 are bumper to bumper. Car 10, car 14 actually, yeah. 14 get past in turn 1.
E7 into the pits now, that's nice.
6 out of the pit, car 267. We'd all watch for battles, alright.
Apex Hunter Racing into the pits closely followed by Lucas in P9. So we have just 5 cars out on track. Completing their driver swap. It will be LMP next.
Yep.
Galf also really close.
Car 666 P7 is out.
Lugi. And when Lugi is in the pits, I will transition to full screen. So we have still Hippie Head and Yanni out on track on my end, but that'll do for me. So I will go full screen with Prentice for stint number 2. Have fun, guys.
10 cars out on track. Testing, has that worked? Yes, yes, it had my mic muted on the stream. Yes, finally, my beautiful voice is heard. I thought you were doing everything through Discord, so that might have been, yeah. Yeah, but you can hear me now. Yes. No, we haven't. Have you back? Yes. Took me 20 minutes, but I can work basic technology. Let's go. I'm not washed. Oh my god, alright, yeah. Right, no. Now I'm not talking to a brick wall and we can actually hear my half-assed commentary. Let's go, alright. But what? Alright, let's do a little bit of a Stint 2 recap. So, I wonder if it's still got this. Yes, so this was Azorian spinning at the start of the first lap. Just went a little bit onto the grass, spun around, didn't hit the wall or anything, didn't pick up any damage, but it cost him around 7 seconds. Kaza and TT Ghost were in a nice battle, and Kaza got past. Kaza actually on an absolute storm right now. Put a massive gap to TT Ghost. Now, we can't really have a look at the difference in lap times yet, because we've not got any proper times on the board yet. What did you say? Do you remember what fastest lap of Stint 1 was? Just so I can like lob it in my phone to... Yeah, that's it. If I just pop 7:55-ish, if I see somewhere around that, I'll say it's fastest lap of the Stint. No one will see it, alright. Yeah. I'll just do my usual strategy of say the wrong answer very confidently so no one notices. Saw 7:55, nice, yeah, I'll just keep 7:55 in my head. Alright. Is there any particular drivers everyone wants to watch? Not really got any close battles at the moment. Just scanning through. Actually, nope, never mind. King Ears and Hammers are bumper to bumper at the moment in the battle for P11. Go chase cam for this. Got a nice view of the two race asylum car. I believe. Wait, I should probably check that. Yep. That's definitely a race asylum car. It's a wheel to wheel going through this tricky, twisty section. Hannes has Hansa. There we go. Yeah, Hansa has a little slide there. Nothing major. Slipstreaming down one of the long streets at the Nürburgring. Are we going to see a move yet? Not quite. It is very hard to overtake cleanly through the Nordschleife. King is looking to get past his teammate for P11. They're wheel to wheel once again. Is he going to be able to swoop it around the outside? He's close, but it doesn't look like he's got the power yet. A wheel to wheel, neck and neck. Look at this. King Ears gets past his teammate as there's a massive crash, hits the barrier. What happened there to Hansa? Is he going to be able to get it going again? He's got 2 minutes behind to P13. Come on, bro. Yeah, he's got massive damage front and rear. That's surely going to mean he's got to dart into the pits. See if I can remember how to do replays. Yes, I can. So, wheel to wheel with his teammate. He's got to have been like tunnel visioning on his teammate, because the last thing you want to do is hit your teammate off. Yeah, look, tries to give him a bit of room, catches the grass. You've got dirty tyres, and it just flung him around the side. So easy to do. But that does mean that we've got the black screen of death again. There, yes. We just gotta wait for it to like load again. Give it a minute. So King is into a nice comfortable P11 now after that mistake from Hansa. 26 seconds, almost 30 seconds lost from that simple just dipping 2 wheels onto the grass. Gotta suck, yeah. So we do have the first proper lap of the race, the 8:026 from Azorian. I say race, I mean stint, you know what I meant. So let's see how everyone fares up to that. This is what the name defaults with. Jaeger, are you like just gonna stay in this chat to like maintain stuff, or are you gonna go soon? Don't know if I'm like. Yeah. Like around the handover then. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Just didn't know what was happening. Boo! Just ignore the massive notification Jaeger has entered the Discord call. Might help. Oh. Evo's just joined, bit late. Well, I'm assuming he's doing like some race director thingamajigamabobbins. Knows a lot more than I do. Let's see if we got any wheel-to-wheel blokes. Can't really use the mini-map to see if anyone's close by at Nürburgring, just because, like, oh wow, them two cars look close up. Nope, they're like 3 kilometers away from each other. Yeah, we'll just watch Azorian at the moment. It's building that lead up nicely. It was like 37 after that crash. It's back up to 39. So just got a slight edge on Philip at the moment. So yeah, there's not really many like cars closer, so we're just at the point in Enduro where everyone's just got their head down, banging out consistent laps. If any of you do want to see any specific drivers, check up on how they're doing, just let me know. Yeah, Zorian just seemed to be keeping that lead quite nicely. Philip in P2 for, I believe this is, yep, car 777. 5 seconds behind is P3 in, gotta check, yep, car 24, a nice like Bumblebee. I believe this is DMR, but I might be mistaken in that. Yeah. It's got a 22 second gap to P4 with Yeast GT. It's nice looking car 14 BMW. And it's Kaza behind in P5. He's got a charge on. Can watch Kaza if you want, because he seems to be catching Yeast quite well. I mean, it was P6 at the start, got past Ghost quite easily. $7.55.7, yeah. Just get a note of that. We'll be back when you just decide to jump scare me out of nowhere. Yeah. See you, bro. The thing about the Nürburgring that just I never understand is just how big it is. It seems like we've been doing this stream for ages and we're on lap 4. It is an absolute honour as usual to be a part of this, especially with how much money we've raised already. Like, I told my dad, like, cause usually I just come in my room, like, I can be quite loud when I do these commentaries. I was telling my dad I'm doing a charity one today. We've already raised like 1.2 grand before even starting. I was like, wow. Yeah, you can see that gap between Kaza and Yeast is coming down. Which one is it for the good cam? Yes, this one. Yeah, I was talking about it earlier before I realised that none of you could hear me. I am currently in the middle of my Year 13 mock exams for Woof! Big moment for Kaza there. A little bit of a slide. Manages to keep it under control. Yeah, I'm just locking in for like A-levels and stuff. I sent my uni applications off for motorsport engineering. Everything's all sorted and stuff. Got an offer from Coventry, which is my first choice. So I've just got to get these mocks out of the way, see how I've done, and then prepare for the real thing in like May, June-ish. I have got my dinner like at 6-ish, 6:15-ish. I might go grab that and just slowly eat that when I'm like not talking or something, because I haven't had any lunch because I work, so I'm absolutely starving and I don't really think I'll be able to mentally make it to 7 without crying. Amazes me how like the sense of speed is in this game, because I think I've missed a couple updates because I do not remember the game looking this good. Again, that might be because I've just upgraded to PS5 and like not being on a console that's about the same age as me, but this is way entertaining. That first stint was wicked, just watching it. So, these guys, as you can see, if we go into which one's first person is H, and then if I go passenger cam, just so, because I don't know what it is about this camera, it just makes the engine sound incredible. Also, if anyone, like, you could only now just hear me, but I've still got like all my balances and stuff I've got to sort it out, so if the cars are too loud and I'm too quiet or so that I can like make it work-ish. I mean, it'd be a lot better if like Jaeger could sort that out, but he's scranning at the moment, and Kaza has caught right up to Yeast. Here we go, wheel to wheel. Slipstreaming down the back straight. 8:05.8 for Kaza that lap. Yeast is going to cover the inside corner for turn 1. It's not going to be turn 1 yet for Kaza. Is he going to be able to make a switcheroo into turn 2? No, he is not. Little bit of a slide for Yeast. Nothing major. Didn't lose any momentum or anything. Which camera is best for this? I quite like chase cam for battles, but not really like this. We'll keep it this camera here. Yeah, wheel to wheel. Sitting in that slipstream, just waiting hopefully to see a gap. It's a lot easier to make that overtake on this wider GP track but it is to wait till the Nordschleife and try and get it there. We've seen what can happen with wheel-to-wheel battles on the Nordschleife. Because I leave yeast over there. It is yeast, right? Yeah, I'm overdue an eye test for about like 3 months, so you're gonna have to. I know I'm not really the best with like names, but I can barely even read them at the moment, so. Again, Kaza just sort of leaving a bit of room for Yeast going onto the Nordschleife. Should see a move soon, because that gap was around like 8 seconds-ish at the start of the race between them, and it's come right down already. What was Yeast's like that last lap? So, Yeast set at 8.10, whereas Kaza set an 8.5, so yeah, definitely Kaza is the quicker driver here. It's just going to see how is Yeast's defence going to hold up. A terrible stint for me. Get him, Ginger Boy! Kaza just dipping a little bit too far over onto the grass, getting a little bit of dirt on them tyres. A little bit of dirt can be lethal at the Nordschleife. As here they are, bumper to bumper, literally touching each other. Are we going to see a move yet? I need a better camera for this. Yeah, chase cam will be better. Kaza just managing. Yeast just managing to put the car where Kaza wants to be. Absolute wonderful. I thought we were going to see an absolute send into the barrier there. How on earth Kaza kept that one under control? This just goes to show how narrow and tight and turning the Nordschleife is. One tiny mistake could send you flying, but he still kept it under control, still applying pressure to Yeast here as they were around this twist. This section, I hate this bit. Like the amount of license tests and stuff that's back. I always just end up going flying over that mound. One thing I need to do before like much longer is learn like the layout of the Nürburgring. Because I just go twisty section there, turny, big straight, and we're done. So yeah, Kaza just having a couple moments here. Yeast managing to apply that pressure from behind with textbook defense here. What a battle we've got on our hands. It's annoying I didn't put a replay marker when Kaza had that moment so we could see it. 'Cause I believe he just did like the same thing that Hansa did, where he just dipped 2 wheels on the ground. Not on the ground, bloody hell. Grass. Show us how it's done, Kaz. He's having a little bit of a twitch there, nothing major, but you can see the speed difference as Kaza gets into that slipstream range, crucial 7/10 margin. I think he's thinking about getting it up nicely and then just sending it on the back straight, because that's about the only real like proper overtaking bit on the Nordschleife. So you've got to just like give them room. Worst thing you can do is go for a move and then they go flying off into the distance because you've not given them enough room. Or like Captain Mills used to do, you've pressed the clutch instead of the brake and gone flying into the back of them. We're just about to come onto the back straight in around like a minute or two's time. Coming up to the carousel now. Yeah, this is definitely the carousel, not the mini one. Let's look at the pressure Kaz is applying. They've kissed bumpers for what must be like the 30th time this lap. Absolute wonderful textbook clean driving for both of these. As we're running around Yeast goes onto the curb, takes a bit too much. Kaza capitalises on that, on the loss of speed. Doesn't quite able to get past because he's not got much room. Both. As we round up into what is almost penultimate section of like the penultimate section. Don't know if there's a word for that, but you know what I mean. We're almost onto the back straight, which is where most of the overtaking is done. By the looks of it, Kaz just wants to get past his Yeast, has another little moment, not much speed loss and not much space for Kaz to capitalise on that. Fastest lap of the stint is still by Raptor at a 8 minutes lap, pretty much on the nose. So yeah, this fighting that Kaz is having to do with Yeast is holding him back a little bit, but Yeast with some of the best defence I've seen in a while, getting a nice little batters. Here we are finally. I thought the lap at Nürburgring just seems to be, every time I watch the lap at Nürburgring, it just seems to be a lot longer than I think it's going. Here we are. I thought we were like that 3 seconds ago, but not 3 seconds ago, 3 sectors ago. Here we are, back straight. Slipstream versus no slipstream. He's got a 5/10 gap. I reckon that'll be enough to challenge for P4 at the end of this lap. Don't know what that's on about fuel. He's got a nice, like 60% fuel-ish. Don't know if I'm allowed to say that. Please correct me if I'm allowed to say that, and I won't say it. Yeah, the slipstream not actually as effective as I thought it would be. Yeah, I'm not actually able to get past on that back straight. But here they are, wheel to wheel. Yeast goes into the pits. Believe this is the first pit stop of the race that was not full of damage. But I may be wrong with that. So he's got around half wear on them soft tyres and around, 60% fuel. See what he does this stop. There he comes in, get a nice look at that MRL livery. I'm going to shut this window because I'm absolutely freezing. I was boiling about like 15 minutes ago and now not. What's he lobbed on is pops a fresh set of softs on, not taking any additional fuel, and that's brought him down into 6. We've got a nice battle here between Ghost, Raptor and Yeast. We'll watch this because a 3-way battle around the Nürburgring is never not entertaining. Take a look. Who should we go on board for this? Who's going to give us the best view? I reckon sticking with Yeast here, just because you can see what's going up front. If they get a bit feisty, we'll go on to a Ghost. Yeah, that's what I love about Endurers, because like you wouldn't expect like. What is the timer at the moment? A bit more than 15 minutes. Yeah, 21 hours and 23 minutes. That's how long these lads have got until the checker flag, and they're still going bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, don't really care, as there is Yeast getting close up to TT Ghost. He's seen a gap, left it down the inside. We're going to go wheel to wheel as we approach the run up to the Nordschleife. Down the inside, is he going to be able to get past TT Ghost? Yes, he is. Now, is TT Ghost going to react to this? No, he isn't yet. Yeast is up into P6. Now, is he going to be able to chase down Raptor into P5? There's a 21-second gap between him and Kaza, which is around a pit stop. So, I reckon Yeast is going for an undercut on Kaza. So, what Kaza needs to do here is get a nice clean lap here, because his fast pace is quicker than Yeast from what we've seen so far this race. My mic is all the way over here. None of you can hear me. I put my mic away to go close the window and forgot to put it back. So I'm kind of just, if you do notice that, please tell me, because I'm terrible at this. If I just all of a sudden go quiet, or I've muted myself and not clocked, let me know. Yeah, Yeast going for an undercut on Kazza, I reckon, so he's got to get into clean air, which ideally means getting past Raptor as soon as possible. However, Raptor is quick at this track. This is completely fresh softs versus not so fresh softs, so depends, yeah. I reckon that you could probably stretch them out a little bit, but he's definitely with the tyre advantage on Raptor here at the moment. What's the gap at front looking like? 40 seconds. Yeah, just some nice consistent laps for Azorian, as usual in RT fashion. Probably going to come in at the end of this lap to get rid of them softs. Let's go back to this battle here. Behind P7, TT Ghost, absolutely dropped by Yeast. That was a bit savage. Good evening, Russ, how are you? Jaeger's not properly muted his mic. If I speak quite loud, I can hear myself from, like, it's ever so faint, but if I go like, ah, yeah, I can hear that clear as day. What are we on at the moment? 12:14. See, 1.6 seconds between Yeast and Raptor, just making their way around the Nordschleife. Yeah, I am probably going to go in like 10 minutes just to grab my dinner, and I'll just eat that on the side. I won't stop commentating per se or something, but it just might be a little bit of a break between whenever I'm yapping, but it'll probably just be like this anyway. I sometimes do that for streams and then forget I've got food. I'm a right bogger for that. I either like eat everything in sight, or I make myself something, completely forget about it, and it just completely goes to waste. Does the like counter on the stream, is that gonna update like automatically, or does Jaeger have to do it manually? I think Jaeger has to do it manually, actually. Coming up to the carousel gap, down to 1.3 seconds. Food has been acquired. What we've got here, I've got some like sausage and mash and stuff, so I'll eat that quietly. If you do notice I've not talked in a while, just say can't hear streamer in chat or something, and I'll come back to it. But I'll leave you with this battle. I'll be gone for like 5 minutes tops anyway. Wait, is it Jaeger or Jagger or so? How do I pronounce it? Because like J-E-G-R, I see that as like Jägermeister, but but like I butcher quite literally every single name on the planet. All right, Azorian P1 has come into the pits, come out of the pits after we just saw the depths of hell there. Got onto a fresh set of tyres. Softs doesn't seem to have taken any fuel. If he did, he took like the tiniest amount ever. But like here we are, proper first pit window. We're seeing everyone come in. Azorian, Philip, Baby Yaga. Is anyone going to go on to stuff other than softs? I don't know. Yeah, for some reason, whenever I go to a new person, it just like shows the depths of hell behind him. He's Meister Jaeger anyway. All right. Oh, it is pronounced Jaeger. I thought I was butchering that. Force out a bit. Oh, Ghost just crashed. Oh yeah, he's got front bumper damage. Let me see if I can pick that up on replay, or is it not? Yeah, it's gonna be too far back. Good spot on that. Yeah, lost over 20 seconds. But like, he's coming into pit this lap anyway, so it won't mean much. So yeah, I'll just leave you with Azorian for like 5 minutes while I finish this off. Not got much left. Sorry about this. Death taxes and OT, it seems. Oh, it's for dinner. I've got like this mash thing and chicken. It's well nice. I've got no clue what it is, but it's going down well quick. Is there any particular driver you lot want to watch? Or are we alright with P1? Don't care, you're all having P1. DTR, let me see. Do you remember what number they are? I think. Damn it. Oh, Jaeger's finally left the chat. So DTR 22. All right, that's 24. 14. I will find him eventually. Half second penalty for Ghost. It's actually on the mediums. 22. 22, yes. So he's currently in P13 with 20 seconds to go to Hansa in P12. He's had another accident after that first one, battling with, I believe it was King. He's made himself all the way up to P7. I mean, he is on the medium tyres and they do look quite burnt, so going for an alternative strategy, staying out for the long run and just seeing how it works. So yeah, I'll just do a quick rundown while we do it. So after like the first round of major pit stops, we've got Azorian still in the lead. He's built back that lead to where it was at the start of the race after that spin, up to 45 seconds. Philip this is car 46. So P2 is car 777, currently being driven by Philip, having a nice day out. He's got a 5-second gap between him and Baba Yaga, who's currently driving car 24 for DMR. Just getting some nice consistent laps down the way, and then it's a 23, 28, that's an 8-second gap to Yeast in car 14 and Kaza in car 267. So even after all of the pit stops and stuff, it seems that Yeast's strategy of the undercut has seemed to work on Kaza. He's maintaining that P4. I'll go back to P5 and watch this battle again after I've gone through the order. So P6 is currently the car treble 6 with 6ception today. 19 seconds behind P5, 33 seconds ahead of P7. An absolute wonderful stint. It's gone from P12 to P7 already this stint. ERA King Ears in car 208. I believe this is a Race Asylum car, but I could be wrong with that. I've got no clue where any drivers are. Absolutely incredible stint so far for King Ears, seeing if where he'll go back to, because he's the only driver, to my knowledge, who started on mediums and hasn't pit yet. I'm probably wrong in that, but yeah, he's doing a wonderful job at just staying out there, getting some consistent laps. Yeah, he is an RA car, nice. P8 is LMP Legend, driving the wonderful green Porsche car 838. He's got 2.4 seconds to King Ears up front, and 2.8 seconds behind Jacko in car 69, nice. Again, so we've got a nice little battle going on here. Not as close as the battle for P4, which is like pretty much under a second. But we got 3 cars within 2 seconds. Could spice up later. 11 seconds behind in P10 is car 10, driven by TT Ghost. He was having quite a nice race until he lost around 20 seconds from that crash that we didn't get to see, but he's fixed all the damage in that round of pit stops, got onto a fresh set of mediums, and he's just banging out some laps, trying to bring it home. Iceman is 2 seconds behind that in car 43. There's a load of BMWs out on track. It's 2 minutes and 45 seconds behind to Hansa in P12 in car 80. He was battling a wonderful battle with King Ears earlier on, and then just dipped 2 wheels onto the grass, and we all know how that ended. And then car P13 is car 22, driven by Ian at the moment. Oh, okay, that looks like he started on mediums as well, so it wasn't just King Ears, because it doesn't look like he's pit yet. And 4 minutes and 30 seconds behind that, our only lapped car of the race so far is the car 910. Just getting some nice consistent laps to bring it home. So let's watch the battle for P4 between Yeast and Kaza. Kaza had got past in the meantime. It was Yeast P4, Kaza P5, but not by much. Now these two were scrapping earlier on, so let's see what this will turn out. So we'll just watch this battle for the meantime, because they are by far the closest drivers on track at the moment.
So ideally what Kazza wants to do here is just pull away from Yeast. He's been fighting him for a good couple laps now. Yeah, he's on a personal best at the moment, just flooring it, trying to get away from Yeast. He is crucially out of that 7/10 slipstream zone. Almost said 1 second DRS zone. Completely wrong game, but we ignore that. Definitely closing in on Hansa. Ooh. Oh yeah, Ian. Yeah, he's definitely closing on Hansa. See what I can do. Put him on the spotlight. Just watch Ian through it. And I always seem to like neglect the back markers for some reason whenever I do comms. I don't understand why. Because the battles for like P15 in this league are just as entertaining as like the battles for P1 and P2. Because of like how spread out the field is, there's people like are all skill levels in the same lobby, and I love that. It makes it really entertaining to watch when you know that there's gonna be someone who's around your skill level. Yep, down to 7/10 the gap between Ian and Hansa. Now what Ian's got to do is just maintain this. He's not got much of the North life left, only around 2 minutes. And then when he's on the wider GP circuit, or maybe the back straight, just get it where it's a lot less dangerous to overtake. Yeah, I agree with you, Ray. It's really entertaining to see like all sorts of different skill levels, because there's like a 22-second field spread here, but there's still like this. Look at this, wheel to wheel around the Nordschleife. Let's go first person. Ian Cam. Wrong button. Wrong button. There we go. Don't think there's any better camera in this game than first person around the Nordschleife. How are AHR doing? If you can give me the car number, I'll tell you. But if I don't have the car number, I've got no idea. As there is Ian flying round Hanzo or whatever. Yes, he's up to P12 now. Is Hansa going to be able to retaliate? Going on to the GP circuit, he seems to have got damage to the front of his car. That would be why Ian was catching up so easy on the back straight. Because damage versus no damage. Look, he's off into the distance. He's gone. He's legged it. He's out of frame. So yeah, will Hansa come in and repair that? Because he's only going to lose around 22 seconds from that. And yes, he is coming in immediately, seeing the speed difference. He's like, I want that car, not this car. Just, yeah, Ian into a comfortable P12 now. Let's have a look up front. So, yeah, Kazza already pulling up a 5-second gap to Yeast, but he's picked up a 1 second penalty. What's he done that for? Only 4.7 seconds off King. Oh, it's King is come back into the pits. 8. Oh yeah, we're on about this bloke, car 69. Yeah, we'll watch Jacko for a bit. Yeah, a thing I noticed a lot is they seem to just stick to one driver for most, especially if you've got two that are like scrapping for a while. I need to give I try to give people equal screen time, but I'm useless at it. So yeah, if you notice I'm like there's a driver you want to see, just like tell me like how's car number whatever doing, and I'll try and get them on screen. So we are just approaching the halfway point of the stint. How's everyone feeling? And my bloody mic was muted. I knew I'd do that. What car number is AHR? I can see if they had it off or not. Yeah, I was just saying, King Ears has caught up quite nicely to Legends and stuff. Hey up, Toby! How you doing? $69, so Jacko, yeah, I think they had a spin towards the start of the stint, but if you look at their times, they're quite consistent. So yeah, they might have, they might not have, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I'm alright, I've just been like focusing on mock A levels at the moment, midway, because it's a 2-week mock period. I've done the first week and I'm like just mentally preparing myself for 'cause Monday morning I've got a further mechanics paper, dreading it, but it's the one that I need to do alright on because it's the most related to my degree. Yeah, I don't understand why, like, year 13, last year of A-levels, because in year 11 for my GCSEs, I had 3 set of mock exams in 1 year, and then 4 if you count the actual things. Whereas, like, straight after Christmas, Monday the 13th of January was my first exam, and, like, I was still hungover from New Year's pretty much, so... eating and commentating, nice multitasking, hell yeah, man. Literally just finished. Yeah, because I was only half 10 till half 2 at work. Like, I didn't have any lunch or anything. So I came back and I was like, what time are you aiming dinner for? And he said 6, which was midway through my commentary. So I was like, alright, can I try and like multitask this and see if anyone notices? I forget how sensitive this mic is though, because I'm used to just like, whenever I'm like Marvel Rivals with my mate or something, I just, oh, what happened to King is? Oh yeah, he finally pit. He's come back out in P10 with 10 seconds to Iceman and 44 seconds to Ghost. So yeah, he started this stint P13, so P13 to P10 is a really impressive stint, definitely. So yeah, Hansa came out P13, 54 seconds to Ian. So yeah, we just reached the halfway point of the stint. So yeah, we're around 30 minutes, 15 minutes behind schedule, I think. Yeah, ooh, Baba Yaga's catching up to Philip quite a bit. That gap was like 5.5 last time I checked, come back 4 seconds. Has Philip got any damage or anything? No, it just seems to be an absolute monstrous lap from Baba Yaga there, 8:01. Raptor has set the fastest lap of the stint, a 7:58.3. It's not quite the fastest lap of the race yet, with a which was a 7:55.7 set in stint 1. Yeah, there is Yeast in P5. A Raptor, he's flying. 7:58 around Nürburgring is ridiculous. Yeah, I was saying earlier, like, I don't think in a Group 3 car I've ever actually managed to finish a lap in the Nordschleife without hitting one of the barriers. But assuming that I somehow managed to do that, I think I'd be able to say like a 8:30 or something around there. Definitely nowhere near these guys. They just seem to be like no clipping through the walls or something. I don't physically understand how anyone could drive this quick. Sometimes I miss when I'd like try hard league races and stuff, but I'd always end up just getting wound up because I was never as fast as enough as I wanted to. That's what I like about commentary. Like, don't have to do any practice for it or anything. I just sit and talk for 2 hours straight, and you all love it for some reason. Like that. I watch Batman commentaries, and you'd think if I do like content creation and stuff, I'd at least be able to tolerate the sound of my own voice. No, I absolutely despise every single live stream I've done because I can't stand the sound of my own voice. But I managed to like tune it out or something when I'm doing it. But I've always got to keep like one ear off my headset because if I get proper into it, I'm deafeningly loud, and my dad's not too pleased about it. But yeah, these guys have been racing this track for years, though, so it makes sense. Yeah, I gave up after about 3 months. Yeah, look at that. Raptor's already caught up to Yeast. Now, Yeast was incredible at defending Kaza. Is he going to be the same with Raptor? I hated video editing with... Yeah, that's why I could never do, like, YouTube videos and stuff, because, like, before... So I used to do like God, I think this is going back like 4 years or something, but I did like Minecraft tutorials. Like whenever I was editing it, I had like a script or something. I just ended up like not even worrying about the audio if I stuttered or something, because I'd watch it back. I'd do like all these fancy edits that I'm trying to look at, and all I was focusing on was the sound of my own voice. Yeah, bump to bump against textbook to what we saw with Yeast and Kaza earlier. Yeast's defense is just impeccable. He seems to know before the guy behind him does. Like he sort of like leaves a half gap, and then like when you're thinking about attacking him, he just seems to know where he wants to go and puts his car exactly there. I've got the most scuffed setup. Ooh, yes! Wheel to wheel down the back straight. It's a drag race. BMW versus BMW. Literally the same car. Slipstream versus no slipstream. Raptor gets ahead, but will he stay ahead? He slips behind, tries to pick up a little bit of slipstream to challenge Raptor, and he's doing just that. 175 versus 174. It's not much, but they're wheel to wheel going into the back of the end straight. Yeast is going to have the inside. Is he going to send it down it? No, he's going to play it safe. He knows Raptor's slightly quicker than him. There he is. Raptor is ahead into P5. He's got 6 seconds to Kaza up front. Even with that fighting, what was that lap? An 8:02.3 blistering pace. So yeah, another fast bloke is definitely legend to look around. Sort of time is Azorian setting, so 8-minute fight. Look at that, 2 consecutive laps of the Nürburgring within 50 milliseconds of each other. Not 50 40 milliseconds even. I can't do basic math. What on earth? What are they smoking? How is that How is that? I'm genuinely lost to words watching this. Is anyone close? Yeast and Raptor. Oh, we do a rundown. We are do a rundown. So, I'm going to see if I can get fastest laps in this all as well, because they're all there. So, currently, in P1 for the entire race is ORT still. The gap coming out of the pits was around 47 seconds. He's brought that up to 52. He had the only sort of hint of the mistake this man has made so far is that spin on lap 1. And then he just got his head down, lost about 7 seconds from it, gained that back, and some more. Just a textbook how to lead a race from Azorian in ORT here. You're from Yorkshire, I'm Nottingham, mate. That's the thing with the East Midlands accent, because it's in the middle of England. It's just a mixture of all of the British accents, so it just sounds like some... I don't know how to describe the East Midlands accent. I've had people say I'm from Southampton, Yorkshire, London. The only thing I don't get is scarce, which I'm glad. But no, I'm from Nottingham, mate. Alright, P2. What car is this? This is car 777, still driven by Philip. Some nice consistent 802s, 804, 803, just saying some nice consistent, doing it good. I don't, again, another one I've not seen make any mistakes yet. Baba Yaga again, fast. Look at that. 803, 801, 803. So yeah, some nice times for the car 24. He's got 6 seconds ahead to Philip. It is doable, but they are pretty much identical pace. So I think this will be the podium finishers. This stint, provided one of them don't go flying into the wall, which it could always happen. The wall at the Nürburgring is always just there. You can look. It's like the Cadwell of Gran Turismo 7. Just the Nordschleifer is so narrow, and they all just belt around it like nothing happens. Alright, so bit of a gap to P4 Raptor after getting past Yeast. Car 666. I believe they started like P7 or P8 or something. It's been a wicked stint. This guy, fastest lap of the race as well, 58.3, blistering pace. And it's Yeast in P5 for car 14. Yeah, hey up. Yeah, I guess you have a lovely Geordie accent. And it's 1.2 seconds behind to Kaza. This duo, Yeast and Kaza, no matter where they are on track, are just together. Oh, I swear Yeast. Oh, Kaza, massive damage. Front bumper, both front ends and rear bumper. So they've done some like sandwich switcheroony bong 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 into the walls, and that's why Yeast is back ahead of him. Because yeah, it was like Kaza made himself all the way back up to P4 for having that. So 100%, yeah, it's got to have happened this lap. He'll come into the pits at the end of this lap, lose around 20 seconds. He's still going to be P6 though, but he's going to have quite a bit going for Yeast and quite a bit going to P7. Currently 40 seconds behind Kaza in the car 838. Yeah, again, like looking at them times, very consistent for the Nürburgring. I'd say like within 5 seconds of each other at this track, because it's such a long track, is consistent. This here, 8070, 830, deranged mental psychopath. No human being should physically be able to do two actions that well, that consistent. Like, how is that physically possible? I don't understand it. But we've got some flat clouds in the distance. I don't necessarily know how you can get the weather radar up. If anyone knows how you can get the weather radar up spectating, see that. Could we also have a look in the backfield? Yep. So backfield was 14. There we go. So we'll go from the back. So our only car to be lapped so far is car 910. Just getting some nice laps under there. So it's still like 819, 821, 823, 823. Again, even all the way at the back of the field, like 17, 20 seconds slower than the front. It's still consistency. That's what can't get it up while spectating. Rip. Thought you couldn't. Yeah, I don't think we do any rain, but them clouds do look quite menacing. So you never know, it might start chucking it down. I kind of hope that it starts chucking it down, because when it starts chucking it down, it gets really interesting. Especially if you're not driving and you're just commentating. If you're driving and it starts pissing it down, then it's a nightmare. But look at that cloud. But yeah, blue flag. I believe that's Philip coming to note. It'll be like Raptor or someone. No. Azorian coming into the pits for the second time. deciding to come up with some fuel, because 5% fuel trying to get around the Nürburgring is not the greatest idea. So yeah, it's 5 laps after this. No, including lap 11, 5 laps, because it's the end of lap 15. It does not feel like I've been talking for an hour and a half, but I guess I have. So where was I with the rundown? I think I was 8th with Jacko, yeah. So car 69, 7 seconds to P7, 22 seconds to the Iceman in car 43. Not got any damage or anything, but definitely coming in at the end of this lap because low fuel. And it's Big Man King Ears, car 208. Very nice stint, made it up from P13, had a nice little battle with his teammate before he went flying into the wall. Yeah, just some nice textbook stuff. That is Iceman up front, just saw him in a little bit. Is that Iceman? That doesn't look like 3 seconds. Nope, that is definitely Iceman up front, yeah. And then it's Ghost behind that. 1 minute up front, 2 minutes behind. He's got a very nice, comfortable P11 here. He's just got to keep it consistent, bring it home. He's had a couple offs, I believe. I only know one, but there might have been another. Yeah, nothing like proper sticking out or anything. Yeah, very comfortable P11 for car 10 at the moment. Then it's Ian in P12. Again, a very comfortable P12 at the moment. Car 22. He's got 2 seconds ahead to Ghost. That's not really reasonable in 6 laps. And 1 minute 22 to Hansa, who's having a very nice stint and stuff. But he just seems to be. Cause I'm very much like this. I'm alright until I have my first crash, and then it's like once you've crashed once, it seems everything starts to go downhill from there. And I think that's just what's happening to Hansa at the moment. But I say that, he's just set his fastest lap, a 8:29. So you never know, and then it's 3 minutes behind to Rafi. 19 what? Oh yeah, he's just come out of the pits. I was going to say, where's that come down from? Right, who do we want to watch? Right, I don't care, we're watching Jacko, these guys are close. But Kaza almost about to drop to P8 after coming out of the pits from the damage from that off that he had. We're racing till 3 PM tomorrow, absolutely. This is the only stint I'm doing, unfortunately. I was going to do stint 4 as well. And then something came up on a car, which was annoying, but at least I still get to do one, just stint 2, and I like how this has worked out. The target was 500 quid, mate. We made that before we even started, so I don't know what we're doing. I reckon at the end of the 24 hours, yeah, 1 million, absolutely. Only 1 million, I'm saying 5. The mind charity, all mental illnesses and stuff are just going to be completely eradicated off the earth purely due to race asylum. I know I'm taking the piss, but like I can't put into words how grateful I am to be a part of this, just seeing the whole community come together for such a good cause and how just sheer effective it has been. I did not expect to wake up today, say, alright, I'm doing a charity stream. What we at? Oh, we're over £1,000. How? Yeah, I reckon we'll just realistically hit 2k. Hansa says 3k. Corentis is saying 2.5k. I reckon we'll end on 2.5k by this time 3 PM tomorrow. This time 3 PM tomorrow. At 3 PM tomorrow, I said. 2.5k, I'm locking it in. I'll watch a bit of the back markers. Because we're talking about this man here, Hansa, and his guess at 3K what we'll end on. We'll watch him for a bit. Get the nice cinematic shots of the Nürburgring and the Orange Man. So yeah, even with a bit of damage, there's not much damage. I'm an idiot. Not much damage. He's just got like a front bumper and an end bit. So it's manageable, this damage, but it's still bloody annoying. So that's the sort of thing about like endurers and stuff. He's got loads of time front and ahead. There's nothing stopping him coming into pit and stuff. But like, they're not going to want to finish P13 over 20. What are we on? How long's left? 20 hours and 39 minutes. Over like that much time, anything can happen. Oh, big jump. Anything can happen. You've got to like think over that. If I do pit, I lose like maybe 20-30 seconds. That's going to be not that much over, but it's not like he's losing time or anything. In fact, he's gaining time with this damage. So in some nice fast lap, he's got back into the zone. Let's just get some laps under the belt, get some time out. As ahead, P12, Ian comes into the pits, no damage or anything, just getting a fresh pair of medium tyres and a nice top up of fuel. He's got a very comfortable P12, so he's not really got to worry about anyone challenging him for that. 3K would be the one. Yeah, 50 quid from these to go in. After this stream, I'll lob a fiver in, because I don't think I've actually given any yet. I'll definitely lob a fiver in after this. Just gonna go for a quick wee real quick, won't be 2 secs. Streamer boy is back. So, we've got quite a couple of drivers in the pits at the moment. So yeah, definitely second round pit stops now. So Butchers, who we got? So Philip and Baby Yaga both coming in around the same time. So you get a fresh set of soft compound tyres. Raptor also coming in 4% fuel, dragged that out to absolute perfection. Oh, just readjust my mic a bit. Check a little in a bit. Love a good chat. I love charity races. Oh my god. We're at 1.2. I can hear myself again. Don't know why, but I can definitely hear myself again in the back of. Maybe it's just the voices or something. See if I can do anything to fix that. Testing? Yeah, I'll deal with it. Yeah, well, already up to £1.2 thousand. What? Genuinely just unreal money. P7 LMP Legend. 1% fuel. Well, he ran out of sound. Is okay on this end. No echo, yeah. There's just a tiny bit of an echo on my end, but I can, if it's fine on your end, but I won't touch anything, because knowing me, I'll fix the echo on my end and then break it on the stream or something. If it's fine on the stream, I won't touch anything. So, orders shifted around a little bit because of them, what's it called? Pit stops. King ears again. Now, looking at this, fuel might be an issue. Doesn't really look like he's got 4 laps of fuel there, but anything could happen. His tyres are perfectly fine. It could just pull some fuel-saving masterclass and bang a one-stop out, but he's got medium. Now, someone who's streaming, Corentis, it's me. So, I believe, does he have to use mediums and softs, or is a medium alright? Because like most people have done 2 stops, but he did an absolute master. Hey up! No mandatory tyres, alright. Yeah, I need to do a bit more like reading up on the rules and stuff about this, because like for the entirety of IRO, I was just the GTC. I swear every streamer just got more confused about what was going on, but I get to see grown men play race car that are a lot better than me, and that's all I care about. He prefers the mediums and is quick enough on them. Yeah. Do we reckon he can pull off the one stop though? Because like he's around 40% fuel at the moment. I think he'll have to come in like maybe like a lap or 2 before the thing and just grab a little bit of fuel. But he could make this work. An absolute masterclass to go from like P13 to P8 in a stint. So yeah, Jaeger's sorting everything out with the stream. He should be here any minute or stuff, because I've not got a clue how to like sort it all out. Oh, I was live for around 20 minutes before I realised my mic was muted. Don't ask me how I did that, but cheeky little short shift here and there, but Mojo will get him. Oh yeah, LMP Legend is only like a second behind and gaining fast. Let's keep an eye on this battle. For once, without focusing on what I keep on doing wrong, something that I've done right is I've got, you know, the like little names over the car. I managed to remember to turn them off this time. Now, I think this is probably the first stream I've done where I've remembered to do that. So yeah. Yeah, I thought. Yeah. Yeah, the stream, the audio comes off my stream. I thought we were doing it off Discord, so I had my mic muted on my stream, but not on Discord, so I thought everyone could hear me, but they couldn't. Last chat. Can you hear both of us, or can you just hear me? What? As King is at 9th. What did I miss? By the looks of that, he's gone flying into the barriers while I was just yapping. Yeah. I was gonna say our cupcake in here, but you are cupcakes. Yeah, wait. Let me try press a random button and hope for the best. Which block? Wait. Yeah. Alright, so it's a PS5 issue, nice. Yeah. Wait for Jaeger to get back and fix it. Yeah, we're on lap 12 at the moment, so we've got quite a while until the handover. We're around, I think, like 20 minutes behind schedule. Yeah, around that. So yeah, King has had a massive accident or something, because like half his bloody car is missing. I missed it. But that does mean that LMP Legend has been promoted to P8 from that. He's only got a rear bumper and a rear axle, so what I think happened was he spun, his rear end hit the wall or something, and it's just caused him to get a little bit of damage. But he doesn't really seem to be losing much. I mean, we'll see what his time's like going into the next sector. I mean, it won't be a perfect way, but I mean, looking at them times, we've got an 806, an 806, another 806. Yeah, very, very consistent times across the board for everyone. Azorian has just broke into the sub 8-minute laps. Fastest lap of the stint is currently still NRC Raptor with a 58.3. Fastest lap of stint 1 was a 55.7. Don't know who it was from, but that was fastest lap. He clipped barrier when Mojo went past. He's big mad. He doesn't like having a non-clean stint. Yeah, I know the feeling, yeah. It's got to get your head down and get it finished with. Yeast and Kaza are together again. The gift that keeps on giving these two, no matter what happens. Like, this guy can go flying around him, go off into the distance for 10 laps, slam into the barrier, and they're still fighting. I don't understand it. Like, I've seen married couples have less feuds than these two this race. The 8:02.4, fastest lap of the race for Kaza. Don't know why that's red. We're gonna ignore that. Sorry, doing it was you Ray. You mentioned Mojo. If in doubt, blame Ray. I haven't done a proper full-on P1 to P14 rundown in a while. Let's have a look at the gaps. Azorian has picked up his pace, he's picked up the gap. 57 seconds, almost up to a full minute as we approach the handover for Azorian. Gap P2 is car 777 being driven by Philip. Currently 12 seconds ahead of Baba Yaga in car 24. Got a half-second penalty. Maybe just clipped the white line, the infamous 1 pixel wide. It's then 28 seconds to Raptor. An absolutely phenomenal stint from the man in the car treble 6. Started around P8, P7ish, and he's just flown up the grid, setting consistent fast lap after fast lap, showing us all how it's done. We've then got Yeast in P5, 26 seconds behind, closely followed by Kaza in car 267, only around 2 seconds behind. These two have been giving us some wicked entertainment this stint. Bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, around the Nordschleife. It's what you want to see, and they've been giving it to us. And P7, 29 seconds behind Kaza is Jacko in car 69. Again, another one that's gone up the field a bit. Got some nice positions, got some nice consistent laps, bringing it home for his team. He's going blue as well, just to add it on. 8:04 fastest lap, very fast, very consistent. Textbook stint as well. We've then got Legend in the car 800 of this beautiful green Porsche. Again, just another, like, there's not really been many people that have had, like, not the greatest stint. King is very annoyingly started P13, climbed his way up the grid, was all the way up to P6 at one point, then making what quite literally is his only mistake he's done this race. And he's going to be beating himself up over it because, like, I know I'm very much like I can have a clean race, then I've been it once and it's the end of the world. And we've only got 1.7 seconds. Keep an eye on this battle. Iceman approaching King Ears. Is he going to be able to pop that BMW into P9? We'll see. This could be brewing up for a nice battle. And then we got a nice, comfortable P11 for car 10 TT Ghost. 1 minute behind Ham Ice, and then 2 minute 52 ahead of Ian in car 22. Another nice, consistent, even out the back, consistent fast laps. Not really many like crashes happen or anything. Another one who's been very entertaining to watch was Hansa. He's 1.14 minutes behind Ian. So Ian, that's the thing with the back one, because they're all very like comfortable in that position. Yeah, he's had a wicked battle with his teammate Big Ears earlier on before just taking a bit too much of the grass and meeting barrier, but he seems to have picked up the rubble from there. He's got a bit of damage, but it's not stopping him. He's got some nice consistent laps under his belt, and he's just bringing this to the end, doing what he needs to do. And then in last place, last but not least, is Rally Alley. Nope. Rally Alley, yeah. Well, I know it's not right, but I'm calling you that. In the car, like 900 and something. I think it's 910. Yeah, this GTR here. And that is the full rundown. So, let's watch Yeast and Kaza. Kaza, 1.1 second that gap has come down to as I was doing all my yapping, which is just perfect for us, because that means the battle's coming down. Huge stint from P4, comeback in progress for pole sitters. Oh, it was, oh yeah, these guys were on pole, and not even the greatest stint one, all the way down to P8, and his incredible comeback, coming back, making up new words. Yeah, wicked stint for Raptor, bringing it back for his team. So, let's watch Kaza. Kaza and Yeast, the old mighty married couple here, giving us entertainment after entertainment. Now, if Jaeger's not back by the end of this lap, oh well, oh no, there you are. Yeah, I thought you were back or anything. I was like, I can't do this handover without you, bro. Yeah. It's got all three of us here now. I knew you'd do that, just like come here and like, boo, didn't even say hello or anything. Hello. Yeah, I think the problems with PS5's integrated Discord, that might be why they can't hear you. Yeah. Yeah, I think the call is to switch to PSN then. So I was only originally doing Discord because I didn't know, because the USB mic that I use, I couldn't ever get it to work on my PS4, but PS5 it works perfectly fine, so hope I can keep yeah. Yes. Yeah. What we're 2 on is Kaza looks up the inside round on the back straight. Kaza up into P5. Is he going to be able to maintain it going into the GP circuit? He's ever so slightly ahead. He's done it. He's ahead of Yeast for what must have been like the 10th time this race. Kaza back up into P5 as we're about to start the penultimate lap of this stint. Depends actually, where's Azorian? Already like flying through the North Cypher. So yeah, I think it will be around like 14 minutes before Azorian comes in. So yeah, you got quite a while. Top tip, turn up exposure. Will do that. I completely forgot. Can I remember how to do this? Alright. Does stream look or yeah. Yeah, yeah, night time I have exposure all the way up so you can actually see the cars. But then I will forget to turn that off as Azorian goes lawnmowering. Just he's got such a big lead that he doesn't even need to brake for the corners anymore. It's making it interesting. I think he just like missed his brake marker a little bit there. Exposure is fine, correct. Alright, fair enough. I'm used to just having my settings just the complete opposite end to where I want. So I'm not actually used to things working first time, which is why I'm constantly, is this alright, is this alright, is this alright? Just gotta be sure. More of the drivers for night. I thought you were talking to me, yeah. If you notice, just around this corner, there's a very subtle glare effect as you could see the massive flaming ball of hydrogen gas that is the sun that the drivers are just driving directly into. Now that I say that, my exposure might be a little bit too high because that sun is blinding, but... Yep. I thought the tire multiplier was at times 2, any reason why I ran the notes. I always used to do that. I don't always. I'd get like a tire was wrong or something. You're thinking it's 1x on a 10x lobby. It's reading. I don't support that. Press random buttons. Hope for the best. East and Gaza still unable to break that gap. Still bumper to bumper. What's it looking like with King Ears and that? So King Ears did end up actually pitting taking the loss to like just make the car feel better, maybe hoping that someone else makes a similar mistake up ahead of him. Still, P13 to P9, absolutely incredible stint. Iceman dropped back a little bit. Has he got damage? Nope. Can't spot anything. Maybe he just broke too late for a corner or something. So yeah, definitely two closest drivers on track are still Yeast and Kaze. Yeast seems to be a bit stronger on the Nordschleife, and Yeast is definitely stronger in defense. I've seen the Defender of the Day, if that's an award, is going to Yeast. I'll go on this camera, it looks better. So is Orion on lap 15? Yeah. No, but he's very close. So yeah, 9 minutes till Azorian comes in the pits, probably, considering how bloody consistent he's been. Lap 8, he sent 8 minute and 30. Then 8 minute and 70, the very next lap. I don't understand how these guys are so consistent. It just truly baffles me. I think I've seen him make one mistake. Actually, no, two. The entire race. He had a little spin at the start. Then just forgot to brake for a corner, but brakes are for losers. It's not cost him at all. Like 50-second lead, started at like 42 or something. It's done textbook ORT style. Just get some bang out, some nice consistent laps up front, extend the lead, give it to your teammate. They do the exact same thing. Bish bash bosh. They've led by like 5 light years. Yeah, Azorian has just started lap 15. The handover is in sight. The gap between P1 and P14 is 12 minutes on the dot. So handover might take a while. Yeah. Next stint runners are in the pits and ready to go. Cheers, mate. Yeah. Got like stream up and everything. Yeah. 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 So stream has gone from only being able to hear you to being able to hear nobody to only being able to hear me. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. As long as they can hear the current broadcast, that's all that matters. Yeah, I definitely think PSN chat will be a lot better than Discord. Just so, like, because I prefer it when, like, everyone can hear everyone, just because I find it more fun. I was running last year's settings in my practice. God, lads. Oh yeah, Jacko.orb, I blinked. These two are wheel to wheel again. He's trying to make it past Kaza on the back straight, do what he did to him, and he's done it textbook. This looks like exactly what happened last lap. Yeast is back ahead of Kaza. Going on to the final lap of this stint for these two drivers. It's going to be very close between P5 and P6. There's literally wheel to wheel going over the line there. This handover is going to be wicked. As Kazza goes down the inside of Yeast into turn 1. It's an old switcheroo. He's back up front. Kazza leads out of turn 2. Yeast follows slowly behind as he takes a look up the inside. Can't see a gap there. Has to back out of it. Literally the entire grid is BMWs pretty much. How many let's take account of how many BMWs we've got. So only 4. Oh yeah, there's more Porsches if anything. It's just that every car I see seems to be a bloody BMW. Oh yeah. There's loads of GTRs, loads of BMWs. Yeah, we'll just watch these till the end because bloody hell, they're impressive. M5 and 911 look to be in a league of their own here. Literally, like, start of the stint, it was these two fighting. End of the stint, it was these two fighting. No matter what's happened, they've both crashed. They've both, like, blood, sweat and tears have gone into this stint to get here. Kazza and Yeast, absolutely incredible performance from them both. Where is Azorian at the moment? It's around like halfway through the lap. Yeah, 3 minute 53-ish, yeah. Fastest lap of this stint is 7 minutes and 58 seconds from Raptor in P4. So rapid pace, not quite the 55.7 that was set in stint 1, but still impressive times. So rear tyre wear like on the 911. I haven't got a clue, mate, but if we look at Azorian and then we look at the Beamers, they seem to be around the same. Oh, Legend and Jacko catching up. We got some more Ferrari strats. Never mind, he's got engine damage. That might be why he's pitting. Iceman, something must have happened because like half his car is red. But there we go, he's got a new engine, so now he can actually drive at more than 5 miles an hour. Might help. So yeah, gap between P7 and P9 now after that is 1 minute 48 seconds. Very comfortable P9 for King Ears. Just have a look at the main characters again. 1 second separating these two. As Kazza just takes a little bit too much curb there, loses a little bit amount of time to Yeast. Nothing like major to start worrying about. It does not feel like I've been streaming for 2 hours, but that's what I love about Ira. There's always something happening on track, even if it's like a 24-hour race. There's always going to be someone battling each other. Fastest wingnut got was the 758.5 out of the GTR, right? Need these two to battle and lose time. They've been battling the entire race, and not one of them has lost time. I don't understand how it's like setting fastest laps, so literally bump to bump with each other. Azorian's going to be coming in any second. If I just get a quick check what time is, 6:30. 1 minute 30 till Azorian comes in. Switch audio to Cupcake, yeah. Is Cupcake still in the chat? So I can't hear him. Yep, nice. So yeah, we're gonna keep. Alright. Yeah, tell me when that tell me when that audio switch does happen, just so I'm not like talking to myself. Alright, nice. Alright, driver swap. Nope. Gap from P7 to P8 is nothing. Alright, let's watch this, because I think Yeast and Kazza have got enough screen time this race. As there it is, the handover is starting as Orion comes into the pits. You're going to have my beautiful voice for about 5 minutes more, but you will keep my camera work. That means that we should be seeing, what's it called? Yeah, RT car is sitting in the pits very nicely. Kaz and Yeast are still scrapping it out. Legend is on the bumper of Jacko, so P5, P6, and then P7, P8 are both bumper to bumper going into the handover. So watch that when they come out. So yeah, Philip just went in the pits. So that's car 777 in. Baba Yaga should follow soon, but I don't really want to look away from this. Yep, Baba Yaga in the pits. And then Yeast, oh no, Raptor coming in to take over P4, wicked stint. I've got to have a look, because Kazza and Yeast are directly next to each other. And so is Legend and Jack. Literally, both of them are like 4/10. I don't know where to look, because I can't be both at once. But we've seen Yeast and Kazza for the entire race. Let's watch these two scrap it. Oh, Jacko takes a bit too much grass. Legend gets on the inside nicely. They avoid contact. Jacko stays on the track, but concedes the position. How they managed to do that without coming into a fight, it's beyond me. Kazza and Yeast are bumper to bumper. Yeast has just about got ahead going into the pits. Are they going to be wheel to wheel going into the pit lane? There's a little bit of contact there, nothing much. Yeast stays ahead by a 1/10 of a second going into the handover for P5 and P6. Cupcake, watch that battle when they come out. P5, P6 and P7, P8. They're going to be bumper to bumper. Which absolutely incredible, this stint. So yeah, up to P8 are in now. So is it when Cupcakes goes full? I just twatted my mic. When Cupcakes goes full screen is when my mic goes. Yeah. Yeah. King Ears has just come in.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. This is Cupcake, covering stint 3 of the NERB 24-hour charity race. And right now, right off the bat, we are looking at the battle for P7 between LMP Hashi and Perry. Another battle that we have got going on right now seems to be between Jakey and MRL Nyrix. Sorry if I didn't pronounce that right. So, right out the gate, we have two separate battles going on here. Let's take a look real quick and just see. Okay, yeah, so that seems to be about the only battle going on. Well, looks like Hashi has pulled away from Perry, has about a 2.3 second gap. But meanwhile, there is a very, very hot battle going on here between Jakey and MRL. let's take a look here, and Jakey seems to be putting a little bit of a gap on him, not too crazy, about a 1.5 second. Oh, now it went up to about a 1.8 second gap. So, really, really good stuff here. So, let's see, Idorni, let's just go through the list here. So, just a little bit of a recap. ORT Kings is currently in first with a 49.5 second lead over Gitano. Gitano running in second with about a 20, I'd say 21 second gap to RFR Frank. And then Frank running 9 seconds ahead, sitting in third place ahead of Idorni. And then Idorni in fourth with a 54 second gap to Jakey. Jakey has opened up the gap even more, was about 1.8 seconds ahead of MRL, and looks to be now at a 3.4 second gap. So MRL near, I'm just going to call him near, guys, I'm sorry. He is running about 20.8 seconds ahead of LMP Hashi. Hashi has opened up the gap even more to Perry with a 6.6 second gap. Perry running in 8th position ahead of Deering by about 12.2 seconds. Deering sitting in 9th position with a minute 52 seconds ahead of Juggalo Hulk. And we are waiting on a few more drivers here to complete the driver swaps, being DTR Rosberg, Oscar, Radcat. Looks like he is going out of the pits now as we speak. So Cat's going to be running in 11th position. And yeah, so what a start to stint 3. Whew. Okay. Alright, so I'm... Gotcha. And I'm just getting word that there is about a 2-minute gap between, you said P11 and P12, right? Okay, yep. So, still got a little bit to go until they could leave the pits. But I will be taking a look at the comments here. I got my old iPad set up, so let's do it. That's awesome. Whew. What a way. Not even 5 seconds after the audio switched, it was on like Donkey Kong. So, yeah. Which, speaking of which, if anybody is watching this stream, how does this audio sound? Can you guys even hear me? Alright, P12 is in from what I'm being told, so DTR Rosberg should be leaving the pits here any second now. Wonderful. Yep, AHR Jacko Paul saying it sounds good. Great. Love it. So 12th was just in the pits in the last stint. Would be nice if game audio volume is a bit higher. That is from JP Japa. Yep, and there goes DTR Rosberg out of the pits and onto the track. About a 7-minute 53-second gap to first place, being ORT Kings. So let's take a look here. Let's see if we got any kind of battles going on. First and second looks to be kind of well gapped, as well as between second and third. But we do have maybe an upcoming battle for third position between RFR Frank and NRC Idorni. We are going to have to keep a look at, or keep an eye on it. Jakey has opened up the gap to MRL near. And then Yeah, Hashi and Perry, 12 seconds. Deering, 2.9 seconds away from Perry. You have to keep an eye on that also. Remember, folks, we are here for 2 hours. So, 2 hours at a track like Nürburgring, anything can happen, and I am sure you guys have seen that the past 2 stints. Alright, just getting word that 3 more minutes till P14 comes in. And there he is, R.A. Oscar getting a set of tires and coming out of the pits about 1:35 behind DTR Rostberg and about 9.5 minutes back from first position. So, oh, yep, here we go. Just what I thought. We have a battle for position 3 between RFR Frank and NRC Edorni. So let's keep our eye on this and let's see what kind of transpires. RFR with about a 4/10 of a second. Oh, no, going down. Yes, I'm going to say about 3/10 of a second back from Edorni. Let's go in the cockpit here of Edorni and see what he is going to do. Going through the, I believe that's called the Schumacher S's. Coming into this turn, is he just going to kind of lay back and chill for a minute? I mean, this is definitely interesting. And oh, Edorni going to the inside, making the pass. Is he going to be able to stick it? He is. Wonderful. NRC Edorni making a beautiful pass on RFR Frank to take third position with about, I'd say, half a second. Now climbing up to 7/10 of a second gap to Frank. So beautiful move on Edorni's part. Now, what was the other one I was thinking? I believe it was between Deering, because Edorni is opening up a gap there of about 1.2 seconds to RFR Frank. And yeah, here we go. Alright, battle for P8 between ERA Deering and Perry. Perry about 8.5 tenths behind Deering there in the GP section of the track. And let's see here, is this Cupcake streaming now? Yes, it is. Game audio is a bit low. Don't know how to fix that exactly. I mean, I don't think it's on my end. It might just be on the Streamlabs side of things. Yeah, might have to do that. So, ERA Deering has now opened up a gap on Perry. Looks to be about 1.5 seconds. So they were running as close as about 6 to 8 tenths apart. But Deering doing a good job opening up the gap, getting some kind of breathing room from Perry, with about a 2.1 second gap. Okay. See you, buddy. Whew. Alright, so NRC Edorni, with about a 4.2 gap to RFR Frank. Jakey running in 5th position, kind of in his own little world at the moment. 52 seconds back from RFR Frank, and about 26.5 seconds ahead of MRL Near. I do have a feeling that Hashi is starting to gain time on MRL Near, so I think there was a little bit more of a gap there at the beginning, so that is something I do want to keep an eye on and just kind of see what transpires. So let's take a look. So Perry in his own little world, or almost. Juggalo Hulk is a minute 53 back from Perry, and about a minute 1 ahead of Cat. Cat running for, I believe, 10 Tenths Racing, sitting in 11th position. Then we got DTR Rosberg, Oscar, and the Devil's Kling, sitting in P14, 13 minutes away from the leader. And I'm just getting word here, I need to maybe adjust the setting. So, alright, how about this? S7R Stig. Cupcake just sounds like a wholesome guy petting his cat while casually commentating. You love it. Or I love it. That's the first time somebody's told me that, I'm just gonna tell you. So we're looking at ORT Kings here, and I'm starting to see some kind of blue flags. I don't know who it's for exactly. Let's take a look. DTR Rosberg. So Rosberg getting ready to get lapped by ORT Kings. JP77, he's actually petting his cat. Joke's on you, I am allergic to cats. LMP Mojo saying that works. Yeah, is this better by chance? Take a look. Gitano, NRC, Edorny. Edorny doing a really good job there, sitting in P3, and is over 9 seconds ahead of RFR Frank. RFR Frank, meanwhile, just kind of doing his own thing at the moment, as well as Jakey. Jakey opening up a big gap on Hashi. I wonder if something happened. No? Not seeing any kind of damage. Interesting. But MRL near. Now this is something I kind of predicted just a few minutes ago. That gap has dropped down to about 3.4 seconds. Well, going up 4. Between Hashi and Near, so that's going to be interesting to see later on in this stint. And it seems like everybody else is kind of in their own little world there. S7R Stig petting his iguana. Alright, so let's cut to ORT. And let's check out, let's see, this is what I like to call, let's look inside of a racer's mind. So we're going to go into the cockpit view, and we're just going to watch and see how Kings goes around just this little part of the track here. Alrighty. Yeah, so going through the Nordschleife here, you can see he is catching up to DTR Rosberg. So we should be seeing a blue flag situation coming up here in just a few. King so far running purple. Purple meaning he is running the fastest lap of the race so far. But he's still got every bit 5.5 minutes to go. So, will he be able to break the fastest lap time of 8 minutes, 0.762 seconds? We shall see. And as you could tell here, the track is starting to get just a hair bit dark. I know we are in, let's see, yeah, we're past hour 4 of this 24-hour race. And just want to give you guys an update so far with the donations. We are currently sitting at 1,229 pounds. So, clearly we have destroyed our target of 500, so way to go, everybody. I love it. So, we're gonna look here. Oh, I see a position change between Deering and Near. Near and Deering battling for 7th position. Deering is about 2/10 ahead of MRL Near. So let's keep an eye on this battle here and just see. They're going through the GP portion of the Nürburgring. And Deering is starting to pull away from MRL Near. With about a 1.1 second gap. I'm not sure what happened there. Unfortunately, I don't have my keyboard plugged in, and I've never used that feature before, so that's something I'll get figured out later on in the race, because I've got plenty more stints to commentate. So LMP Hashi is about 8.7 seconds ahead of Deering. Hashi just tearing up the Nordschleife in that beautiful black and green Porsche 911. I'll tell you what, that is a very cool looking design. And then Deering with a half-second penalty. So that is going to be interesting to see. I don't think he's going to lose too much time to Near. I think Deering's main focus here now is to get pretty much a gap and make sure he keeps that 7th position. Perry, Juggalo, and Rad. DTR Rosberg is still kind of in that blue flag area. Kings is catching up to him. Alright, Oscar's still in his own little world at the moment, running in P13. A minute 50 behind Rosberg, but yet 3 minutes and 34 seconds above the Devil's Cling. Devil's Cling sitting in P14, 13 minutes 22 seconds back from the leader, ORT Kings. And let's see what's gonna transpire here between Kings and Rosberg. Rosberg should, yep, alright. letting Kings through with absolutely zero issues. So good sportsmanship on his end. Hansa saying what a nightmare that was. Buddy, we've got just under 20 hours left in the race, dude. Anything can happen. So thankfully it's early in the race itself. I mean, it could definitely be fixed. It's all good. Gaetano just kind of holding second there. 52 seconds behind King, 16 and a half ahead of Idorni. Idorni, meanwhile, Idorni and Frank were having a very, very spicy battle in the early stages of Stint 3. And Idorni has done a good job of putting an 18-second gap on P4, which is RFR Frank. Jakey, meanwhile, running in fifth, still in his own little world, 40 seconds ahead, 45 seconds ahead, 40 seconds behind. But still sitting in a very nice position here in Stint 3 of the 24 Hours of Nürb. So definitely a position he wants to be in. Hashi, meanwhile, flying through the later parts of the Nürburgring in 6th. And look at that, Deary has opened up a gap to P8, which was Near. Near looks to have a bit of front end damage, so that could explain why the gap went from 3.5, 4 seconds to now 12 and growing. So Daring is able to burn that penalty off, not really have to worry about Near catching up. Gap has went up to 12.4 seconds. And now up to 12.6. And it looks like Perry is starting to catch up to MRL Near. Was about 4.5 second gap to P8. Now it's down to 4.2. DTR cars, the Mercedes does not look fun. I don't know. That's one car I've never really messed with, was the Mercedes. So Daring served that half-second penalty and is still actually opened up a bigger gap, 13.2 seconds on Near. Perry is catching up big time, about 3.4 second gap to P8. And is now dropping down to 3.2. Let's keep an eye between these two drivers, because I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Is Near going to go in and pit, or is he just going to try and maybe stick it out until he has to pit for tires and fuel? And it looks like he is going to stick it out. I don't know if... Well, this is kind of a catch-22 situation. Because you can fix the damage and be back however many seconds, or you can stick it out, maybe lose a position. But if you've got the pace, you might be able to catch up to Perry. Or maybe Perry makes a mistake. I mean, this is something I am going to keep an eye on. So let's look through a couple things here real quick, because I'm starting to see... Okay, so Rosberg and Kings, that's what it was. Gaetano still has a 15-second gap on Idorni, and Jakey is starting to gain on Frank a little. I know it was about 40-second gap the last time we checked. Has now dropped down to 37.6 second gap to Frank. and has gained 2 seconds on, or opened up a 48-second gap on LMP Hashi. Alright, so let's take a look. As I was going through that, it looks like Perry has gained about a second on P8 of MRL near Rick Nolan. Let's grow. Hi, Nolander. I heard you're gonna be at Daytona this year, so I'll be down there, and we need to meet up, dude. Alright, so let's go on board with MRL near. I'm gonna do a little bit of camera work because that's just the kind of guy I am. So Perry struggled just a hair going through those S's. Seems to be getting a little bit loose. Go on board with Perry. And is gaining on near. Looked like he gained about 1/10 of a second. Nicely done through that part of the track. And is now gaining even more, so about a 1.6 second gap separating P8 and P9. James, P8 got any damage? Yes, P8 does have damage. Looks to be front bumper, so that's what's causing kind of this battle here to form. Klexifan, LMP Hashi, my little brother. May the speed be with you. Go, go, go. Hashi doing a really good job there in 6th place. I am going to cut to him in just a sec, but right now this battle is heating up for 8th position, 7/10 separating the two. Going into probably one of the most technical sections of the track. 5/10 separate P8 and P9. We're just going to keep it on this camera view. Nicely done, boys, getting through that part of the track. 4/10 separate P8 and P9. Oh, and Perry going a little bit wide there, hitting the wall. Luckily, no damage for him. Oh, spins! Slams it to the wall, and he did not spin. That was my mistake. So, near getting lucky. What was a 3/10 of a second gap has now opened up to 4.7, now 5. Perry, unfortunately, does have damage to the front bumper in the right front wheel of his Nissan GTR. So near getting very lucky because that gap is opening up. Now let's take a look at pit lane, where we have ORT Kings coming into pit at the beginning of lap 6. Tire wise, he looked pretty good. Fuel wise, looked good. Oh, just going for tires too, so very good call on his end. Fresh softs, half a tank of fuel, you gotta love it. And let's see, can you see how Rad is doing? Or can you see where Rad is? Yeah, we'll look at Rad. Rad, I do believe, is running 11th. Yeah, so Rad, part of Racing 410 Racing, is sitting in 11th. A minute 26 behind Juggalo Holt, sitting in 10th, but a minute 52 ahead of DTR Rostwerk, sitting in P12. What I thought was going to be a really good battle between 8th and ninth is now separated by 6 seconds. S7R Stig, no man's land. Yeah. But I mean, that's not really. I mean, it sucks, but at the same time, it doesn't. Because, I mean, you've got all that fresh air around you. I mean, you can make some time up. And, I mean, looking at the stream here, we still have 19 and a half hours of racing. So, I've said it once and I'll say it again. Anything can happen. So Jakey running in P5 is coming into pit. I'm gonna check here. Yeah, so second, third, and second and third have pit. Fourth has pit, just for tires. Let's take a look and let's see what Jakey's gonna do. If I was a bet man, he's probably just gonna get tires and no fuel. Yep, just as I expected. But Jakey in a really good spot too, because he's 29 seconds back from Frank and 50 seconds ahead of Hashi. But obviously that is going to change because Jakey did pit. I know, yeah, Klexophon was cheering on LMP Hashi here. LMP Hashi going into the pits, probably the same thing as before. Tires and no fuel. Deering going into the pits, getting tires and no fuel. MRL near is behind Deering, is going to get that damage fixed, and as well as Perry actually. Oh wow, okay. So both P8 and P9, they do have damage, so pitting around this time is pretty advantageous. That way they can get the tires, they can fix the damage, and just roll on. Just hammer down. Perry with Apex Hunter Racing, and is fueling up. Interesting. Very interesting. So, Near didn't get any kind of fuel. Maybe trying to do an undercut? We'll have to see later on in the stint. James saying only 4 laps on soft for these guys. Yeah. I mean, it's like 4 or 5 laps. Somewhere around there. LMP legend. LMP. I gotta give it to you guys. I really like the livery y'all did for the Porsche 911. I love that green and black. It's really cool. It's Jakey just flying through the Nordschleife. Then Frank. A lot of people in no man's land. Well, wait. Oh. Got a little bit loose there for Idorni. Saved it. He hasn't pit yet. And neither has Gitano. Gitano with a 38-second gap between himself and ORT Kings for P1. But that gap is going to open up even more, because I imagine Gitano and Idorni are going to be pitting by the end of this lap. Alright, sorry about that. Just making sure I didn't miss any kind of messages in the streamer's Discord or the RFM streamer's chat. Don't want to make the boss man angry, Mr. Yeager. And the boss lady. Or I should say stream boss and the boss lady herself. But enough of that. So, MRL Shane asking, is parry on mediums? Nah. Seems like everybody's running softs, to be honest. I'm a little surprised by that, because I kind of figured people would be running mediums just for the sake of having to do one less pit stop. But what do I know? And that's a whole lot of nothing. Joel saying hello. Hi, buddy. And then Stig saying 6 medium, 4 soft, 4 soft would have been my guess. I've been seeing like previous racers and like the earlier stints run straight softs all the way through. LMP Legend saying that is not faster. Yeah. I kind of caught on after the first stint. So, yeah. Alright, Gitano going into the straight here has about 42-second gap, so that gap has opened up quite a bit by about 4-5 seconds. Idorni 5.2 seconds back from Gitano. And is almost a minute ahead of P4, which is RFR Frank. L Sam saying, Cuppy Cakes, hi, Leo. I know you are, buddy, but just kick back and relax, dude. This is all for charity. Gaetano and Idorni going into the pits. And none of them have damage. Gaetano just has a smidge more fuel than Idorni, but I really don't see both of them getting fuel. But I could be wrong. And I was wrong. Ha! Getting just a little bit of fuel, and Idorni is getting fuel as well, so alright. So quite a bit difference there in terms of fuel between ORT Kings and Gaetano. But Kings now a minute 9 seconds ahead of Gaetano, and Gaetano is 5.4 seconds ahead of Idorni. So I think it's safe to say we're about halfway through stint 3. So why don't we go through the lineup real quick. ORT Kings in first place. Gaetano second with about a 5.1 second gap ahead of Idorni, who is sitting in third with a 32.2 second gap ahead of RFR Frank. Frank, meanwhile, has a 16-second gap separating between himself and P5, who is ERA Jakey. ERA Jakey has gained on Frank quite a bit, so I don't know if maybe that undercut is starting to work. We'll see later on in the race, but right now Jakey is 56 seconds ahead of LMP Hashi. LMP Hashi sitting in 6th position at 5.1 seconds ahead of ERA Deering. And ERA Deering is gaining on Hashi, but he is 49.4 seconds ahead of MRL Niru. I'm sorry. I just don't know how to pronounce that. But he is sitting 9 seconds ahead of Perry. Perry in 9th position here, 58 seconds ahead of 10th position, who is Juggalo Hulk. Juggalo Hulk kind of in his own world here at the moment. Running a minute 24 seconds ahead of P11, who is the damn Cat. Cat here's sitting in P11 in his own little world as well with a half-second penalty. Not going to change much though, because a minute 25 back for Juggalo and 2 minutes and 2 seconds ahead of P12, who is DTR Rosberg. DTR Rosberg is 2 minutes and 9 seconds ahead of RA Oscar in the Mercedes. And rounding out the grid, 3 minutes and 41 seconds behind Oscar is the Devil's Kling, with a very interesting livery, I must say. Like, nothing bad, I just think it's different, which is good. So that is your grid so far after, in the middle of lap 7, I should say. So, like I said, halfway through this stint. So Idorni looks to be gaining on Gaetano even more, about a 3.3 second gap. And then I want to take a look here between Frank and Jakey, because Jakey has been gaining on him quite a bit. So Jakey is about 15.5 seconds behind Frank. And is currently on a purple lap here at the moment by about 0.6 of a second. So NRC Idorni still holds the fastest lap of the stint with a blistering 8 minutes, 0.762 second. And I am just getting word from the boss lady, the donations have cracked the 1,300 mark. So way to go, everybody. I love it. I told her earlier today when the race first started, I would love to see us crack the 2,000 pound mark. I mean, wouldn't that be awesome? Yep, there it is. It just went up. We set a 500 pound target. We're sitting at 1311. That is wonderful. And it is for a great cause as well. I mean, Innate of Mind. They do wonderful things. I hear a little bit of sliding here. Did Gaetano get a little loose? Looked like he had a little bit of an oopsie. Not too bad though. The gap now is 2.1 seconds, separating second and third position, I should say. Meanwhile, Jakey is still, I mean, he's gained 2 seconds on RFR Frank for 4th. But this is what I want to see. This is a battle for second position. Now under a second. Well, yeah. We're sitting at about a 9/10 of a second gap. Alright, so let's go. Let's not do cockpit this time around. We shall do chase cam. Because this is going to get very interesting, folks. We are coming up to the I would like to call it the final straight of this track. So it's all going to depend on who can get the run onto that straight. Ooh, Gitano getting a little bit loose there. Now 0.4 of a second gap separates P2 and P3 going around the little carousel here. And Idorni is all up in Gitano's rear. So who's going to get the run onto these straight? Let's just look. Oh, Gitano kind of giving Idorni a message. I don't know if you folks caught that or not. Gitano just putting his right turn signal on. Idorni clearly has that draft. What is he going to do? Is he going to make the move? And there it is. P2 goes to NRC Idorni here at the moment. So very good job on Idorni's part. Getting that P2, but still has to defend against Gitano's, still separated by 0.5 of a second. And we're going to check in with the P4 and P5 drivers of Frank and Jakey. Jakey making up 5 seconds. Gives a little bit of a love tap to the wall there, nothing major. But has gained 5 seconds on Frank. Gap is now 10 seconds. Jakey setting a fastest lap of 7 minutes 59 seconds, .932. So Jakey holding the fastest lap of the stint so far. JP, Cupcake, your camera is on point. Yeah, I try. I try to get good shots, I mean. So Idorni is 1.1 seconds ahead of Gitano, still opening up just a little bit of a gap. Not much. Kind of wonder if it's team orders. Because that's, yeah, they're Nexus drivers, so they're NRCs. Meanwhile, Kings is all by his lonesome. Sitting in first, minute 11 ahead of NRC Idorni. And is currently on a purple lap, looks to be 0.4 faster than Jakey so far in terms of fastest lap. So we'll just see how that plays out. And as you can hear, as Kings is going around that turn, we got some ravers in the back. Probably everybody watching this stream. You can hear the bass bumping, and I mean, the sun's starting to go down and the party's gonna get wild. Yep, currently 0.5 up on Jakey's fastest lap. Idorni has opened up the gap even more, 2.2 seconds ahead of Gitano. And up, look at that. Jakey still gaining on Frank, 0.8 of a second faster this lap than he was previous. So Jakey now 7.7 seconds behind Frank. And then, oh, boy, am I glad we're going through the grid here, because we might have a battle for 6th position between Hashi and Deering. Deering 1 second behind our 6th place driver of LMP Hashi. So let's keep an eye on this. And then later on, while it's still daylight, I want to take a look at all of these liveries, because y'all did not mess around when it came to making these cars look good. Deering so far still separated by 1.1 behind Hashi. Alright, so they're still holding pretty steady. I'm not seeing a lot of gains here on Deering's part. But, oh, looky there. We weren't even away from these two for 2 minutes, and Jakey has gained again on RFR Frank. 3.3 seconds separating P4 and P5. Meanwhile, P2 of NRC Edorni is ahead 5.5. Ooh, that's growing. Ahead of P3, his teammate of Gaetano. Don't see any damage on Gaetano's part, so it might have just had a little mishap, but 6 seconds ain't gonna kill ya. So the gap is opening up even more, 6.3. Now let's go back to Hashi and Deering. 8 tenths separates the two, so we are going to have a battle for P6. So let's go inside the cockpit of ERA Deering. I love the sound of this GTR, by the way. It sounds good. So it's starting to gain a little bit more there on Hashi. Half a second separates P6 and P7. Meanwhile, we're in the cockpit view of Hashi, getting a little bit into the grass there. Nothing terrible. Is gaining or opening up more ground on Deering. Deering must have had a little bit of an oopsie there. Woof. Look at them reflexes. Oh, hits the wall. So that now opens up a gap of 2.6 seconds between Hashi and Deering. So let's go to Jakey. Battle number 2 here, folks. Jakey getting into the grass. 1.3 seconds separates Jakey and Frank. This is a battle, or looks to be an upcoming battle for 4th position. I don't know about you all, but I think this stint's got to be one of the rowdiest we've had so far compared to stint 1 and stint 2. I mean, I might be wrong, and y'all can tell me in the comments, but I mean, it's kept me on my toes, and it's turned me into a complete motor mouth. And I'm an introvert, so that's saying something. Alright. Edorni is still opening up a gap to Gaetano here, which we are watching live. 8.3 seconds separates P2 and P3. Whew. So. Oh, looky there. We got another battle. Just when I thought it was over, Deering catches up to Hashi. 0.2 of a second separates them two. Going around the little carousel. Let's go on board with Deering here in the cockpit view. And let's see what happens here going down the straight. Is Hashi going to let him by, or is he going to fight? Or better yet, is Deering going to make the move, or is he going to push Hashi down the final straight, or the long straight, I should say, of the Nürburgring? Actually, you know what? We're going hood cam on this. And oh yeah, look at that. Deering making a move here, moving into P6, overtaking Hashi. Let's see what Hashi's gonna do here. Is he gonna try and make a move going into these final turns? And Hashi is going to back off. So Deering now with a half-second gap to Hashi, and Deering is sitting pretty in P6. Jakey, meanwhile, is 0.6 of a second back from Frank. Oh, saying yes, D. Yeah, D making a brilliant move going down that straight and just holding his line against Hashi. But I want to stay focused here on Jakey. Jakey just kind of getting up in Frank's business there, kind of letting him know, hey, I'm here. You best start working. So Frank trying to do everything he can to defend his position. Ooh, almost contact, but let's gosh, what's going on here? Oh, Frank. Oh, there we go. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Jakey getting the move done, moving into P4. Wonderful job on Jakey's part. But this battle ain't over yet, because Frank is still 0.3 of a second behind Jakey. Chris Reeves saying, what a stud around the outside. Yeah, that was a ballsy move on Jakey's part, but as you can tell, it worked out great. Jakey is opening up a gap here, 0.8 of a second ahead of RFR Frank, who is sitting in 5th position. Deering, meanwhile, is now 1.9 seconds ahead of Hashi, so starting to open up a pretty comfortable gap there. MRL Perry, that saga looks to be coming to a close. I know I've said that before and it backfired, but 5.6 or 5.7 seconds separate P8 and P9. Everybody else, I'd say from P10 down, are kind of in their own little world at the moment, which is okay. Devil's Cling does have some damage on the front bumper and the right front wheel. And as far as damage from everyone else, I'm not seeing anything. No. Jakey is now 2.2 seconds, 2.3, and growing ahead of the lovely BMW that we are watching, which is RFR Frank. And we missed this, but this guy right here, NRCE Dorney, has just set the fastest lap of the stint with a crazy time. I don't have words to describe it. 7 minutes, 57.466 seconds. This dude is kicking it. Alright, I was saying, what a move from Jakey and well played from Frank. Racing some superb wheel-to-wheel racing today. I'm telling you guys, this is nuts. I'm loving it. So, Gaetano is 44.5 seconds ahead of Jakey. Jakey has opened up the gap even more to Frank, which is 3.4 seconds. And I'll be honest, guys, I'm looking at fuel and tire between the two. There's not that much of a difference. So I know Jakey pit, I believe it was a lap earlier than Frank. So it looks to me like that undercut has worked. Alright, sorry about that. I had to catch my breath there. Daring with a 3.2 second gap on LMP Hashi. So Daring's sitting in a good spot. P6. Okay, so kind of figure while it's still daylight, I don't know if anybody's done this yet, but I want to take a look at the liveries because y'all's liveries are on point. Like, I love it. So we'll go to Chase Cam here. Let's just take a little peek. This is ORT's livery, which is absolutely gorgeous. It's simple, but I mean, it's great. And then we've got the boys at NRC Nexus Racing Concept. And I mean, these are gorgeous. I mean, they're beautiful. I love that blue, the white, the gray, the black. I mean, very nice. Jakey with a tribute livery to the old Zanavi livery for the GTR back in the old days. Created by the wonderful JP. Boys at here. I'm sorry, I can't make out what that says there at the beginning, if that's LMR, AMR Endurance, but y'all did a very, very nice job with the yellow, the white, the black. And then here is a livery from Daring, again designed by JP. There is a little bit of a cool backstory. This livery was inspired by ATB. Just kind of got with JP, was like, hey, can you make me a cyberpunk kind of livery? JB said, well, I'll give it my best shot, and this is what happened. So very nicely done. Boys at LMP with a gorgeous green and black livery on the Porsche. I love the little marks there on the front, the side, how it transitions to the all black. S. Kaiser 8, it's DMR. I'm sorry. I'll make sure that doesn't happen again. MRL Medway Racing League with a gorgeous purple and just kind of a very nice color combination on the Beamer. And then the little blue, the light blue, the red for the M logo that comes from BMW's like performance lineup, I guess is what you would call it, like the M3, M6. And then Perry with Apex Hunter Racing in aid of mine, with that gorgeous green, black, purple livery. LMP Hashi. Okay, hold on. Let's leave that real quick. So LMP Hashi going into the pits was a 3.7 second gap to Daring. Obviously, new tires, fueling up. Alrighty. So where were we? Oh yeah, Perry. So yeah, that was a beautiful livery. Juggalo with Medway Racing League. Again, very, very clean design. And then you got the boys at 10 Tenths. With Cat at the helm. 10 Tenths Racing, this is one of their signature styles. And it always looks good on track, man. I love it. Boys at DTR with a gorgeous looking livery on this GTR. I love the little bits of chrome there in the middle. Then you got the red, the white, and then the white rims that go with it, man, just make it pop. Like, I love it. R.A. Oscar in the Merc with another tribute livery by JP, the D2 livery that Mercedes used to run back in the day. Very gorgeous, very clean. And then clean was Speed Buddy Racing. Like I said, very different design, but I like it. Like, you don't see something like this very often. So, hats off to whoever made this. So there you have it. Those are the liveries. And I just figured we go through that, like I said, while it's still daylight and people can see it. So ORT King still sitting in first place, minute 2 seconds ahead of Edorni. Edorni 15 seconds ahead of Gaetano. Jakey is 43 seconds back from Gaetano, but 8.7 seconds ahead of Frank. Now, Frank is not Pitt. It was Hashi I was thinking of. Alright. But Frank, 9 seconds back from Jakey. A minute 3 ahead of Deering. Deering sitting in 6th position. 39 seconds ahead of Hashi. But Hashi has just pit and got fuel. So, it ain't over yet. I mean, I think we could still see a battle for 6th position after Deering pits. Or maybe Hashi can make the pass. We never know. MRL Nero 3.8 seconds ahead of Perry, who is sitting in P9. And is 31 seconds ahead of Juggalo Hulk in 10th position. And then we have Kat, Rosberg, Oscar, and Klingy. Alright, let's take a look at the comments here. So, signing code. Oh, yeah. Good racing, everyone. Brilliant job by all so far. Yeah, this has been some fun racing, dude. Chris Reeves, a 208 GTR that has that teal and purple color to it, in which is also the U Matter colors. That is true, and we'll get to that U Matter thing as well. Kind of cool how that worked out with AA Ron's suggestion and it being U Matter colors. Yeah, it's kind of funny how that worked out, and it fits this race perfect. Then Henry Hashki saying, Hashi, go, go, go. Yeah, Hashi's been doing great this stint, man. I'm duking it out with Deering. Was in P6 for a while. Trying to attempt an undercut on Deering. So, curious to see how that's going to work out. They're still separated by 38.5 seconds. ORT Kings coming into the pit is going to need to refuel and change tires. I shouldn't have to say refuel because y'all can see up there that he has none. So, has to refuel. So we are on board with Kings as he switches the tires out and gets fuel. So NRC, Edorni, and Gaetano still have to pit. And they are approaching the end of lap 10, and Edorni is going to stay out. And then Jakey, meanwhile, opening up, and I'm just going to call it 11-second gap on Frank. And then Daring and Hashi, that still seems to be separated by 38.5 seconds, 38.4. So what's Gaetano? Gaetano is not going to pit. Jakey must be taking a drink break, because I believe he had his game pause there for a sec. So Jakey is gonna have to pit here, I'd imagine. Or is he gonna go another lap? Let's take a look. And Jakey is going to pit for tires and fuel. Let's see if Frank's gonna follow behind as well. Now, mind you, Frank just has a little bit more fuel than Jakey. But Frank is going to go in and pit. JP, I love how you pronounce Aaron as Aaron. It's stuck. Blame Mr. Garvey. Yeah. I think I started that one. I don't know. But anyways, Jakey is coming out of the pits. Frank is still refueling. And let's take a look. Still looks to be about an 11-second gap between 4th and 5th. Gap between 2nd and 3rd seems to be separated by 19.5 seconds, give or take. Deering and Hashi separated by 35 seconds. Now let's keep an eye on this. We're going to stay here with ERA Deering. Because now, mind you, LMP Hashi has already pit and got new tires, fuel. Like, Hashi could very well make a move. And might be able to pass Deering while he's in the pits. Deering getting a new set of tires on and is refueling. Now let's take a look at Hashi. Hashi is going past the entrance to the pit. Ooh, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? There's Hashi. There's Deering. 3-second gap. Going down. Nope, staying. Alright. Whew. Alright, so Deering is still every bit 3 seconds ahead of LMP Hashi. DA Reen saying DMR Endurance. Go, 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 guys. Frank pushed the P to the N Flow. The Flow Racing Team. Kill. I'm not sure what all that means, I'm sorry. MRL Near and Perry are in the pits. A 6-second gap separates them. Interesting thing is, Perry has way more fuel than MRL Near. So, I remember we were watching this and I was a little bit confused as to why Perry would even fuel earlier than anticipated, and now this is going to be why. Let's take a little look, shall we? There we go. Perry passing MRL Nerve for P8, and that gap is separated by 9/10 to a second. So let's let's take a little look here and see. Because I know these guys were being vicious towards each other early in the race. I mean, they were dogfighting. So let's ride on board with MRL Nür. And then we'll just cut to this little view here. Yeah, this will be good. Look at that sunset, boys and girls. Alright, so Perry clearly taking advantage of that undercut, or a little bit of an undercut. And is now 2.3 seconds ahead of MRL Nür. Juggalo seems to be 30 seconds back from P9 of MRL Nür, so that's definitely that could turn into a battle. So speaking of battles, let's just take a gander here. Yeah, Jakey 17 seconds ahead of Frank, and then Daring 5.1 seconds ahead of Hashi. So, Kings is 22 seconds ahead of Idorni. But yeah, Idorni hasn't pit yet. He's got to pit this lap. Let's take a look. We'll do hood cam this time. That way y'all can see that beautiful sunset there. Actually, you know what? There we go. So Idorni approaching the last set of turns here before the start-finish line. I'm gonna say they're gonna have to pit. And just like that, Idorni is going into the pit lane. Get a fresh set of tires on and some fuel. Gattani, if I was a betting man, he's probably gonna follow Idorni. Just looking at the fuel and the tires. Yep, just like that, Gaetano is in the pits. So ORT King's back in his comfort zone of a 56-second gap to second place, which is NRC Idorni, who we are on board with now. Meanwhile, Jakey has opened up an even bigger gap to P5, which is RFR Frank. So Jakey's sitting in a very good spot here towards the later stages of Stint 3 with a 21.8 second gap to the one and only RFR Frank with DMR Endurance. So the boys at DMR are doing a very good job. They're holding 5th position. 21 seconds back behind Jakey, 56 seconds ahead of Deering, so in a very manageable position. And ladies and gents, for anyone that is watching that is in Stint 4, that lobby is now open. Lobby is open. And let's do a quick update here. Let's take a look and see where we're at, donations wise. Yep, so we are still sitting at 1,331 pounds, so let's try and break the 2,000 pound mark, guys. Let's do it. We've got 18 and a half hours left, like, I think it could be done. Let's share it. Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, until midnight. I mean, share it. Share. Send it to your family, friends, whoever. Your imaginary friends. Like, let's break that 2,000 mark. Heck, share it on Reddit. Okay, so, well, we really don't have any battles going on. Well, Deering 4.8 seconds ahead of Hashi. I do want to take a look here. Perry 4.1 seconds ahead of Nur. Juggalo, hello Juggalo, is gaining, or has gained 10 seconds on MRL Nur. So that'll be, this will be good to see, probably towards the end of the stint, or stint 4. DMR Eric saying Frank driving in VR. Hey, he is doing a wonderful job. I mean, sitting in 5th position with VR. I mean, you can't beat it. So earlier in the race, Chris Reeves has mentioned the You Matter colors. So what You Matter is, it's trying to find words to say it. It helps people through their, like, inner struggles by, like, promoting positive mental health and, just keep it PC, unaliving prevention. So it kind of coincides with Innate of Mind, as far as, like, mental health issues and things of that sort. So it's a wonderful movement, the You Matter campaign as well. I mean, and the Innate of Mind. I mean, mental health is a very big issue, and it affects everybody. And I do want to say, as someone, I mean, I get anxiety, I get all that stuff, self-worth, all that lovely, fun stuff, I should say. If you're ever feeling that way, talk to someone. Talk. Be it friends, family, one of us on Discord. I mean, you need to vent, or you need to talk, you need to express something. Don't be afraid to do it. Because the last thing that you need to do is to bottle everything up and it'll lead you to a darker path in a sense. Oh, Juggalo spinning! Had a 16-second gap to MRL Nur and just binned it. Looks to have a rear bumper damage. Oh, you hate to see it. 26-second gap separates P9 and P10. DTR Richie saying, well said, mate. Chris Reeves saying, it ain't weak to speak. Dude, it's not. It's not. I mean, like I said, I could tell you from experience. I could tell you from the issues I've had from grief. Grief's a big one. That will take a toll on your mental health. Been there, done that. And like Chris was saying, it ain't weak to speak. It is not. I mean, like I said, talk, text, pray. Do what you gotta do. It just, yeah. Oof. Got me a little emotional. I ain't gonna lie. So with that being said, I mean, I'm commentating Stint 3. I don't know how well I'm doing, but to be able to come in and commentate for Race Asylum, to commentate alongside the legendary Jaeger and Cruentus, and give all of you guys proper spotlights, or help give you guys proper spotlights on your team and your racing, is such a blessing. I mean, I haven't done this style of commentary in years, so I've got plenty more stints to commentate on later on in the night, so I just want to say thank you all for having me here. Numbers saying, expressing his love to everybody. Love it. Love it, Numbers. DTR Richie, you're doing an incredible job. Ray saying, I love anyone who's helped with this. Is anyway. DTR Cars, agreed, Richie. Numbers, emotions are okay. Yes, they are okay. I just gotta keep it professional, you know. I gotta keep it going, you know what I mean? So, back to the racing. Whew. Alright, MRL Nur is about 4.4 seconds back for Perry. Perry is still sitting in 8th place. Hashi, though, has put a big gap on Perry, now a minute 41 seconds ahead. And then Deering's still sitting around the 12-second mark, holding 6th position very well. Still 48 seconds back from RFR Frank. Jakey, meanwhile, is now 35 seconds ahead of Frank. And Idorni looks like he's still holding steady behind the race leader of ORT Kings, who is sitting in 1st. So LMP Hashi going into pit. Interesting. At this late in the race, tires still look good. Fuel still looks good. I don't see any kind of damage. Interesting. Just a touch of fuel. Fresh tires. And who is that passing him? That looks to be Oscar, who is In P13, DTR Rosberg still sitting in 12th. Cat still in 11th. Juggalo has gained a couple seconds on MRL Nur. Was like 26 seconds when he spun out. Now it's dropped down to 22.7. And then the gap here seems to have closed just a little bit between Nur and Perry. It looks to be about 3.9 seconds separating 8th and 9th. And then Hashi still with a minute. Yep, there it is. Okay. Minute 20 something seconds. Looks like it's going down. So it hasn't calibrated or kind of timed itself right. Yeah, so a minute 18. Deering is now 38 seconds. I'm not sure why LMP Hashi pit though, because like I said, the tires were still looking good, as well as the fuel. They were comparable to ERA Deering, so a little bit of an interesting strategy there with like 2 laps to go, or 2 or 3. So I'm curious to really know the reasoning behind that. So if anybody's watching, like, hit me up. We got Jakey, Gaetano. They're still separated pretty good. Jakey with the gorgeous Zanavi livery GTR. Deering still holding 6th position very well. If memory serves me right, I believe the folks that drive the number 208 GTR started this race in 8th or 7th. So they worked their way up into 6th, which is amazing progress, especially after ending stint 1 in 13th. So very good job by the boys at Race Asylum in that 208 car. RFR Frank still in P5, and Jakey, I think Jakey's starting to gain on Gaetano. I mean, 26, 27 seconds behind him, but I think he's gaining. And then Idorni holding strong in 2nd, 31 seconds ahead of Gaetano, and 46 seconds behind Kings. So Idorni has gained several seconds on P1 of ORT Kings. And then let's give some love to some other folks here. So we got Devil's Cling sitting in P14, 16 minutes back. Which, like I said, anything could change. So I am not counting anybody out. We still have, by the end of this stint, we're going to have 18 hours to go, people. So anything can happen. Aria Oscar running in 13th, 4 minutes 10 seconds ahead of P14 of Devil's Cling, but 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes 36 seconds behind DTR Rosberg. And then Rosberg, minute 45 behind Cat, but 2.5 minutes ahead of Oscar. Cat in that 10/10 BMW M6. is 2 minutes 9 seconds behind Juggalo. Now, Juggalo was gaining on MRL before that spin, so right now looks like he's gaining yet again. 18 seconds behind P9 of MRL Neuro, or if anybody's watching, am I pronouncing that right? So, definitely interesting. Perry 5.3 seconds ahead of MRL. And then Hashi still has that huge gap separating himself between himself and Perry, 1:13. And then Daring just opening up that gap even more. Oh, LMP Hashi has damage to the front bumper and the right front wheel of the LMP Porsche 911. Ugh, I hate to see it. Hashi was on an absolute roll this stint. So that puts Daring in a very good spot. Now 50 seconds ahead of Hashi, but he's still 41 seconds behind the folks at DMR Endurance of RFR Frank. And then meanwhile, Jakey did look like he was starting to gain on Gaetano, but it looks like that gap has kind of held steady, sitting in that 4th position. So it looks like everything has finally settled down. James saying endurance racing really is awesome in all its forms, and huge thank you to everyone involved in making this happen. Honestly, it wouldn't happen without you guys as well. To the folks that are racing, that are participating in such a grueling endurance race too, at the Nürburgring. And I mean, it's the 24-hour layout too. So, I mean, huge props to all of the racers that are participating in this wonderful charity race. And you folks probably didn't hear it in the audio. We do have a Stint 4 streamer of ERA Evo. He is getting set up, so we'll be switching over to him in a little bit. We're currently on lap 14. So I believe we are on the penultimate lap. ORT Kings did lap Clingy. So let's just take a look here and make sure there's no hiccups in a sense. Alright, so looks like Kings and Clingy, there's not going to be any kind of hiccups there, which is good. Good sportsmanship on Kling's part. Making sure nothing happens to the race leader. So, we're going to take Even more of a look. Perry still holding strong in 8th position, about 6.9 seconds ahead of MRL Neuro. And then, Juggalo gaining about 5 to 6 seconds on P9. So, Juggalo really putting in the work there to try and close that gap before the end of this stint. Let's take a look at the comments here. Ray saying, I love endurance racing. There's something truly special about it. Yeah, I'm a sucker for endurance races. I love them. And then Antonio Marquez saying, let's go Kings, with Ray replying, Kings is flying. Yeah, Kings is on another level, let me tell you. I mean, this dude has led this whole stint from start to finish. Like, ORT did not come here to play. Juggalo still has that rear bumper damage and is still gaining on MRL Nurse, so that is very interesting to see. And let's take a look here. Kings is on the straight. Get ready to start the final lap. So let's go on board with them as we go down the straight. We'll just do kind of a chase cam in a sense. Oh, we got a yellow flag, boys and girls. Who is that? That looked to be Cat going into the wall. Ooh, front bumper and left front wheel damage. Yeah, you don't like to see that. Oof. Gutted. Juggalo Hulk is now 10.6 seconds back from P9, so still gaining. DTR cars saying ORT are insanely fast. Yeah, that ain't no joke. But from what I've always heard, they're very classy people to race with. Like, they don't give you any trouble. They don't cause stuff or stir stuff in a sense, so class act of a team. Perry's still holding strong in 8th position. I mean, 6.8 second gap. Really nothing gained or lost there. And then Hashi still with that front bumper and right front wheel damage. And clearly it shows because he is now 1 minute 8 seconds back from our 6th place racer, which is ERA Deering. Deering looked to gain about 5 seconds on Frank, now sitting at 36.5 seconds back. And then Jakey still in that comfy little position there in 4th, 51 seconds ahead of Frank, 25.3 behind Gaetano. We got the DTR boys here in the comments, just chatting it up. Love to see it. So Kings is officially on the final lap. Just got onto the Nordschleife, I want to say about 30 seconds to a minute ago. Boom, 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 boom. And Idorni is 38 seconds behind Kings. Ew. So I remember that gap being as big as like 56 seconds, so interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, NRC is not messing around this stint. Let's just do a little check here of everything. I do want to take a look at Juggalo. Oh yeah, look at that. 6.9 seconds separate Juggalo and P9 of MRL Neuro. And we got headlights coming on, folks. It's starting to get dark. This is when the race is going to get interesting. Track's definitely going to be cooler. The cars are going to be slick. It's going to be like driving on ice in a sense for a few laps. So it's going to be great to see in the later stints here, stints 4, 5, 6, at the very least. See how these drivers can handle racing at night in the Nordschleife. So let's take a quick look here. Let's see where Kings is. Alright, so Kings about halfway through his lap. Okay. So we'll go through it again. I want to make sure nothing has changed, which it hasn't. No. Yuri Deering still a minute 13 ahead of LMP Hodge, but LMP Hodge kind of in no man's land at the moment. 58 seconds ahead of Perry, and a minute 12 back behind Deering. Still has that damage in the front bumper and the right front wheel. And then battle for P8, P9. That's still separated by 7.1 seconds. 6.9. And then Juggalo Hulk is now 5.2 seconds back from MRL Neuro, and they are approaching. Yeah, they are on the final lap. Spicy. And then Cat still running in 11th after that little mishap there, running into the wall. But still holding P11 quite well. So let's go on board with Kings. Let's take a look at the comments. Rick Nolan. Some may be thinking even 2,000 quid isn't going to do much in the grand scheme of things. But if that money helps even just one person, it is more than worth it, y'all. That's a freaking fact, Jack. That's a fact. I mean, the money that we've raised so far is going to help a lot of people, I think, regardless. And going to such a wonderful organization. Alright, so ORT Kings coming up. Looks to be before the little carousel, or just before it. Yep, and going on to the long straight. So, yeah. Look. Ten four. So RT Kings coming up to the final set of turns here. And what a blistering race for Kings and the folks at ORT for Stint 3. They have done a wonderful job as Kings goes into the pits. And he is... Let's take a look. He is in. So NRC Idorni coming up to the final bit of turns here, getting ready to enter pit lane. And Idorni is in. Gaetano, 40 seconds back from Idorni, going down the straights. And let's take a look here. Oh yeah, here we go. MRL Nero, Juggalo Hulk, separated by 2.7 seconds. Let's go on board with Hulk here as we go through probably what I like to call the most technical portion of the track. Could be due to my inexperience, but if y'all know an even more complicated portion, just let me know. Gaetano is in the pits. So, Juggalo kind of getting into the grass there a little bit. Looked like MRL took that turn pretty well, actually. Thought he went wide there for a second, but let's see. Ledwin saying, hello peoples, yes I'm alive, still no Discord, but Wes let me know. Unbelievable effort so far, everyone. So 1.2 seconds separates P9 and P10, so we definitely have a battle for P9. And it looks to be between teammates. Juggalo Hulk, MRL Nero is now down to about about 8/10 of a second. So we're going to stay on board here with P9 and P10. I am going to switch back and forth with them as we go about. Now let's do a little quick little update here. Deering is on the long straight. Okay. So 7/10 separates P9 and P10. As they go around the big old carousel, still separated in a sense. Let's go through here. And the gap has opened up just a little bit, 1.3 seconds separating P9 and P10. But now the gap's closing yet again, 0.8. I mean, this is just up and down like a roller coaster. It goes up, goes down. And now it's going down big time. 0.3 seconds separates them. We're going to go on board with Nero. Let's take a look here. We'll go to Hood Cam. We're going to look at Juggalo Hulk from MRL Nero's rear view. Still, Nero getting a much better run out of those turns. And Juggalo kind of getting into the grass there. Little bit of a mistake. That is going to open up the gap. Looks to be 9/10, maybe even more. And still holding pretty steady. And there we go. Juggalo getting a much better run. Had closed that gap to 4/10 Nira not giving up, though. So, even though they're teammates, they are battling like they are rivals. So Juggalo is going to be right in the slipstream. Elapihashi just pit. But we got our eyes focused on this battle for P9. Juggalo is in Nero's slipstream. But Nero seems to be pulling away from Juggalo. Interesting. Huh. Now it's 5/10. Yeah, it looks to be that rear bumper damage. Definitely got to him. They are going to pit, separated by half a second. So we have P1 through P10 have pit.
And welcome everyone to stint 4 of this Race for Mine 24 Hours of Nürburgring. Thank you, Cupcake, for the brilliant comms there in stint 3. And what a race we have going on between the two MRL boys. Johnny Waffle and Shane out at the moment. 2.5 seconds separating the two. I think it was the MRL of Shane who had to repair some damage, and that's left him a little bit further behind, but he will be chasing after his teammate. You can see him right there, you can see his tail lights, and as a racer that is the best motivation to go and get after someone. Quick rundown of the field so far. ORT dominating proceedings in first place, 32 seconds, back to AWRS in is that the Nexus Racing Concept 1 team, the 666 car. They are on a charge, they are on a comeback, and they are chasing after that win. They're not going to give this up without a fight. P3, NRC Marshall, also chasing back. Oh, and the moment there, we've just caught it on the stream, just as it happened. That was a big moment there, and he's got rear bumper damage and suspension damage. Let's see that. Oh, just rubbing along the guardrails there, and that is costly right at the start of the stint. That's not what he would have wanted. He's back on track. He'll have to shake that off quickly. He's got Kaza behind him for the Jackass Racing team. Jakey and Kaza doing an unbelievable feat of going back to back to back through this race. How many times will they put it in the barrier? Who knows? That's all they're eating for dinner today. Sorry, had to get it in. Teammate joke, but in all seriousness, Kaza is here in the mighty GTR. Lovely livery by JP. Lovely liveries all across the grid here today. Everyone has got their best shoes on, you could say, for the race. The Kaza is chasing after that podium. They will be motivated seeing that accident ahead. In P5 we have Kaiser in the I apologise if I butcher this, the Dominado Racing Endurance team, the number 24, good number. Beautiful livery again on the BMW. This car is so good around this track, and what's a good car without good drivers? These guys are absolutely wringing the neck out of these cars here today. Everyone across the grid doing such an amazing job. This really is a track that separates the men from the boys and the ladies from the girls. And I consider myself to be a decent driver, but this place truly has humbled me. In 6th, we have Roses for the Race Asylum 2 team. Also, on a charge back through the field, lovely liveries again. LMP Chef in P7 in the legendary Motorsport Performance car. Lovely vibrant green Porsche. Listen to that straight 6, absolutely scream. It just looks at home at this track. In the green hell, in that green car, in a German car as well. Just so fitting. We've got P8 here. The GTR it is. Let's see, is it a GTR? It's the AHR team, the Apex Hunter Racing team, and there is a battle here. 8 temps back to the MRL team of Johnny Waffle and Shane. Look at these 3. Absolutely amazing stuff. 6 hours into this race and we've still got 3 cars nose to tail. Absolutely amazing stuff. Such concentration and focus has to go into just doing 1 lap around this track, let alone 15 back to back to back 12 times. Absolutely incredible feat from all of these people here today. We have 75 people concurrently watching this stream to see this awesome race. If you're watching and you haven't donated already, please consider doing so. It's £1, a penny, whatever it is. Every donation matters for this brilliant cause for Mind, raising awareness for mental health. And what about all these guys are putting on? 5 tenths is the gap. Johnny Waffle creeping closer and closer to the back of the AHR bumper. And as the moments tick by, this just gets tougher and tougher for these drivers. It's so dark around there now. I'm assuming a lot of people have whacked their exposure up. And Shane, is that going for a move? Wow, what a move that was. Down the inside, you do not... We can have a look at that. You just missed it. Here it is. Yeah, what a run he got. Just the confidence to stick it down the inside. Brilliant racing from the 2 teammates there. And Shane is now going to be moving on to the back of the Apex Hunter Racing car to get that P8, and hopefully he'll be wanting to tow his teammate past as well. There's some feisty action going on, and it's still the first lap here. Absolutely amazing stuff in this stint so far. 8 tenths the gap now, 7 tenths. What a run Shane has coming through this fast and frightening section of the track. It can be so make or break here. Look how close he is now as well, stalking the AHR car. Good exit out of the mini carousel. He just needs to keep it here if he wants that super slingshot down that massive back straight. Here we go. 3 tenths is the gap, coming down and down ever more. Chef is in the pits. That's an unscheduled stop, so we'll take a look at that in a moment, but we're about to see a pass for P8, and there it is. Shane, 2 positions in 1 lap. He'll be saying thank you and moving on to the next one, potentially Chef. That gap will come down now that he has taken a trip to the pits, assuming to repair some damage. He's out on the softs, hasn't refueled, so that was probably that damage that he had there. Unfortunate. No one is safe. No one is safe from an accident around this track, whether it's just a trip to the grass, an unfortunate hop over a curb, or an unnecessary trip with barrier. No one is safe. This place claims so many victims. But Shane, now in 8th, and is looking to move clear here of the HR team, of Jarv, and will try and pull his teammate along, but we're going to quickly go through the grid and show you the proceedings. So, it's Player Prof from Overboost Racing Team in first place, 30 seconds in the lead. They have been leading from stint 1 all the way up until stint 4 here, doing what they do best, getting out in front, getting a gap, and just maintaining that. Knowing these guys, they've got pace in hand and they're just waiting to show their hand in case they need to. But they won't push, they won't do stupid silly mistakes. They are so consistent, and that's why so far they are in first place and controlling this race entirely. P2 here, we've got AWRS. He was for the Nexus team, the 666. Gorgeous livery on that BMW. Gap at 29 seconds, 29.8. So the gap's come down slightly. I believe it was just over 30, so he's chipping away at it slowly but surely here. It's all about who's willing to take the most risks here, and if they're going for the win, they're gonna throw the kitchen sink at it today. This is a race that everyone wants to win. Nürburgring means so much to drivers. We've got Kaza here in 3rd. He's gone up a position from Marshall, who picked up that damage in the Porsche and has obviously come into the pits to repair that. So he's lost that position. He's down to P4, but just 3 seconds off of Kaza there. And he does have a second penalty. He's picked up a penalty, so that will definitely do some damage to that lead and potentially put the other NRC car onto his backside. In P5 we have another BMW here, the Don Monardo BMW. That's going to get me all string. That is just going to murder me. But we do have the Don Monardo Racing Endurance Team, the number 24 in that striking yellow livery. What an awesome livery that is. 53 seconds off of that battle for P3, 2 minutes 46 down from the lead. We then have in P6 Roses for the Race Asylum 2 team, a minute down from P5, and almost 2 minutes ahead of P7 there. In a little bit of no man's land. That's probably the place you want to be here. Just kind of driving on your own, able to get in a rhythm and a flow state to lap well. And that's what Roses is going to be trying to do here. On his wheel, chucked into the deep end. Good on him. From a pad player myself, it's incredibly hard to go from a pad to a wheel. Such a relearning and rewiring of the brain, and Roses has jumped in the deep end and is doing a great job so far. So we will be excited to see how he gets along in this stint. Wishing him all the best of luck. Wishing everyone the best of luck. LMP Chef here. He was in the legendary Motorsport Performance team, the 830. As we said, almost 2 minutes off of Roses, with a 16-second gap back to Shane. We'll see whether that gap comes down, and we have another fight. Shane now 2 seconds ahead of Jarv, with Johnny Waffle just a bit further back there. That gap has increased a little bit to Jarv. He was hovering around that second mark. He's up to 1.8 now that things have settled down and everyone has got into their groove and their rhythm. In 11th place is Luke for the Race Asylum 1 team in the Mercedes. They are on a charge back now. Started P9, I believe. And here is another Nissan. What one is this? This is the... Oh, I knew something was wrong. Sorry. Luke is not driving for the Race Asylum 1 team. I thought something was wrong. No, Luke is standing in for 10/10 racing here in P11. That is why it is a BMW, and that is why it is the number 10 car. That had me very confused. Yeah, thank you, Ray. I was sitting there thinking, what's going on here? Is that a weird lobby glitch? I wouldn't put it past PD, but yeah, that's frazzled my brain a bit. Luke in the 10/10 racing team, P11, 3 minutes behind Johnny Waffle, and a minute 17 behind DTR Butts and Cats. So once again, like Rose is in a bit of no man's land. He does have a car behind him. That must be a car that he's just lapped potentially. So back to this Nissan here. This is the Nissan 22. This is Dream Team Racing. DTR, D Team Racing, yeah. Great abbreviation, I should have guessed that. But they are in P12, 10 minutes 44 off the lead. A lap down now. And once again, in no man's land, probably where you want to be in these conditions. Just lapping on your own, able to do some solid, consistent laps and try and chip away at whoever you've got in front. These races are marathons, not sprints, so these gaps, while they may seem big, they're going to change massively over the next 19 hours. That's how long we've got left of this race, which is crazy to think about. And we've got Candy from the land down under in the Race Asylum 1 team. Way, got it right this time. Purple on an 8-minute .2. So that's an impressive sector time, but if I know my own car well enough, this car's good on the GP track, but drops off as the Nordschleife goes on. So we'll see how he does, but Candy, of course, a rapid driver, a great teammate, and he will be driving the socks off of that Mercedes to bring it back. That team, of course, on a comeback drive as well. And then finally in P14 is OG Marley in the Speed Buddy Racing team. Let's look at things at the top of the standings so far, and that gap is down to 27 seconds, so it is slowly coming down. But I'm sure Player Prof from the ORT team is just pacing himself, making sure that he doesn't make any silly mistakes and wreck the car. They are very much in consistency mode now. They've got the lead, they've got the control of the race and the track position, which is ever so important, and they are just taking things easy. AWRS absolutely wringing the neck out of that BMW. 8-minute .2 on the last lap. He gained 2.7 seconds, so they are on full aggression mode, chasing after this lead. Kaza in P3, this gap to Marshall down to 1.6 seconds. Will he be able to hold him off, or will Marshall come cruising through? Porsche versus Nissan. So much precision from these drivers through this section of the track, it's incredible. 1.5 seconds now, that gap coming down. Kaza just flirting with the grass there as he chucks that GTR around. Marshall close to that slipstream range. He will get a boost of speed from the car ahead and the wake that it makes. DTR crew is all here. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the DTR team. Welcome everyone. Sliding that car, hustling the Porsche. Always driven on a knife edge, that Porsche. You're always moments from disaster. But the Porsche drivers here today that we have are absolutely nailing this car and getting the ringer out of it. This Kazza again, just dipping some tyre onto the gravel there, it looked like, but he's managed to extend that gap using all the track and a little bit more. And Valsalenta there. ORT is very much pleased and humbled to contribute for the cause. Cheers everyone, and thank you to ORT and all the teams that are participating today. Thank you to everyone who has come into the chat, has come into the live stream. All your support is massively, massively appreciated. And here comes Marshall in the slipstream. Pulls out as they go under the Bilstein banner there. And he's up to P3. Has he got the move done? Yes, he has. Back onto the podium for the Nexus Racing concept team. And the charge continues as these guys look to chip away at this race, potentially looking forward to a 1-2. They were frighteningly quick in qualifying, and they are doing it once again in the race here. And Kazza just following, staying right on the bumper of that Porsche. He's doing a great job. As I said earlier, Kazza and Jakey are doing back-to-back stints for the whole of this race, doing the two-man team. What a feat that will be when they pull it off. Mind you, one of them oversleeps. They will not be hearing the end of it. And sticking with Marshall quite nicely here. We look back to Shane, that gap has grown to 7 seconds as Johnny Waffle managed to get past Jarv there. So the gap was going up. Maybe Jarv had a moment, a little flirtation with a barrier maybe. That has seen them two swap positions. The gap's still at 8 tenths though. So these two seem to be locked in a duel of pace, trading times. Johnny Waffle just trying to break that toe. They go through the carousel, such a tricky part of the track. My most hated corner on this game. It's so iconic, but I just can't do it for whatever reason. It just seems to be the bane of my existence. Shadow from Esports Race Asylum. Awesome to have ORT and all the other teams here supporting the cause. Amen. Amen. Everyone is doing such a great job. Everyone has been awesome sports in the run up to this event. It's been amazing to have everyone here contributing and yeah, for an amazing course. This gap though, staying at just under that second mark. If you can keep it here, Jarv, he will be on for a nice run down the back straight here. So quick to get airtime there. Awesome stuff. Oh, and onto the grass there for Johnny Waffle. Big moment, and he'll have dirty tyres. He'll have to be very careful coming through this section here. He's 1.8 up on his time still, but that has brought Jarv back towards his bumper, and he's struggling a little bit with those dirty tyres. It's just got to be careful. And if he can keep it calm, and it looks like he's got past the worst of it. Very, very well held from Johnny Waffle there for the MRL team. 8 tenths, 9 tenths coming onto the straight. So we might just be okay from that distance. Might be a little bit too much to ask for Jarv in his Porsche. Or Porsche, please don't be offended. And yeah, that gap not coming down much. Oh, Jarv is not in the Porsche, sorry, he's in the Nissan. It's going to happen too many times. 9 tenths is the gap. Still, these two cannot be separated. As they come down the straight, 8:14.5 from Jarv there for AHR, and 8:13.3. So yeah, you can see there in the time the two positions swapping around. So we look back to the lead. Player Prof and ORT still controlling this race. 25 seconds is the gap now. It's come down another 2 seconds to AWRS, an 8:02, an 8:05. Incredible consistency to be within 3 tenths of your lap around a track as long as this. 15 miles, I believe it is. I'm sure Ray can fact check me with that. But around 15 miles, I believe. And to be within 3 tenths of your lap time is just incredible. Such crazy consistency from these guys, and just boggles my mind how they do it. Oh, bit of a moment there, but he's held it nicely, and that's the factor that can win and lose you those races, when you have those moments and you can hold them just like that. It's incredible. I would have been a goner if that was me. Marshall in P3 and Kaza sticking onto the back of him very nicely here. He's obviously got someone to follow, and that seems to be spurring Kaza along here as Player Prof comes into the pits for his first tyre stop here. And I suspect we'll see AWRS in as well for the Nexus Racing concept team, the number 666. Tyres, no fuel, and he's back out just like that. But AWRS goes on for another lap here, and 8:03.5, so he still feels that there's pace in these tyres, and thinks he'll benefit from doing the overcut, as it's called, going a lap extra and trying to create a tyre advantage, a overcut, so that he can have better tyres at the end of his next stint. Or is it Player Prof going for the early stop to try and get some more out of his tyres and increase that gap back to AWRS and give his teammates that comfort barrier? It's a psychological thing when you see your gap to your teammate. When you see your gap to your competitor and your rival, it's very. It can play with your mind of how you approach that stint and how you drive. Just that little bit of aggression. You go from maybe driving at 90% when you've got a 30-second gap to, you push it up to 95%, and then potentially you make mistakes, or if you're these ORT guys, you just keep going and get faster and faster. But the gap is 5 seconds. That will probably edge up as this lap goes on because of that tyre offset. Kaza into the pits. 6 tenths behind Marshall as he went over the line. So is he going for the undercut as well? Lots of strategy going on here. We've seen some people try the 1-stops on the mediums. We've seen this 2-stop on the softs. We've seen some people go medium soft. This 2-stop on the soft does seem to be the strategy that people are leaning towards, but seeing people creating these offsets with the undercut, the overcut is interesting, and we'll see how this pans out for Kaza. 21.8 seconds is the gap coming out of turn 1 and 2 at chicane, so we'll see what happens there. Johnny Waffle now 15 seconds behind Jarv. What has happened here? As Jarv has got front aero damage there, so he's had a coming together with the barrier and a half-second penalty to rub salt in the wounds. But he's got 3 minutes to loop behind, so he has that buffer to come in, fix that damage, take that penalty, put some fresh rubber on, and get his head back down. This race is far from over. Very far from being over. Lucas in P11, 8:04, running solid lap times there for the 10 Temps Racing team in that BMW. I know he'll be preferring to drive this much more than the Mercedes, which has been a struggle for some. DTR here in 12th. Front bumper damage as well for the 22 car. This is a brutal challenge for these drivers. It is not to be scoffed over, this track, and how difficult it is to one, and nail it, let alone just be decent. It's so tough. This is arguably the toughest track in the world. Candyman in P13, 12 minutes and 44 seconds off the lead, and the gap down to DTR, 40 seconds, 8-minute fall. He's in his zone in the Mercedes, and he's got his eyes set on moving forward in this race. Purple in the first sector, and you'd expect nothing else from Candy. And then the Speed Buddy Racing team in P14. And this is what you love to see in these events, the spirit of racing, to keep chipping away at it, keep going. Of course, this race is for such a great cause, and these guys are being great sports in getting their heads down and continuing with the race. And there, even with that front right damage, so he's doing a good job with this car. So 7.9 seconds from Player Prof to AWRS. Obviously, Player Prof has had his first stop. AWRS yet to stop in this race. The gap hasn't gone up a huge amount so far. Maybe a second from when they came out of the pits. Will that undercut benefit ORT, or will it play into the hands of NRC here? Marshall in P3 and 20 seconds ahead of Kaza. Kaza hoping to leapfrog the second NRC team in the Porsche. Rose is lonely in P6. David is doing his thing. He's had his pit stop. He's out on his fresh tyres and is very much getting on with things, banging in some consistent times there. 2 minutes from Kaiser in P5 and 58 seconds to Chef. What a livery on that car. How is Jarve doing with that damage for AHR? 21 seconds behind Johnny Waffle now, but he will be into the pits at the end of this lap, I assume. We'll get rid of that damage and we'll be able to start fresh and reset. Jakey and Adorni in the chat praising each other. Both drove amazing stints in their respective lobbies. Jakey getting the absolute most out of that GTR, and Adorni as well. Some crazy fast racers here today. And that is AWRS into the pits for NRC. It'll need a little bit of fuel to get him to his next tyre stint, I presume. So 10.5 is the gap. Went up a couple of seconds over the course of that lap. As he does refuel. And out he goes. So 35 seconds is the gap. That was down to 25 before they pit. But the caveat being that the AWRS is on lap fresher tyres. So we'll see whether that overcut does work. And Marshall here, just with some hazards on. And there we go, they've come off. I was wondering whether he was having any issues there, but he seems to be okay. And like AWRS, I assume he will be coming into the pits on this lap. Looks like Kaza will get the undercut. 15 seconds is the gap. It's a good outlap from Kaza. And there he is, Marshall, into the pits. A little top up of fuel and some fresh tyres. Anyone hazard a guess at the average age of participants in this race? It's an interesting question. You've got the likes of me, Candy, and Luggy from Race Asylum, who are on the younger kind of end of the spectrum. I'd guess like 35. I think 35 maybe, or maybe Cupcake went with 35 as well. Great minds think alike. I was gonna change it, but now that Cupcake has also said 35, I think I'm gonna stick with 35 as well. Kaiser in the pits. New tyres, topping up the fuel, and back out he goes. But Kaza did get that undercut done on Marshall. 10 seconds is the gap now. JP, I'm 77. The artist himself. And it's obviously that old age, that wise age that makes him such a genius at creating amazing liveries. And he is purple as well, getting the most out of this car. wasn't feeling too confident about this race and about his capabilities and pace, but Kazza is doing a great job here in Stint 4 in fighting the NRC car and showing some really, really good pace for that Nissan. He was, of course, the Esports Race Asylum's driver to beat in the last race we competed in, and he is very much putting on a good show today. The top Race Asylum car in this race. Player Prof, also purple. This is what they do. This is what they do. And when they just open up the tank a little bit and show a bit of their pace, they are just absolutely unbeatable on their day. 3 tenths purple. AWRS behind on his outlap, warming up those tyres and getting them scrubbed in. We'll see how that gap develops. Roses in the pits. Oh no! Roses looks like he's had a little brush with the barrier. Front aero damage right at the start of his stint, and that's frustrating for him as he nearly spins it on that inside curve. That dip can be so harsh if you misjudge it. And hopefully he can settle back into his race and avoid any more unscheduled stops. Jarv here still driving on with that damage, doing a good job of keeping the car on the track. Really hard to drive when you've got damage. It changes the way that your car handles and behaves, and it can be a real challenge to adapt to that. Jarv doing a good job of that. Shane into the pits. Johnny Waffle, I assume, is going to follow him in. Yes, he is. Just entered now. These two running identical strategies and almost identical times in this race. 16 seconds separate these two MRL cars after 5 hours, which is... No, is it 5? No, 7 hours now. 7 hours, which is just crazy impressive. 35 seconds, still the gap at the top of the timing sheets. So Player Prof just putting his foot down and showing who's on top of this race. Kazza extending his gap to Marshall to 12 seconds. These top 4 really are stretching their legs in this race. Steve Baby Jackson, that's the great thing about GT7 and these leagues in general, bringing people and generations together for the mutual love of racing and the game. Couldn't have said it better myself. You meet such a vast range of people from all different backgrounds and walks of life, and we all get brought together into this one shared hobby. It's a beautiful place, and it's great to be a part of these communities. It's tough to remember a time when, you know, I wasn't a part of sim racing and these leagues. And honestly, anyone who is out there who is sim racing and hasn't joined a league or hasn't joined a community, you know, what they're missing out on. Just incredible. How am I doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. In for comms for my first time, so please forgive me for the terrible commentary. the butchering of names, the terrible camera work, but I'm trying my best to get this all covered for you guys for this fourth stint here. 72 viewers. This has been held all throughout the race since stint 1 all the way through to stint 4 here now, so thank you so much to everyone who's watching. Lucas into the pits at the end of lap 6 here in the BMW, the 10/10ths car, certainly not the Race Asylum car, as I mistook it for earlier, getting confused with my teammate, who's doing a great job in helping out another team on the grid. New tyres, bit of fuel, and out he goes again into this race. Candy in P12 for the Race Asylum car that I thought Lucas was driving in. You'd think I'd know when my teammates are racing and where they're racing, but I did just sign up to this on Thursday. So please cut me a bit of slack, guys. But Candy, P12 now, and I believe he has recently jumped butts and cats for the DTR team. Bit of front damage there for the DTR team in the Nissan. He'll be into the pits at the end of this lap to get rid of that and get his normal handling car back again. And then finally, P14 is the Speed Buddy racing car of OG Malay? Or would you say OG? OG and the Speed Buddy racing team still cracking on with things in P14. Great sportsmanship and very big thank you to them. 34 seconds is the gap at the top. New fastest lap from Player Prof, 7:59. That's what we were talking about. That's what these guys are capable of. Just when you think you're starting to catch them, just when you think you might have a one-up on them, they give their knuckles a good click and they say, watch what I'm about to do. These guys are just incredible, and as someone who's got to race with these guys so closely over the last year, they are a brilliant bunch of competitors, and I have a lot of respect for them. Incredibly quick, incredibly respectful, and I hope to see them in more and more endurance races like these for the future. AWRS though chipping away, 34 seconds. If you think if Player Prof is doing 58s, potentially a 57 on his next lap, what the hell is AWRS doing? These two are like Verstappen and Hamilton of 2021, just edging each other faster and faster and faster. Which when is it going to end? I mean, these guys are doing like sub 7-minute laps. They're just going to keep going and going and going. Obviously the cars scientifically aren't capable of that, but you get my point. These guys are just going to keep on going and pushing each other faster and faster, and that's the beauty of competition and racing, is you've got that goal to catch. It's obsessive, and AWRS and the NRC team are obsessed with catching ORT here. They're obsessed with winning this race, and fair play to them because they've done a great job at clawing their way back through. 33 seconds is the gap now. God, just imperious driving from the two up front. Kaza in P3, what a great job. He said he was feeling a little bit tired before his stint, but he's doing a great job here. Hopefully he doesn't fall asleep at the wheel. I'm sure Jakey will have some choice words in his Scouse accent. Marshall, 12 seconds behind, hasn't been able to make a dent so far on Kaza, but we may see him be able to reel back in some time. 1400, I'm hearing from Ray, is what we are at now for the fundraiser for Mind. which is incredible. The goal for the whole event was £500, and we're almost at 300% of that goal, and we're only at stint 4, which is absolutely incredible. You guys are the MVPs. You know, for those saying that their money isn't going to matter, it's not going to make a dent, every penny counts. This is someone's life, this is someone's livelihood, and it's a great cause to be able to raise money to help people who are struggling with mental challenges and mental health. It's such a big problem in today's society, and we've seen it recently in the sim racing community. We've lost some friends. Oh, Marshall there on the ragged edge, lost a little bit of time to Kazza there. As I was saying, recently we've lost some friends and some foes in the sim racing community, and no matter who you race for or what community you're a part of and what league you're racing, no one likes to hear that another driver is struggling with those issues, or, you know, has fallen victim to that. So that's why we're here today, for this cause, to fight for those people and break the stigma. Never think that you're weak for sharing how you feel or sharing your battles and your struggles. Speak up, tell someone, and find the support. It's so important because everyone matters. And there it is, officially come up, £1,401. Awesome stuff. Thank you so much to everybody for your contributions, whether it's just watching, liking, racing, donating, or just being a part of helping set up this incredible event. Thank you to everyone. And as a testament as well, just going back to one of the points about sim racing bringing people together, as a testament, JP off to Daytona to meet his friends from North America, which is just incredible. People from different continents, different, you know, ends of the world, being able to meet up and be friends in real life, and that's what sim racing is about. That is what sim racing really is about. Signed up on Thursday, comms and drove a stint, Evo the real MVP. No, you guys are. Look, I'm doing a stint, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a quick stint. It's certainly not. And same for comms, it doesn't mean I'm doing a good job at comms. Marshall 7/10 up on his lap, absolutely wringing the neck out of that Porsche. On the ragged edge. How is the gap to the leader? 31.8 seconds. AWS with a 7:56.8, and in these conditions, when visibility is low, where you think it's easier to potentially misjudge or underdrive the car, AWS is still doing an absolutely incredible job of driving this car to the max here. Just amazing. How is Roses doing? Roses, P6 here, holding position nicely. 22 seconds back to Chef, and 2 minutes and 26 to Kaiser in front. Kaiser on his outlap, going long on his first set of softs. Or is that an outlap? Let's say outlap, he's got worn tyres. That's interesting. Unless he came in to repair some damage. But I didn't see that on the leaderboard, so we'll just keep an eye there. But Roses, 2.5 minutes behind, 20 seconds ahead of Chef. in the vibrant green Porsche. Just looks at home at the green hell. Awesome, awesome stuff. Shane, the big mover so far in this stint, making 2 positions, picking off his teammate, picking off Jarv in the AHR car, and now has a lovely 22-second buffer to his teammate. Jarv behind after fixing that damage. He's lost out a minute. But these things do swings and roundabout. Long race and really no gap. No gap is big enough. You're never ever safe until the checkered flag drops. Lucas here, P11, still chipping away at the grindstone in his no man's land, but is doing a great job at just getting his head down and hustling. And that is a good shout out to Lucas as well. Driving 2 different cars across this event psychologically can be quite hard to adjust. Obviously cars with different driving styles and different handling, and he's jumped between the 2 and is doing a great job here. In P12, now with a minute 51 gap to Boots and Cats. Sounds a little bit like a rap beat. You know when you try and make one like when you was younger, Boots and Cats and Boots and Cats, you know? Maybe that's what it is. If that is what it is, he's British as well, I bet you that's what it is. And now I'm never going to be able to think of something else when I hear his name, if that isn't the case. And then OG, P14, he's got damage. His laps have been pretty decent, but just picking up that bit of damage there, and that could be tough for him, but looks like with those tyres and fuel he could be in at the end of the lap. He's on the mediums, so even more impressive lap times to do them on the mediums. So he'll be hoping to get rid of them soon. 15 racing laps in this stint here, so he might do this lap and maybe another, and put on another set of mediums to try and avoid the pit loss of the 2-stop. Player prof. 30 seconds in the lead, so a net 5-second gain since the first stop. The gap was 25 as he came into the pits, and Roses back into the pits. More damage, and that puts him behind Chef. He's jumped into this on his wheel while he's still learning the way of the wheel and the pedals. And it's tough, it's really tough. I've tried it and I've given up, and fair play for Roses for sticking with it. He's fueling up, he's potentially just going to try and go to the end on these tyres. He's on medium, so yeah, he's going to go to the end and try and settle himself down. Slots in 3 seconds behind Shane. Johnny Waffle will now be also going after Roses. .8 seconds is the gap there. Let's see how that develops. Johnny Waffle improving on his lap time and now has a target. And so does this man, AWRS. 29 seconds, chipping away at that gap too. He's got more fuel, he's got bare tyres, he's got that lap extra to take him further into this stint. Will that pay off? And the question as well is, who are they going to have in the next stint? Because these teams have a stupidly strong roster of alien drivers. Just when you think, oh, I might have him here, then they put someone like Jound in the car, and you think, well, that's my chances gone. They almost beat you before you've even got to the grid, and that's how good teams like this are. NRC, ORT, just giants. They have alien drivers coming out of their ears, it's mental. Kaza, P3, a minute 40 off of AWRS, 2 minutes 10 from Player Prof. Driving an incredible stint here, an 8 minute point 2 on lap 7. Great lap time from Kaza. Huge improvements from what I saw of him in practice. Not like he was slow in practice, but I could go toe to toe with Kaza in practice, whereas if he's running 8 minute flats, I will be waving him goodbye very quickly. He is at one with the car. Great stuff from Kaza, and 14 seconds now is the gap to Marshall. That has continued to etch up a little bit, but not much between these drivers, you can see. 8 minute 3.7 on the last lap. Rose is an 8 minute 4, so the gap's slightly coming down. They as well have a tyre differential. Marshall, of course, doing a 1 lap overcut. Kaza pulled the trigger to pit early, but Marshall may start to reel Kaza back in slightly, but that gap is certainly bigger than it was 7 laps ago. And there he is. Speaking of Kaza and tyres, he's in for his next set. We will see how this all shuffles out. Potentially feeling the drop off of them a little bit sooner than the Porsche, the BMW drivers. There it is, tyres go on, fuel nozzle in, 5 litres per second fuel, so 40 litres. Seems a bit short on fuel there, but I could be wrong. Not my strong point. The gap 13.2 seconds now, 13.1 as he exits on those fresh tyres, and 27.8 seconds between the leaders now. Player Prof managing those beaten tyres that he put on lap 5, lap 6, so I imagine he'll be into the pits soon. AWS probably got another lap or so on those tyres. New strap for Kaza, says JQ. Interesting. We'll see what that team is cooking. But these two on their own, as you said before, going back to back to back. Absolutely mental. Not much sleep is going to be happening between those two. And hopefully they can continue to have an awesome race here. It's either going to go very well, or they're going to eat a lot of barrier, or someone's going to oversleep. There's no in between. There is no in between with these two. But yeah, just to clear any confusion, we are adding some laps back to get us on time with the schedule, obviously. Some technical difficulties at the start of the race led to a slight delay. We are just working backwards, working forwards to go backwards, if that makes sense. Jakey getting picked up when he goes to Daytona for the Daytona 24 hours. I am jealous. I am jealous massively that he gets to go. Well, I say he gets to go. He's earned it. But he gets to see one of the biggest endurance races of the year. And what a thing endurance racing is. Just an absolute spectacle. As someone who used to be a Formula One fanatic and just obsessed with it, I only discovered the broadness of endurance racing probably only 3-4 years ago, and it's just completely taken over my life. Endurance karting, I do these endurance events, even watching World Endurance Championship, IMSA, Fan Attack GT World Challenge, all of these awesome endurance events across the world. They're just mind-boggling. James, endurance racing is so much better than F1. And you know what? I'll agree these days. I watched more World Endurance Championship last year than I did, and the year before, than I did Formula One. There's a grit to endurance racing. And I think when you do endurance racing, whether it's on the sim, whether it's real life, you have an appreciation for how difficult and challenging this is. You know, pushing your body to the limit of exhaustion. And you don't even have to be a driver to experience that. Our very own Ray, usually when we do these big events, she's up throughout the whole thing, checking on all the drivers, making sure everything runs properly. It's tough for everyone, whether you're a driver, a team manager, you know, whatever role that you play in endurance racing, mechanics, engineers. This is a grind, this is a slog, but there is nothing like it in the world. Would it be possible to check on Candy? Yes, it would, because you asked so nicely. Where is he? There he is, P12, on his 9th lap, his 8th racing lap, an 8:01.6. Rapid time from him there. As he continues to chip away at things, we'll quickly skip away to watch ORT for their pit stop. 1 litre of fuel calculated to absolute precision there. And the gap to AWRS down to 24 seconds here. As he refuels, AWRS going for another lap there. So 24 seconds was the gap as they cross the line. We'll see if that continues to come down, but we could soon have a race for the lead here. Very interesting stuff. He comes out on the fresh tyres, almost a quarter full tank, and he's going to get chasing back after AWS, of course, having a pit stop still to do. We'll go back to Candy here. 3 minutes 53 to the driver behind him, 3 minutes 15 to the driver ahead. Got his own little bit of track here, and he is just chilling, putting in some crazy good laps. Not a particular fan of this Mercedes. If you ask candy himself, but he's getting on with it and doing some awesome laps. This is why he's in the car. This is why he's in the car. This year's Daytona looks very interesting, yes, it really does. It really, really does. Just endurance racing in general, and multi-class endurance racing is just so interesting, and so many big brands and car companies are, you know, getting involved and dipping their toes in. Aston Martin now, Mustang, Lamborghini. It's just awesome to see. Marshall into the pits now. Kaza goes back ahead. He comes down the straight there. He, of course, on an alternative strategy we heard from Jakey. He'll be in the ears of Kaza, telling him, do this, do that, and Kaza will abide. No one wants to hear that Scouse accent shouting at you down the microphone. Marshall, 73 litres of fuel, certainly then Kaza on a different strategy here. He's got a lot less fuel in his car. You can't see that, but I can. So, haha, take that. I'm the all-seeing eye of Evo. And slide rules, lovely message here on the mental health front. Shout out to Tom, Sandy, Nicola, Emma, and all my AHR boys, without whom I'd go totally gaga. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Big shout out to everyone's loved ones. Humans are a social species. We need friends, we need loved ones, and family. They're who we rely on in our darkest moments. So shout out to everyone and everyone's loved ones. I feel like I'm a DJ or I'm on a talk show or something. That gap at the front, the lowest it's been in a while now. 9 seconds, but of course AWS with a pit stop to go for NRC. We'll do a quick rundown of proceedings. AWRS and NRC in the lead of the race at the moment, but a net P2, they still have a pit stop to serve. ORT, net lead of the race as they chase down the Nexus Racing concept team to regain the lead and control of this race. Fresh tyres and a slightly different strategy from the ORT team, pitting a lap earlier than the Nexus Racing concept team, trying to get that slight undercut in each stint, and we'll see how that plays out. The gap was around that 30-35 second mark when they started this stint. It's been down to 25, I think it was 24 before they came into the pits. So we will see how that develops as we reach the end of this stint and the start of the next one. Kaza in P3 for the Race Asylum, not the Race Asylum 2 team, the Jackass Racing team. Obviously the two Race Asylum drivers, but on their duo mission to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans. 2 minutes behind the lead, but that gap has come down a little bit throughout this stint. Great consistency from Kaza, who is doing him and his teammate proud in that Nissan. 45 seconds to Marshall, who has damage and is on his outlap. For Marshall, this sort of car just at the bottom of the screen, jumping over that massive curb, but that is a killer. Big damage on fresh tyres, and he's got P5 of Kaiser in the this gets me every time. Someone help! The Don Monado Racing Endurance Team. DMR. I'm just gonna do DMR. There we go. DMR. Says it on the side of the car. Kaiser 15 seconds behind Marshall now after that damage. Obviously had a moment somewhere in a meeting with Barry R. That gap will continue to come down and we'll keep an eye. I expect Marshall probably to duck into the pits, repair that damage and bring himself back out onto the track. Chef for the legendary Motorsport Performance LMP team in P6, running his own race, low 8-minute lap times there consistently. He is doing a great job and has continued to edge that gap to Shane just up towards that 30-second mark. Shane in P7, the big mover of this stint so far, to 3 positions now from where he started the stint, passing his teammate Roses, who's had a few problems with damage, and he also had the AHR team of Jarv. So he has done a great job of progressing his team forward. So has Johnny Waffle, who has also gained 2 positions so far. He came out right behind Shane after the MRL showdown in stint 3. He's now 32 seconds off the back of his teammate as AWRS comes into the pits. We'll keep an eye on him and his gap to P1. Roses in P9 on the medium tyres, throwing a Hail Mary strategy, struggling a little bit with the car, on a new apparatus on his wheel as well, but he is getting on with things, and well done to Roses for doing so. It shows great sportsmanship and he is doing a great job, a much better job than I would be doing on a wheel. Jarv in P10, due his pit stop as well at the end of the lap, I'd assume. 1 minute behind Roses and a minute 20 ahead of Lucas in P11, who has been lapping very nicely for the 10 Temps Racing team. Of course, Lucas driving between 2 teams today for the goodwill of the race and for a competitor. So well done to him, jumping between the BMW for 10 Temps and the Mercedes for Race Asylum 1. Someone in the pits there? Someone in the barrier? Who's that in the barrier? Can't see. Someone has had a moment with the barrier, and that's Butts and Cats into the barrier there at the last corner, and that's aero, suspension and engine damage there for DTR. That's gonna hurt, but he's got it probably at the best place you could ask for at the last corner. Might be able to strap on a set of soft tyres after repairing that damage, but that is unfortunate, and that's going to be a tough pill to swallow there. But he gets back on with things. So we've got Jarv there. It was Lucas we were looking at, wasn't it? Lucas. A minute 20 off of Jarv, who has a half-second penalty, so that gap may come down a little bit. But 3 minutes ahead of Candyman, the Aussie from down under. 13 minutes off of the leader and a lap and a half down, but still going on trying to force a comeback with this Race Asylum 1 team in this evil Mercedes. Absolutely evil. Joshua Setiner, thank you, Lucky Ass, for driving with us. Yes, his sacred sacred nickname from the Wes event. But yes, Luke doing a great job in racing for the 10/10 team to help them get through this race. This is a communal effort from everyone. So great job there. As we saw, DTR Butts and Catch having a bit of an issue there at the last corner, but he's back on the track, fresh softs, and hopefully that he can get back on with things and get refocused. And then OG there for the Speed Buddy Racing team, doing a great job in this stint so far. He has picked up a bit of damage as well. This is track claiming a lot of victims, as it does every year with these events. But he has done a good job, and that gap has come down to P13. He keeps chipping away at it as well. So a great job from everyone for getting their heads down and carrying on. It's the sportsmanship that people love to see, so great job from everyone. But that gap at the front down to 27 seconds there. The Nexus Racing team, or the Nexus Racing concept team, sorry, a lap fresher tyres, so that will bode well for them as this last tyre stint continues. Kaza, a minute 17 to Marshall now, who's been into the pits and changed tyres. So from being behind to getting ahead, Kaza has really opened up that gap, and he's going to give his teammate JP a lovely comfort margin to just say, take the car, do what you do best, and go and get us this win. That's what they'll be looking for. Pressure's on you boys now. A minute 55 to those guys in front. Kaza will be due a stop though with an alternative strategy, so we'll see what he's cooking up. Lukey doing Lukey things, yes he is. Chef into the pits for his last stop. And we'll probably see the MRL boys behind doing the same. Well, we are well into this stint now. How's everyone doing? Are everyone's motivation still high? They better be. You've still got 16 hours left of this race, and the rest. 16 hours and 40 minutes to be precise. So I hope everyone is ready and raring for their stints to come. Lobby 5 is open. The announcement has just come out. So if you're a Lobby 5 driver, get yourself in, get yourself ready. The MRL boys, Shane and Johnny into the pits. No dramas there for them. Clean and consistent driving from these two has seen them climb multiple positions through the pack. And this is what these guys do best. Roses into the pits, and that's more damage for Roses in the Race Asylum 2 team. Absolutely gutted for him. He's had a tough stint, but like everyone else, showing great sportsmanship to carry on for this event. Comes in, repairs his damage, and back out. But still P9. And 11 seconds off of Johnny. it's not all lost here for Race Asylum 2. Ray, they all beat me to it. It doesn't happen often. You may not be racing on the track, but you certainly are quick with your finger to tap the button off the track. So Ray probably a bit shocked there. She's like, oh my god, someone's posted a link or an announcement quicker than me. It can't be. She does a great job as usual. Us Race Asylum drivers and team members would be kaput if it wasn't for Ray's brilliant management. So shout out to her. And a shout out to her for organising this amazing event as well. Player prof, personal best through the GP section. I believe that's the second sector there, or the first sector maybe. No, the second sector. And as he comes through the third sector of the lap now, we'll see whether he's still continuing to improve on that time, and he is. A 10th and a bit. AWRS down on his time, and that gap has crept back up slightly. It was 26 seconds, it's gone back up to 28 now. He does have that tyre advantage, so when we'll see the drop-off begin for the player prof, we might see that gap start to come down again. Shall we take a bit of time on board with the man with the fastest lap of this race so far, Mr. AWRS? I tell you what, we'll come back to him. We'll come back to him because Kaz are in the pits, and I'm curious to see what this alternative strategy is from Kaz. Is this a free stop? Well, it is a free stop, I think. I've lost track of how many stops Kaz has done. Can Jakey confirm? Was it a free stop? I think it was a free stop. He's back out. And away he goes into this race. 2 minutes 27 to the leader. 2 minutes to P2. And currently a minute and almost 20 to Marshall behind. That will come down as he passes the pit straight. But we go back to AWS for that. Brilliant time on board. You get to see what he sees. Probably not this view. I imagine he'd be on bumper cam or the bonnet cam, something a little bit edgier to drive. Well, hey, maybe he does use cockpit, in which case that lap time is unreal. And DTR Richie, that's because you're a legend at Ray. 2 love hearts. That couldn't be truer. Could not be truer. We would all crumble to pieces. It was funny, we was in a party once and Ray was able to list out all of our schedules. Not necessarily our personal schedules, but there was probably about 10 of us in this party chat, like Race Asylum drivers and team members. And she was able to list out everyone's driver schedules in terms of what leagues they were competing in, what cars they were driving in, what days those leagues competed on. And she was able to just reel them off the top of her tongue, like it was nothing, like it was just imprinted in her eyes, like she just blinked and they were there. Incredible commitment to the cause. Or insane, yes. There's probably a little bit of insanity in there, Ray, to be completely honest. But we wouldn't want you any other way, so. So AWRS just a little bit off of his time here. Maybe just trying to bring the car home to the end of the stint now. The gap has started to creep down to player profit. Went up to 28 for a brief moment and it's back down, sorry, to 26.5 seconds. So he has had a net gain in this stint as the AHR car is that's awkward there. Horrible part of the track to catch someone, and that was difficult to judge there, but AWRS just being patient, letting off the throttle. Lost a little bit of time from that, but it's better to lose a few tenths than to potentially wreck yourself in another car out of the race. Great handling from an awkward situation there. And both drivers live to fight another day and continue with their race. But AWRS just looks so planted and committed around this track in a very low light condition. I've got the exposure turned up here. These guys are probably seeing things even darker than it is coming through on the live stream. And he continues to chase after player front. We come back outside of the car onto the TV camera. Richie taking control of the DCR team, making sure that they get into their night lobbies. Good luck, you're gonna need it. They have a lot of sleepy drivers. Here is Kazza here, P3 on his alternative strategy that he's been sent on by Jakey. Interesting to see what benefits this brings for him. Marshall in P4 on a personal best run at the moment. Some drivers struggling to find time in these conditions, others not so much. As you see a yellow flag here, who is off on this part of the track? Who is it? Anyone at the back? Oh no! It's Luke. Luke has had a moment. He's been pushing this car to its limits, and he as well has fallen victim. Only a handful of drivers in this stint who have managed to get through it cleanly without any incidents or damage. But Luke, unfortunately, who was one of them, has found barrier, front right suspension and front bumper damage, and Candy will be licking his lips. Gap's 3 minutes, still a little bit too much to think about an overtake, but he'll certainly be excited of the idea of seeing that gap drop down. Jarve in the pits for AHR. A bit of bumper damage, but he puts on some fresh tyres and will be back underway. Please, can you check MRL Shane? Of course I can. MRL Shane, 36 seconds to Johnny Waffle, 38 seconds to Chef. Doing a brilliant job so far in this stint. Consistency is king, and you can see from his laps. 8 minutes 6, 8 minutes 4, 8 minutes 6. Obviously then had an in-lap, a pit stop, but he has been incredibly consistent and has shown some great pace and made some great overtakes as well at the very start of the stint, and has been the big mover. So well done to both MRL teams for a great stint and race so far. It's good to see them back fighting. Chef in front. These two trading laps. Sorry, that's Kaiser. Chef in front. There he is, in the bright green Porsche. Obsessed with this livery, it just fits so well on this track. Brilliant job from Chef on a very solid stint as well. Once again, another driver benefiting from having a bit of track to himself. Just love the sound of that flat six as well from the Porsche. Not sure what everyone's favourite engine sound is, but I think the flat six Porsche is very underrated. I know the V10s and the V8s are always the obvious picks, but I think that Porsche is, especially in real life, is slept on. Chef also giving a few flashes to the camera. Welcome to the stream. So the gap up front between the top two, 25.5 seconds, and we begin to look like we have a race for the lead on our hand. These two drivers wringing the net out of these cars, pushing them to the limits, doing what they do best, and that's why they are here, and that's why they are leading this race together in a league of their own. Just complete poison control from Player Prof. And this is a livery I haven't spoken about. ORT used to have the kind of black and red scheme, but this kind of blue, white and red that they've got is just, it looks so good to the eyes. It's just one of those schemes as well that works on any car you put it on. Seen it on the Lexus, seen it on the Porsche, seen it on the M6, I believe, for the next season of GTEC, and it just works. Props to their livery designer. I think it might be Kings, ORT Kings, who's in the last stint. Another brilliant driver from that team. And I believe it's his livery. If it is, well done, sir. Brilliant job. That gap between Lucas and Candy down 2 minutes and 50 seconds. He's gained about 20 odd seconds since this stint started, and that gap coming down again with that damage that Lucas has. Kaza still going in P3 on that alternative strategy. Haven't heard much more from Jakey about it. Sure, I'll catch up with him after to find out what they are doing there. Running the shorter stint on the softs. But he has done a great job in that car. The leading Nissan on the track. Don't think it's necessarily the meta car for this race, but they are making it work, and fair play to them. 50 seconds back to Marshall with a half a second penalty. Personal best on the last lap. And that currently leaves NRC with a 2 and 4 for this race, and they will be continuing to look upwards. Kaiser lapping quickly there, 7:59, one of the only drivers in the sub 8 minute region at the moment, and he is bringing that gap down. 13 seconds look to be one of our closer battles on the track at the moment, and if he keeps up that pace, that is going to be a close one coming to the pits. especially with that. Chef again in that Porsche. Another driver who's kept a quiet stint, quiet but consistent, and is doing a solid job for his team. Shane and Johnny Waffle in P7 and P8 respectively as well. Clean, consistent. What more could you want? They've moved up quite a few places in this stint so far. They've been picking them off one by one, and they are reaping the rewards of it so far. Roses P9, 50 seconds to Johnny Waffle, 49 seconds to AHR and Jarve. Been a tough stint for Roses. He's picked up a bit more damage. Will he carry on with it, or will he take the Nissan back to the pits? P4/P5 could be close at the end of the stint. Yeah, it looks like they might be. And certainly one that will continue on into the next stint as well. Roses does carry on with that damage. We'll see how that gap changes to Jarve behind. Don't think he can close that gap in that time unless Roses has another big moment. But that's certainly going to be a bit of motivation for him to put the hammer down and close that gap even more. Lucas has been into the pits and repaired that damage he picked up on the last lap. A minute 26 to AHR ahead, and 2 minutes and 27 to Candy in the Race Asylum 1 Mercedes team. That was sitting at around the 3-minute 10 mark, so it just shows you how much a little moment with the barriers can cost you around here, and it's not at all a hard thing to do. It's very, very easy to find yourself on the grass, in the gravel, and in the barriers. They are not far away at all. No margin for error whatsoever. Seven minutes behind Candy is OG for the Speed Buddy Racing team, and they have moved themselves up from P14 to P13. A great job from them, moving up the pack, and Butts and Cats in P14 for DTR. A gap 5 seconds. But he does have front aero and front suspension left and right damage there, so that might be why the time has gone for him. Running in the 9 minutes, so a bit off the pace, struggling with that damage, but driving through to the end of the stint. Back to the leaders, 21.8 seconds. That gap is coming down. AWRS is on a mission. Back into the 7-minute lap time, 7:59.6, 7:59.3. Just incredible what this driver's able to do. Foot to the floor, no hesitation whatsoever. Just absolutely gunning it. They want this win. Both of these teams have made their intentions very clear that they are going for this win, and nothing is going to get in their way. Kaza, also a 7:58.9. So people finding a bit of time here in the dying breaths of this stint. That is a remarkable lap time in that car from Kazza, and well done to him. He has driven an amazing stint, getting in those nominations for the Race Asylum awards early. He of course has put the team onto the podium. The Jackass team, the duo attempt between Kazza and Jakey, the two Esports Race Asylum team managers, who are showing the Race Asylum team how it's done. And another gorgeous livery from JP. The chrome and the gradient between the blue and the red. Let this man cook. And here is that gap between P4 and 5, 8.1 seconds now. So, Kaiser gaining by over 5 seconds on the last lap. Marshall potentially struggling a little bit with some tyre drop off. The one thing about that BMW is it seems to handle very well when its tyres have hit that kind of 50% worn mark. They just seem to hang on very well. And the DMR team will be looking to chase after P4 here, and they'll be able to see that NRC Porsche ahead, and just keeps closing in on those tail lights. Let's see what he can see in the cockpit here. Not quite able to see the driver in front through here, but he might as we get onto a straighter part of the track. Another one of those drivers that has kept his race quiet but has put in a shift for his team. Even P5 is nothing to be scoffed at in this race so far. Such a fierce and competitive field of drivers that would just make your chin drop to the floor with the pace and skill across this event. It's absolutely incredible, the class of drivers that have come out to race. And when I say class, not only do I mean pace, but I mean respect-wise as well. Everyone is doing an incredible job of being sportsmanlike in continuing even with damage, even when they're having a rough time. Maybe it's not their day, but they've kept on going. They've kept their car and their team in the race for this amazing course. And they are doing an amazing job. All drivers, all 14 drivers in this stint, and all other drivers across this 24-hour race. The gap now between 4th and 5th down below 7 seconds, etching closer and closer. I've got around 1.5 laps to go before they enter the pit and get out the car. Some will be happy and some may want a little bit more time, and that is the beauty of Nürburgring and the Nordschleife. We come back out of the car here. 18 seconds, under 20 seconds, probably the first time since maybe the opening stint or the second stint the gap has been this low between the teams. I wonder what aliens ORT and NRC have to put into the car for the next stint. This is going to be fascinating to watch this gap to and fro between drivers across this race. These guys are really pushing these cars' limits. Lap after lap. I'm happy there is no rain. Driving in the dark on this track is hard enough, yeah. That is very true. It's very hard to see the drawing line on most tracks, then let alone it being on a track like this and in the dark. That is something where a lot of luck to not hit those patches comes into things. It's just a lottery, really. But that would really throw the cat amongst the pigeons, a little bit of rain. But the forecast so far, it's very dry. No clouds in Germany today. Perfect. Yeah. No worries. So, last lap here for ORT. Bringing this car home for this stint. With an 18-second gap so far, 3 minutes through the lap. And what a great job Player Prof has done. He's kept this thing on the straight and narrow, on the grey stuff. And when push comes to shove, he's coming back to the pits, fingers crossed, touch wood, with the lead still in his hands. He's just got to ease this car back to the pits and hand it over. AWRS chasing after Player Prof here. He has done an incredible job of this stint. The NRC team as a whole have been absolutely incredible. Their pace has been frightening. And the determination, even after the setbacks early on in the race, they are still pushing on and on. Kaza P3 still can't comprehend that 7 minute 58 in that car. Great job from him. Marshall and Kaiser, that gap down to 1.2 seconds now. We might see a change in position for P4 before these drivers enter the pits. They've got a whole lap of this track to do, a whole 15 miles to go. This is going to go down to the wire of this stint. Marshall will have to make that the widest Porsche in all of Germany to keep his P4 from Kaiser, who has been on a mission. 8 minute, you look at those lap times, 8 minute 7, 8 minute 2, 8 minute 4. You've got some pit stops and then a 7 minute 59.5, an 8 minute 1 flat, an 8 minute 3.3. He has been pushing that BMW to the limit, and he can see his rival now in front of him. tantalisingly close to Marshall ahead, chasing after him. It won't be long until he's getting some slipstream and some help from the car in front to tow him along. Can you jump back to Boots and Cats for a sec? Of course I can. Boots and Cats in the pits repairing some damage. And back out he goes. Still with damage. Is that... Ooh. I think a little mistake at the pit stop there for Boots and Cats. Not able to repair his damage. He's got fuel, he's got tyres, but must have skipped that damage repair, which is a shame for the DTR team. Does he pit on the next lap, or does he keep it going? Oh, he's just lost it, but has stopped it from going into the barriers. That's a good save there from Boots and Cats, who's had a tough stint, but he's kept going, and that deserves an incredible round of applause for keeping on going here. This is such an easy track to just throw the towel in and say, no, I'm not doing this. I've done it. There's a lot of other people that have done it, but Boots and Cats is still going here. All teams are still carrying on, and that deserves a huge shout out to everyone for showing great sportsmanship and great effort and just being good sports. Well done. And hopefully Boots and Cats can make this back. But Player Prof into the pits for the driver swap. Once again timed his tyres and his fuel to perfection there. AWRS also now entering the pit. This is going to be incredible over the next few hours. So Player Prof in and should have swapped over AWRS P2. Oh, he's fitted his tyres. That's an oopsie. So he'll need to park and get himself out of the way. Hopefully the race director will send in a message asking him to park safely off the track. But his teammate is back out onto the track and chasing after the ORT car. That battle resuming in stint 5. Kaza comes to the end of the lap. Great stint from Kaza. He's found a lot of time in that GTR and has put his team solidly and comfortably onto the podium, and he's got Jakey to go in the car next. Oh, AWRS parked safely off the track there after making that mistake at the driver change. So Kaza coming to the pits to finish his stint. Great job from him. And there he is into the pit lane. To hand over to Jakey. Good night, Diaco, from the DTR team. Get some rest, and thank you for tuning in so far. Richie's in until 3 PM tomorrow. This race, yes. Absolutely brutal when you think about it, but Kaza in, and Jakey out in stint 5. Marshall coming down the straight, being overtaken there by Kaiser just before they come into the pits. And they're still racing side by side. Whoa. He's just lost out just before the pits there. They're going to be neck and neck when they rejoin in stint 5. Wow. Literally at the last gasp of stint 4, a position change for P4 at the highest speeds of the track. And there they are, both into the pits. Nothing to separate. Here comes Chef entering the last stage of the lap. Shane 45 seconds back. ORT and Jarv a minute 37 back from the MRL2 car of Johnny Waffle. Rose is now in P10. Back out on the soft after repairing that damage, with Lucas in P11, 26 seconds down. Candy in P12. OG for Speed Buddy Racing in P13. And finally, Butts and Cats, who unfortunately made that mistake at the pit stop, but is still going on. And as Ray said, it's the people who continue to carry on that make the event. That's what means the most, is seeing everyone carry on and keep at it. Perfect.
Oh, we should be live on full screen with stint number 5, and we have to switch the YouTube streams, unfortunately. Otherwise we could not save the entire race, so I have posted the part 2 link in the pinned messages. So we'll be swapping streams now as well, so we'll be back in, let's say, roughly 30 seconds. So please head over to part 2 now. See you there in a bit.